We are happy to race the next days, and we are looking forward to the World Championship and give it all.
Everyone is super friendly. We can race in great conditions.
Thank you, Oman Sail, for bringing this event to Oman.
Good luck for everyone for this week.
Good afternoon and welcome to day 5 of the 49er FX Nacra 17 World Championships in Oman. My name's Andy Rice and we hope to be bringing you some great commentary later on this afternoon with Chris Musler and Nora Ruskala. So we had an exciting day yesterday, first day of Gold Fleet finals for the 49er men, but we're going to be looking at the Nacra 17s a little bit later on this afternoon. But firstly, we're going to be kicking off with the 49er FXs, your old stomping ground, Nora.
Indeed.
You know most of the characters involved. Just give us a little bit of your personal history in terms of your involvement with the class.
Yeah, so I started sailing the 49er FX when it all started, when it became Olympic class for women. The class didn't exist, or the FX, the women's class didn't exist before that, so it's a new rig and new for everyone. I believe my mast was number 7 by the time, so it's a while ago, to be accurate. I think 8 years ago, something like that. So I sailed the FX since then. I'm just amazed myself. I'm here doing the commentary instead of sailing. Probably the first World Championships I haven't been sailing or had some other good reason not to miss. So it's a lot of fun to be here, and yeah, I did actually the Olympics in Rio, and then I did the Tokyo quad, but unfortunately we didn't qualify. So yeah, let's see what happens next.
Well, I might come back to you and ask you what it feels like to watch, to get the bird's eye view that we get from the commentary position. Chris, that's what we're used to seeing things from the outside, and things normally look easy from the outside, but even watching as a commentator, it was hard to make sense of the racetrack over the last couple of days, I think, wasn't it?
Well, I think particularly yesterday. You know, when the breeze is a little bit steadier, the day before, like we've been talking about, watching the swell come in and watching them ride the swells. Our drone footage is awesome of the starts. But I think yesterday was one of the first times, even just on footage-wise, that we were able to see absolutely how hard the race course was. We were seeing the Dutch team yesterday who were sailing really well as new partners, but we saw how much they were struggling, going in and out, upwind, downwind, the amount of movement that's involved, going through all this little chop and the changes in breeze. I mean, we know from everyone that yesterday was a hard day for everyone. No one dominated yesterday.
No, quite right, which makes it exciting for us because things are still wide open, and we're going to find out who the world champions are just tomorrow afternoon. A little bit more than 24 hours from now, we'll have 3 world champions in 3 Olympic classes, and yet it still seems like there's a lot of golf left in this hole.
Indeed. Yeah, and there's like 4 more races, right? Fleet racing and then a medal race left until that. So I think a lot can happen, especially since yesterday was so tricky.
Let's just have a run back through the 3 events that we've got going on. So in the 49er men, at the moment, we've got the Dutch leading, Bart Lambriex with Floris van der Werken, a fairly new pairing. I think Floris, from what you said, Nora, he goes some way back in the 49er, but he's taken a few years out, and now he's back in with Bart teaming up with him after Bart's old crew retired from their pairing after Tokyo 2020. So pretty good work for a new pairing, don't you think, to be leading a world championship at this stage?
Incredible work. Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised. Like, they're doing so well as a new pairing. But we can see it both in the FX as well as in the 49er. The Dutch are, well, not dominating, but still in the top, both of them. And that's incredible because both of them are new new teams by just like 3 months or something like that.
Just behind them, Tim Fischer and Fabian Graf, last year's European champions. They've got a bronze in the Worlds in the past. They haven't yet been to a Games because there's always been Eric and Tommy dominating German selection over the last number of years. But this could be their opportunity to win the World Championship. And we've got... oh, actually, no, I think I'm looking at an old set of scores. I need to... There's something wrong with my browser. I'm pretty sure the things have changed since then. Let me just check. Yes, we've got Kevin Fischer and Noé Delpech from France up into third place. And we saw that exciting race yesterday between the two Fischer brothers, which sort of summed up just how tricky this race course is. In some ways, it didn't seem to matter at times which side of the race course you went up, but that means that the small details count, like maybe which side of the gate you come out of and which is going to give you the worst dirty air from the spinnakers coming downwind. It was pretty tight between those two brothers, wasn't it, Chris?
Absolutely, and we got to actually, it was very exciting yesterday because we got to see a bunch of team pairs. You know, I talked to Pavel from the Polish team. The Polish teams were up in the top group together, right next to each other. Same thing with the French. Same thing with the Irish. We watched Irish teams round the leeward gate simultaneously and got to decide, like what Andy's talking about, let us watch how teams play both sides when there seems to be no passing lanes, how each boat plays their side. And we have two people from the same training program, probably going around the same speed and the same abilities, telling us what side's working out, what's not. But the one thing we learned from that, and you know, as we go down through the scores, you know, there are a lot of multiple training pairs here from countries, and it's really showing. You know, one of them is being pushed really hard, and the other one is pushing them.
From your point of view, from an American point of view, Ian Barrows and Hans Henken in fourth place, just a few points out of the podium. That must be encouraging for you.
Yeah, that's encouraging for me to see that young team and also see the Australian team 2 places behind. To see any young team really poke out is great. But for the Americans, you know, at the last World Championships in Geelong, the American teams came out of the blocks, you know, top 5, winning races in the pre-Worlds, and then just didn't have that maturity when it came to the World Championship. Here we have a very different World Championship, a lot of changing in the pairs. That team has been together, and it's actually showing that they're relaxed. They're having a good time. And a pair of 10s, a 3 and a pair of 10s yesterday, they were really happy with that. And that's just showing their maturity. They didn't have any big losers. They were just nice and consistent.
The big losers from yesterday for me were Akira Sakai and Russell Aylesworth from Hong Kong. I was gutted to see that their race win didn't get put up on the leaderboard because they were UFD at the start, disqualified for breaking the start line just a little bit too early. But nevertheless, Nora, when you win or you cross the finish line in first place, let's say, of your race in a World Championship for the first time, that gives you a level of confidence to believe that you might be able to do that again and keep on repeating that.
Yeah, it does, and they still won the race and they sailed incredible despite the UFD. But sometimes you also get the UFD even though you know you don't start, let's say, a meter ahead of everyone. You just got it the final minute, so it's not like you necessarily cheated much. So they still won the race, and I think that's just a huge confidence boost for them.
And head coach back in Hong Kong is Jamie Bogue, who was one half of the pairing that, along with Ian Walker, who put together a winning Volvo Ocean Race campaign. So Jamie, he hasn't done Olympic campaigns, but he is also the ex-husband of Shirley Robertson. So Jamie knows what it takes to put winning campaigns together, and it's interesting to me that back in Hong Kong, Jamie has taken over that role of head coach, and Paul Brotherton is here working with the Hong Kong team. He's got some amazing technology to help them analyse their performance, but also Paul will be bringing his own experience of having been to the games as a 470 sailor and being a 49er European champion back in the day. and coaching our Yngling girls to victory at the Olympic Games in 2008. So I can see that feedback that Akira and Russell are getting is starting to feed into their performance, which it's not always about the team on the water, it's about the team of people behind you as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and it gives a confidence boost as well, like knowing you have a good, strong team behind you.
Yeah. Well, let's move on. Let's have a look at the Nacras. We didn't actually get to see them live yesterday, so I don't fully know how this played out, but I was a little bit staggered. If you'd have told me that there was an Italian team in the lead of the World Championships, that wouldn't have surprised me that much. But then when I saw which Italian team it was, that did take me a little bit by surprise. Gianluigi Ugolini and Maria Jubilei, fairly young team. There's already 2 world-class teams that have won between them 2 World Championships and Olympic Games, and now we've got another Italian team that is proving to be world-class, getting a 7, a 1 and a 3 in yesterday's races. Chris, that's not how this story is meant to play out, is it?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was talking to the Italian Nacra coach this morning. I was talking to the other Italian team, and what I learned from them is that we should all be expecting this team to be near the top of the fleet. And the reason why is when I talked to Vittorio, and who's the skipper with Mael, and they're sitting in 6th place, 2019 world champions. They're sparring partners for Tokyo, won selection and won the gold medal. But the lead Italian team that we're talking about right now, they were the tuning partners for the Italian team that won the gold medal. So what they were saying, and what Vittorio said is, hey, we didn't have the greatest day yesterday. We don't have a lot of training under our belts. We didn't do a lot of training last summer or in the fall. That team trained all summer with the Italian Olympic team. They were the sparring partners. Their sparring partner won the gold medal, and then they continued on their campaign. So if anyone, and now all these other people behind them took breaks, so if any team was the best prepared for this World Championship, we didn't know it when we were coming into it, but on paper, it's that team, so it shouldn't surprise us.
Yeah, that makes total sense, and we are at the beginning of a new Olympic cycle, Nura, and this is a strange one, the strangest one yet, because it's not 3 3/4 years, it's 2 3/4 years, or it's there or thereabouts. I mean, next year at the World Championships, we're going to have nations competing to qualify their spot for the Paris 2024 Games. This is coming up on us really, really quickly, and this is an important event for teams like Ugolini and Jubilei to really put their marker down and prove that they're worthy of selection.
Indeed, and like 1 year already into this new Olympic squad, like quad.
Yeah.
Quadrennium. I mean, we've been throwing that horrible word at you.
I'm learning this. Yeah, it's just like everything comes so quickly, and it's difficult to understand. Like, yeah, actually, the next year we will have the first trials for the Olympics. So it's crazy, and like the training has already started, especially for the ones that didn't go to the Olympics. As we talked, many of the teams that went to the Olympics, or all of them, had some break and you need some time off. You do full on for 4 years, so you need time off. So that's going to be interesting to see how these like youth teams like go up the ladder board, like climb up and get there. And suddenly, we have the World Championships. Maybe the next ones we will see totally different teams in the top. Or, for example, these ones here that are showing already like how well they're doing and how the training has paid off.
So those guys still yet to go to a Games. In second place, John Gibson and Anna Burnett. Well, it was second place where they finished recently at the Olympic Games. And in third place, Paul Koloff, Alisa Stulema in third place at the Olympic Games with a bronze medal. They're sitting in third place as well. So in fact, we have the exact same nations in the exact same order as they won their medals at the Tokyo 2020. It's just that we have a different Italian team here in the lead. So there's some kind of strange symmetry going on there. But of course, we have a lot more racing to go. So will things stay that way? The points are relatively tight. And breathing down the necks of the top three, we've got the French in fourth, another new team, a young team, Tim Morniak and Lou Bertomeu. And in fifth place, tell us a little bit about Sinem Kurtbay and Axel Keskinen from Finland.
Yeah, they're actually a new team. Sinem Kurtbay was sailing with Janne Järvinen the previous 4 or 5 years, and Axel has been helping them also training with Sinem, but not getting all the hours in, and he's been watching from the rib and being involved in the trainings a lot, so he knows a lot as well. But now they're actually sailing together, so it's a bit different. So they're a new pairing as well. Interesting to see how it will go, but I mean, they know each other and they've been training together. Oh, he's been involved, so it's already he's been mentally there with them.
Well, they're going well. They won a race yesterday and they're in fifth place and just 1 point ahead of Vittoria Bissaro and Mael Frascari, the 2019 world champions, and the other Italians that we talked about, the ones that narrowly missed out.
Other Italians.
Yes. And I mean, there's so much talent in the Italian team that any other nation would happily take them as their front runners for a Nacra 17 campaign. But it's the brutal way of the Olympic Games for Olympic sailors. Only one team gets to go to represent. You can have 3 American or Jamaican athletes standing in the 100 meters final. 3 out of 8 places could be from one nation, but it's I find it absolutely brutal that you are competing for that one spot to get to go to the games. And Bissaro and Frascari have already been on the receiving end of that for the Tokyo 2020 selections, but they're being brave enough to put themselves back in again, seeing if they can win that selection for next time round. So let's see how they go. Let's move on to your specialist subject, to the 49er FXs. So let's just update ourselves with what's going on there. Now, we talked about a new Dutch pairing in the men's 49er from the Netherlands. Well, it's a similar story. A new Dutch pairing from the Netherlands leading the World Championships in the 49er FX, Odile van Aanholt and Elise Reuter. Chris, some pretty strange circumstances that has led to them sailing together.
Yeah, we've talked about it. Each of their respected crew members, so Elise's skipper and Odile's crew, have injuries. Obviously independent, not planned, and but they're sailing with each other. And I was talking to Nora about this, that how this interchangeability among some teams. And some teams have actually chosen to do something like that, meaning switched with their tuning partners, like an individual skipper or crew, because it's a natural transition if it just is a better fit because they've trained together. So in one way, it shouldn't surprise us, particularly the way the Dutch team works, that they're working really well together. But as we saw on a day like yesterday, the Italian Nacra team, the Vittorio, he was saying we just didn't have enough time in the boat to get in the groove on a day like that. And a pair like that doesn't have a lot of time in the boat together either. And you spoke with them about this, didn't you?
Just a tiny bit, but not much about their communication though. Just about the sailing, basically, that it was tricky yesterday.
Yeah.
But they were just really happy that they somehow survived. It seems like the most of the teams I talked to yesterday, they were just saying it was mostly survival. That's how it felt like.
Yeah. But we did say that Odile is really relaxed. Her parents are here having a good time, teaching us a little Dutch. and she had a really tough World Championships last time. Something kind of knocked, some kind of breakage or something kind of knocked them out of contention even for the gold fleet. So this is a really strong, and they had a very strong team that went to the Olympics as well. So this is getting to be Odile's time. And like we talked about for today, everything's really even in all these fleets. Today's the day to start a march, and even though Odile is on top and the fleet is really close, she's got 2 Olympians right behind her and some young teams right behind her. Today's that day, and she seems as relaxed or more than most of the other teams.
She's got a great sense of expectation, and I don't know if destiny is too strong a word, but you can just see that steel in Adil's eyes. She feels like she belongs there at the top of this fleet. I just get that sense. But what must it be like sitting at home, being one of the 2 injured sailors that isn't on board that Dutch boat? It sort of must be mixed feelings that you're part of a world-class team, but you're not actually on board the boat. And if you win a world championship together, you got to ask yourself the question: is this the right pairing to be carrying on together? Which means that the old partnerships can't continue. It's another brutal question, and
That's a tricky question you're tapping into now.
I don't think I would ask them that right now. Even after, I don't think I would ask them.
But it must be going through people's minds. But I'll leave it there. And in second place, Hélène Ness and Marie Ronningen. I'm sorry, Nora, if I haven't fully picked up on your pronunciation lessons yet, but I'm working on it. So
It went okay, I guess.
thank you. So they're from Norway, and they are Olympians. I think they've won the European Championships in the past. Is
They
that right?
have. I believe it was 19.
Okay.
I need to check.
But they haven't yet won a world title, so perhaps this will be their moment. But behind them, another team with a great sense of destiny is Martine Grael and Kaina Kunz, winners of the last 2 Olympic Games in the 49er FX. But carrying that number 12 on their sail, and I was talking to Martine about that earlier, about number 12. Is that your chosen number, or is? And she said, well, actually, we're very happy with that number. It's where we finished in the last World Championships. So we did finish 12th, and that's why the number's up there. But actually, 12 is our favourite number because that's my birthday number, and it's also Kayena's birthday number. So they were sort of happy that they got the number 12. But I said to her, what happened at those Geelong Worlds? You know, we don't expect you to finish outside of the medal race. And she said we just weren't that motivated. And you know, I sort of registered my surprise at that. She seems like another Adil, Martine, always very focused, knows what she wants, goes out and gets it. But they just couldn't get into their groove in the 2020 Worlds for whatever reason. And I think partly it was coming down to what we were talking about yesterday, this who gets to hold the main sheet, and this whole challenge of communication in the 49er skiff, which the helm doesn't have full control of the boat. They've only got the tiller, they haven't got the main sheet, and that sort of interchange, that communication that is required, that level of telepathy and unspoken understanding, even challenges the Olympic champions, let alone Adil van Aanholt and Elise Reuter sailing for the first time together. So I found that interesting that Martine, even now 8 years down the track, still struggles to get that communication right.
Yeah, and it shows like they're absolute legends of this class. They got the gold medal at the Olympics, the 2 only Olympics that the FX class has been to. And they're always in the top. But I think it's also somehow good for the rest of the fleet to see that, okay, they're not dominating. Like, there's a lot of like things to work on, and they have bad days as well. Sometimes it feels like they don't have bad days sailing in the fleet, and I see them in the back, and somehow they still end up coming to the front every race almost. But it's good to like understand that, yeah, like there's a lot that could happen. Like, it's just not one sailor on a boat. Like, it's 2 sailors, and there's just so many things that can change if someone is having a bad day, or if the coach is having a bad day. It might affect the sailors as well. So.
Yeah, that's true. It's what goes on with the coach boat as well. Chris, Martinez and Cayena are both in the news right now as well. Important nomination come up for them.
Yes, the World Sailing Sailors of the Year Awards. The nominations are open, or actually the nominations were open. Now the voting is on. So at sailing.org for World Sailing, you can vote now. And we just heard yesterday that that Brazilian pair were nominated for World Sailor of the Year. And it's really appropriate. You know, sometimes that's just one person, male or female. And it doesn't always happen that 2 people are nominated for that one spot. But just exactly like what you were talking about, I've talked to a lot of world champions and all the medalists through the 49er and FX over the years. I've interviewed all of them, and all of them say the same thing. It's more like there's no crew. It's like having two skippers on the boat. That mental telepathy you're talking about, the distribution of work is almost more on the crew. So it's really awesome that that they're both, that Martina and Kahena are both nominated for this award. People can go on sailing.org to vote for them, but it's really exciting for the FX class to have someone from their ranks being nominated for the what their peers consider to be the top sailor in the world for 2020. I mean, I think we can all agree that they're very deserving. Anne-Marie Rindholm from Denmark, gold medalist in the laser radials in there. A couple other awesome sailors are in there. But it's really nice to see a pair get recognized, and it's just right to your point. It's very this class is very special. It's really distributed between the skipper and crew, and they're really just two skippers.
And meanwhile, on the male side of the Rolex Sailor of the Year nominations, it's Pete Burling and Blair Tuke who are up for nomination there as well. Not only for winning their silver medal at the Olympics, but also, of course, winning the America's Cup with Emirates Team New Zealand. So we wish them well in those nominations. We are on AP Postponement, which is why we've been rabbiting away, and hopefully keeping you informed and entertained. The rundown for the day is we're starting with 3 49er FX races, and then the way things go here, it will be a very rapid changeover. It will be straight into 3 races for the Nacra 17. So that's what we're looking to bring you today. The wind is generally slow to arrive in the morning, but then tends to come in around 10 to 12 knots in the afternoon in Oman, and it's been very reliable up to today. We're fully up to date on schedule with all the races that should have been raced, so we keep our fingers crossed that we have another day like that today. But we are on AP Postponement at the moment. We've got an interesting poll question. Now, I haven't got that in front of me. Has anyone got? I think I can remember it, but if anyone's got it, it's going up on 49er.org very soon. And the question is, should gender equality be mandated in professional sailing? Is that correct?
That's the correct poll question.
Right. So in other words, we see, well, to give it some context, we see women starting to be involved in many different elements of the sport at professional level, and a sort of a watershed moment, I think, was the 2017-2018 Volvo Ocean race, where Mark Turner, who was running the race at the time, came up with this formula for how many sailors you could have on board. And if you were going to have only men on board, then I think you could have maybe a maximum 8 or 9 sailors. But then if you had more women on board, you could have more sailors. And it was a bit artificial in terms of, it was sort of social engineering, but it really achieved its purpose in terms of creating the opportunity for women to gain the experience, to be able to compete and win in the Volvo Ocean race. And once that happens, then hopefully the snowball gets rolling and builds its own momentum. And you can see that there has been a sea change in attitude in offshore sailing, that people are beginning to wake up to the fact that in offshore sailing, men and women can compete on equal terms. We Britons remember Ellen MacArthur 20 years ago getting very close to winning the Vendée Globe against Michel Desjoyeux in the 2000-2001 edition, despite being 5'3" and weighing 50 kilos or something. She was close to being able to win a round the world race. Now we see other initiatives coming in, SailGP bringing women into the sport. The America's Cup protocol has just announced the involvement of women in the sport, but we are asking a much harder question, which is 50-50 gender equality. Should it be mandated? Should it be obligatory in professional sport? So before we offer our opinions, you offer your opinion on the poll, and we might pick up some of your comments later on and see where that conversation takes us. We're still on AP. We want to get to some 49er FX racing. I feel like I just want to round off a little bit more Just to say, you can vote on the event webpage. So you go to 49er.org and you click through to the World Championship page. You can write your comments into the comment section in Vimeo, YouTube, or Facebook. So go to any or all of those if you feel really strongly about it. Put the same comment in all three places, or if you want to confuse us, you can put different comments in each of those three places. Can we drop in the poll question?
That's not for us.
Good. Okay.
We have to communicate somehow.
I broke the fourth wall there. There's other people going on. It's not just us three running this show. There's a whole cast of people behind us. But just coming back to, we got down to the top three: Adil van Aanholt, Helene Ness, Marie Ronigan, Martine Graukai, and Kunz. Those are our top three. In fourth place, Ronja Grönblom and Vera Hokka.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Vera Hokka.
Vera Hokka.
Oh, better you say it. So who's in fourth place?
And Vera Hokka. Yes, because obviously Finnish. So the girls. I used to actually train with these girls, but they have started sailing around 3 years ago, and gotten better quite quickly, and I was also surprised to have them at our level quite quickly. They had a good coach as well, so it had like a pretty great setup to, in my opinion, and they've been doing really well at this event. This is the best event for them so far. I really hope to see them in the top. I think they deserve it. They have trained hard a lot to get there, and they're good sailors, so I totally believe in them, and I would love to see them in top three.
Well, they have been in the top three at times this week, and they're not far out of the top three. They're only 8 points back from the Brazilians. In fifth place, Chris, tell us about the fifth place boat.
Yeah, Steph Roble and Maggie Shea. I just love running into them every day. You know, it's easier for me. We speak the same language. We know each other. Steph Roble is an All-American from my university, Old Dominion University in Virginia, back in the United States. So we are monarchs together. And but it's been great watching her career. They had a extremely tough trials to get to the Olympics in Tokyo. They went to Tokyo at the Worlds. It came down to the medal race, and they wound up finishing just 1 point ahead in selection, but also finishing in a bronze medal in the last World Championships. Here they are knocking at the door, so I wouldn't count them out. They had, for them, a disappointing first ever Olympics. They were in 11th, just out of the medal race, and, you know...
There was some tricky situations. They actually got the flag of by jury for pumping, and that's quite new for them and for all skiff sailors. We don't get those too often, so it's understandable that we're a bit confused when that happens, and especially if it's, you know, other situations going on at the same time. So that was really unfortunate for them to, it dropped them quite much in the results.
Yeah, and it was a very difficult moment. And actually in the sport, like you said, when something new comes up in a class and then there's confusion, particularly at an Olympic Games, and keeps you out of the medal race, it is pretty heartbreaking. But, you know, those things happen. This is sport. We have to be prepared for that. And the two once they got kind of over that, they really got right back into training. They, like a lot of the teams here, but this is an established team. They're in it to win it. And Maggie was just relieved to start racing this week. And that just shows they're confident, they're calm. They've changed some of their workout routines, their strength training. They're going to probably be a little bit stronger than they were in Tokyo going forward. So, but they're an awesome pair. It's great that they found each other. I don't know if they have new young training partners in Lucy Wilmot and Erica Reinecke, and so they're almost bringing them up. But it's really great to see their maturity. They're really relaxed right now.
And let's just go on to sixth place. The Canadian sisters, Georgia and Antonia Lewin-Lafrance, again nominated for Canadian Women's Sailor of the Year. And they're from Nova Scotia, which is where the 49er Worlds are going to be taking place, or 49er FX and Nacra Worlds are going to be taking place end of August next year. So they'll be racing on home waters. And Canadians to see a couple of Canadian sisters doing that well. That's great for them as well, and they won a race. They won the first race yesterday, and they looked like they meant it. They looked like they belonged there, I thought, Nora.
Yeah, I think it's so nice to see them in the top. Like, they're really doing well. I saw them training this summer, and it looked like really good. I haven't seen the girls too much before. They've been in Canada, and they haven't been doing too many international regattas. But it's amazing to have them here now, and they're showing off what they're capable of. So, actually, the World Championships will be held in Canada next year. So, maybe if not here, they will indeed shine at their home waters.
You would think it would help, but we spoke about the pros and cons of home water advantage yesterday, and of course it's going to be home water advantage for the French in Paris 2024, and we see a strong push in the 49er FX fleet with there's a really deep squad of French 49er FX sailors training together at the moment, training out of Marseille, which is where the games will be contested for the Olympic regatta. And we saw the end of yesterday, the race win by Mathilde Lovadina and Marine Rioux. 12th place at the moment, but a first place yesterday afternoon will have given them a lot of confidence, I would think. And so I'm sure the French are going to keep on coming to the fore.
Yeah, and I just wanted to back up a little bit to the Canadian sisters. You know, the Worlds are in Halifax next year, you know, pretty close to where I live. We're really excited to see it come to North America. But also, you know, last night, really special. Nova Scotia Sailing Sports Awards were last night, and the pair got the Women's Sailors of the Year as a pair. And so last night they were awarded in Canada. I'm sure that there was some, you know, Zoom or live announcement with them depending on the time difference, but it's really exciting to see. You know, we're talking about the Brazilians being noted, you know, being nominated for World Sailor of the Year, to see these sailors be in their country recognized, or for Nova Scotia, for the Maritimes, being recognized as the Women's Sailors of the Year. It just really proves that these three Olympic classes, you know, really produce some of the best sailors in the world, period, and they're getting recognized by their countries and by the world.
Well, when we talk about our poll question and gender equality, where are these women going to come from to populate boats at the pro level? Well, we've already seen from the 2017-2018 Volvo Ocean Race that there were many 49er FX sailors that went on to go around the world. I'm thinking Martine Grail.
Volvo Ocean Race.
Yeah.
Francesca Klapčić. Italy.
That's correct.
Yep.
So it's nice to see the Olympic sailors, especially the women, to go to these pro sailing events and being able to do both, like Olympic sailing and that on the same time. It's tricky, but it's possible, obviously.
They seem like almost different sports, yet small boat sailors, and particularly skiff sailors, seem to do really well on these high-speed keel boats and high-speed multi-hulls that are and high-speed monohull foilers as well. Things like the AC-75. So I think you choose your sailors from people with that kind of foiling and high-speed asymmetric experience. So this is not only a great thing in itself to aim for an Olympic medal, but it's a great training ground for the other areas of professional sport in sailing.
Indeed, and the skiff especially, even though it's not foiling, it's still like quick situations and kind of tricky sailing. So I think that's all the skill you can use in the bigger boats then. Also the foiling boats, even though it's different. Like, you have to learn the foiling skills and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a rapidly developing sport. Enter your comments on that poll question. We're still on the dreaded AP postponement flag for the sailors, but the fact that the sailors were sent out to actually sit on the water suggests there is reasonable optimism that racing will get underway fairly soon. But for the time being, we're going to take a break, but leave your screen on where it is, because we will be back to you with some racing in a short while. And so we're going to I'm just being told we're going to a video
of the cruise.
Yeah.
Just tell us, Chris.
I'll just tell you. Yeah, so I think we're going to go video that, an interview that we didn't get to complete yesterday because of the races. So with Pavel from Poland and Shweta from India, kind of a little bit of an interesting dialogue and a great dialogue between two, one very new but really, really awesome crew coming in from India, and then Pavel retiring from an 11-year Olympic career.
Yeah, so a great passing on of the baton from one generation to another and from one class to another. So enjoy this video, and we will be back to you a little bit later with some live racing. See you then.
I am Chris Museler. We are at the 2021 Nacra 17 49er FX and 49er World Championships. And I'm with two pretty awesome crews, or actually totally awesome crews here from the regatta. We have...
Hi, I'm Shweta Shervekar from India.
And...
Hey, I'm Paweł Kołodziński. I'm from Poland.
Great, and the reason why we brought these two here today, we always try to learn a little bit about the people that are sailing in the event. Everyone comes from fantastic backgrounds. They're all highly intelligent and hardworking athletes from their countries, but we want to learn a little bit about their backgrounds and then get some people together that can learn from each other. The reason why we have Shweta and Pavel is because Shweta is not only is she an emerging nations coach and a doctor, but she is relatively new. She did FX about 2 or 3 years ago. And
I left sailing and again was completely into coaching, and we did some 470 mixed class. And just recently, a month ago, I found a committed partner towards the new campaigning of 24 Olympics. So yeah, full-time sailing now.
Awesome. And so that's pretty new at least in the FX with this partner. And Pavel, you've been in the FX since before the 2012 Olympics in London, right?
Yes, maybe I was not an FX, but a 49er.
Yeah. Sorry, 49er.
Yeah, we started sailing with Lucas on, I think, August 2010.
Now, the important part of this conversation right now is that Pavel, this is his last World Championship in the 49er since you started sailing. You've been sailing full-time. You have a family, and you probably have other things in your life you want to accomplish. Tell me just a little bit about, what weight that put on you for the past 11 years, traveling a lot but still starting a family.
I think everyone has to be concentrated on and focused on the sport program, but in the middle you can fit family life, but you have to have partnership with your wife and grounds around. So it was for me 11 years of great training program, and I could make a happy family, and now I change the priorities. I quit sailing. I quit Olympic sailing because in sailing I want to be till the end, and I want to focus more on my family and 2 boys.
And how old are your children? And it must not have been easy though in the last bunch of years. You must miss them.
Yeah, I miss them much because we spent a lot of time around the world and not that much at home. And boys are, the older one is almost 6 and the younger is almost 2. And they are Olympic years boys. So in 2016 was born Christopher, and 2020 was born Gregor.
Awesome. And just flashing back a little bit, Shweta is just getting started with her FX campaign, very new. What was the very first part of your 49er campaign?
For the beginning, it was great that our coach made a group, 49er Team Polska. There were 3 crews training together, similar level, but maybe Marcin Czajkowski, best greetings, was experienced guy. So he was the leader, and there was 5 young guys around making big progress step by step. So I think great value is to have a strong training group and working together and have great open cooperation. And that's the point, I think, to fight against the world.
And Shweta, how about for you? Tell us just a little bit about India's program, because this is an opportunity to learn what's going on in India. You're just starting out. Is there a pretty big FX 49er squad in India, and how'd you get involved?
No, like an FX squad, we are the only girls doing it right now, and like we have 2 teams basically, but we are like full-time sailing. Boys, like 49er, we have 9 to 10 boats from Army, Navy and the other civilians. Recently, I think in the Tokyo Olympics, one of our 49ers from India represented in the Olympics. So that was the biggest achievement for us. So from India, it was like 3 classes who qualified for Olympics. One from laser radial, laser standard and 49er. So I mean now since the sailing is growing day by day, and of course after this big achievement of India representing in Olympics, I think that will boost up sailing in India quite a lot. Yeah, the new generation is coming up in sailing quite well. I mean they're just picking up and they're putting more interest. And yeah, hoping to see more upcoming Olympics and an Asian Games. Like for us, next year is Asian Games, so that's the main biggest focus. And then of course the Olympics to qualify and then represent and get medals. So looking forward to that.
Now, you know, Pavel was saying, you know, it was #1 focus to, you know, as an athlete to really get to the games and to achieve those goals. It sounds like you definitely want to take the path that he just is finishing right now at this regatta, and you're just starting at this regatta. You're a doctor, you're a coach for the emerging nations, but where does your passion come from? Like when you look at your next couple years leading up to 2024, you know, how hungry are you right now?
Of course, to go to the Olympics and stand on the podium is my childhood dream. I mean, that's like. Yeah, being a doctor, I am not that much focused into like, you know, practicing medicine, at least for now. I'm like full-time sailing. So yeah, I do, like especially in the COVID period, I did my, like whenever I was off training, I completely gave my time and dedication towards my patients. But yeah, now back to sailing. So those days I was like, because the COVID was such a big disaster for the whole country. So I was almost seeing 300 patients a day that time. And now I think, yeah, whatever my part or as my duty towards as a doctor, I had given it back. But now I will come back to my dreams and hope to qualify for 24 Olympics and be somewhere in the top.
Awesome. And like we were saying, I guess the other main thing to bring you guys together is, you know, Pavel, we talked about that idea of what advice would you give to your 18 or 20-year-old self when you were starting out your career, knowing what you know now, going into retirement? But can you answer that or ask that question or give that information to Shweta and other crews and teams just starting out careers? Is there something that you know now that you didn't know when you started your career that could really help people like Shweta just starting out this path?
I think Shweta has got big dreams, so it's a really important thing. But on the way, on the path, you have to be patient. You have to get your experience race by race, regatta after regatta, make good thoughts about what happened, what we can change for the future, and just make slowly progress, and then it blow up. So just be patient and do good things with proper teammates.
Awesome.
Definitely, that's a very, very good point, and I mean that's the thing. What an athlete needs, a patience. Like patience levels need to be like, you know, we cannot suddenly think, okay, now because this is my first world championship with a new partner, so I cannot expect a direct results of getting into a medal race. Of course, we'll try our best to be there, but you know, that as what Paolo said, like, you know, step by step, like first finish all the races and stop 75%, then 50%, and then achieve the next level. So definitely it's like a ladder to achieve, and definitely. And one thing what I believe is, like, you believe in yourself and keep pushing hard, rest everything will come back to you. So that's what my motto of life, of pushing ahead and never give up, just keep going. And that really helps me a lot.
Awesome. Well, I hope everyone's listening to that. One thing I see at these World Championships as we wrap this up is that we have a, you know, not everyone achieves what they want to achieve at the event. And so I kind of saddens me when I see athletes like really down on themselves when they're not achieving. But maybe what's the like you're just climbing the ladder right now, and believing in yourself. I mean, is there any other one little piece of advice you can give to someone who's still struggling, in the middle or the bottom of the fleet?
See, as my sailing career, it was like too up and down, but I thought never to give up. Like sometime your hard work will pay off definitely. Because initially, I think when I was sailing Opti and then laser, then after some time I didn't got proper support from anyone. So I thought whatever my dreams were to represent my country and stand on the podium, I will start by coaching kids, But if I can't do as a sailor, I will start coaching kids. So that's how I started with coaching. And after a few years, I got some opportunity that, do you want to come back in sailing? Because of my height, weight and my experience. So I thought, why not, if I'm getting a good opportunity to come back and perform and get back to my dreams. Yeah, I took it as a biggest challenge and I came back, and that was a good comeback, for me. And I proved it by getting a medal in the Asian Games in 2018 for India. So, and again I went back for coaching, and I think now I'm back in 49er FX. So I'm happy, and I like faster boards, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's a great pathway and a great place to end this on. Just get your hands into the sport any way you can. And like you said, it'll come back to you. So thank you both, Sweta. Thank you, Pavel. And thank you. Hopefully we'll do a couple more of these this World Championship. And that's all for now from Oman.
Interview to have got involved with. So patience, that's a word that comes out of that interview, and it seemed like Sweta picked up on that as well. What's your takeaway from that?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, you just saw, Pavel's been in this game for 11 years, been very successful, and that was like the one word that he said, you work so hard, you have all these expectations. He's like, just be patient, settle down and keep working hard, but you can't expect things to happen right away. If you have that patience, that gives you the freedom to focus on the moment, in the near term. If you don't have that patience, you're going to get frustrated and get distracted. And Sweta picked up on that and built on that in the conversation, as you saw, and that just shows the maturity that she has. I was just really impressed with both of them. I know Pavel, in his retirement, wants to do some, introduce the children of Poland, more children of Poland to sailing. And he was asking me about community boating in the United States and how that works this morning. And it's a goal of his to really start to focus his time on his family, but also making an impact on the sport in his country.
Nora, what about you? That sense of patience. Did you have enough patience in your Olympic career?
I'm going through that in my head, thinking, did I have enough patience? Probably not. I think that's a really good thing, outcome, patience. I think it's good for all the FX girls, because they haven't been in this Olympic thing yet long enough compared to the 49ers. The first Olympics in the 49er was in Perth 2000, so that's a while ago. So the guys have more patience than the girls, indeed.
So at the same time, you've got to be hungry for improvement. You've got to really want success, because, that's only what's going to bring medals. But also, when you're competing for funding from your governing body, from whatever country you come from, they are impatient for your success because they're investing in you. So this question of patience isn't just down to personal patience. It's the patience that others have around you, and also the rest of your family. They have to be patient for your success because you're making sacrifices on their behalf as well as your own. So
yeah, and for the sailor, it might be easy to be patient, but because you know the process, you can trust the process. You know what the plan is, how you're going to develop, and you're going to get the results here when you have learned all this chunk of stuff. But for parents or others or the federations that are waiting for you to succeed and get the results, they can't see the same path because they only see the results. So that's a tricky one indeed for the sailor, and maybe that makes also the sailors sometimes impatient because they they want to have those results. They want to get the funding. They want to be able to do the sport fully. So.
Well, thank you for your patience as we're still waiting to find out what's happening on the water. Let's throw to the water now and get a drone's eye view to see what the sailors are sitting out there waiting patiently for. And throw to drone. So there we are. It could be. We're hoping that could be sailable in another few minutes' time. But life is fairly tranquil as they're waiting patiently out there on the water. Chris, we have faith in Oman, don't we? It's delivered so far. No wind in the morning, great for swimming and things like that. And then the wind kicks in the afternoon, which is great for sailing. What are your hopes for today? I mean, it's going to happen, isn't it?
Well, I mean, we can call a spade, which is that we're all just trying to figure out what to do right now. The one thing that we do know is that this is just a hair later. You know, just every day, even though this seems like everything's the same, it generally is. The sun comes up every day. There's usually almost no clouds, and the sea breeze usually comes in. And that happened generally yesterday, but it was really funky, you know. And it wasn't like the 2 days before where there was just a nice steady build and the breeze clocked right. So we're just waiting. You know, it's so funny that is our word for the day: patience. The sailors know that they can't get too antsy. That these athletes are really good at switching on and switching off, and I think that's, you know, just going back to that crew interview thing as we wait around. As a journalist, I think that's the most awesome thing about hanging out with Olympians like yourselves and these athletes, that we can learn so much from them. You know, after Pavel talked about patience, Shweta talked about believing in herself. And sometimes the patience is, you know, just continue to believe in yourself. Just go through it over and over again. You have to have patience because it's going to happen. I have to keep believing in myself. And just like waiting for the wind, you know, you have to have patience and believe that it'll come in, and believe that I have to do the things right now to be ready. So when it does come in, I can be at my top level.
Something else that occupied the sailors this morning, Nora, is the beach clean. And that's become a regular practice and routine of what the sailors will go through at major events now, making their small contribution to the environment and to sustainability. And I understand, Chris, that there is. Oh no, it wasn't you. I was thinking you did the interview, but you didn't. But it was Ben who did an interview with Marcel's green soap. So we're going to be coming to look at that in a moment.
But about the beach cleanup, I think it's really nice that like the sailors are able to during competitions also like help out, and wherever we go, we can like, you know, clean the beach at least, because that's easy. That's something we can do here. Just to like, you know, just to do something small. Those small things matter, especially because we travel a lot to different places, and we try to, you know, don't leave trying not to leave too much trash after ourselves and clean up, but we also want to clean up the surrounding.
It's not just about the cleanup, you know, with these things too.
No, it's like the values and everything behind it, what it means for us to actually do the cleanup. Exactly.
And, you know, we come here, these world-class athletes bring attention to these things, not just the habit of cleaning, but the fact that there is trash everywhere. And it's more about awareness.
Indeed.
And the more times you go to clean up a beach or pick up a little piece of trash, it just reminds you, just keeps reminding you, and it maybe changes your habit at home, you know. No more single, you know, you buy some small bags of chips for your kids to put in their lunchbox, and all of a sudden you have a whole bunch of individual bags. Maybe you'll buy a bigger bag of chips to put in a recyclable Tupperware next time because you saw a bunch of those bags on the beach last time.
Yeah, and it's the awareness that we athletes can also create for our fans and everyone following us on our medias. And, you know, we try to do, whenever there's beach cleanup, we try to do like a media thing about it. So then if everyone does that, then in the end it's more, we create a bigger awareness of it. Not just that we're cleaning up the beach 8 a.m. in the morning before the event that no one really knows about.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, leading by example, hopefully. And it reminds me of the conversation yesterday also that we had about the new sails, the 3DI sails. Will they last longer? If they last longer, does that mean reducing the environmental impact of not having to replace your sails so often? I mean, it's on the face of it, a sail-powered or wind-powered sport. Looks very environmentally sustainable, but it's good that sailing is asking itself some hard questions, because we still got a lot of work to do in a lot of areas, and hopefully the production of those sails, if they do last longer, if they're more consistent, that would be another important step in the right direction, I think.
Absolutely, and the sport is, like you said, we're a wind-powered sport, but there's just a big, dirty little secret about our sport, and it's the more we advance, with these technologies, it gets a little messy and toxic. And so the fact that the sport is taking a hard look at itself, that the classes are taking a hard look at themselves and looking for ways, they still may use very exotic materials, but if those exotic materials last twice as long, you just saved from making thousands of sails. So those are kind of impacts that don't seem as green as making your boat out of flax and eco resin, but it still easily makes an impact.
Well, talking on the subject of sustainability, I believe our class manager Ben Ramoka had an interesting conversation yesterday. Tell us more about that, Chris.
Yeah, and so we were just talking about culturally doing beach cleanups and just having this awareness of not using single-use, like 11th hour racing teaches us not to use single-use water or bring your own water bottle, that kind of things. It's starting to become more and more part of the culture of these sailors, particularly these Olympic sailors. They're about purity, they're about competition, but they're about doing the right thing. And so Elise de Ruyter, the crew on the Dutch team, her helm, who's injured, and that's Wilhelmina Offerman, introduced Ben to a company that makes kind of a green laundry detergent. Something that's not as toxic, that when it goes down the drain, because a lot of gray water goes just out into the groundwater or out to the sea, detergent is a big deal. We do how many loads of laundry, a week. The Cora ball that was developed out of an 11th hour project collects microplastics so you can dispose of them better so it doesn't go into the water stream. And this is the next level, doing Marcel's green soap. And so thank you to Wilhelmina Offerman, Elise's skipper, who's not here with us, for introducing us to this brand. And it's just keeping this awareness. We see the sea, everything goes to the water, and we don't want it to anymore. So this is one small thing, just like having sails that last longer, that can kind of help reduce our impact on the environment.
Okay, let's find out more.
We're sitting down here today with Eric Vannemellen from Marcel Screen Soaps and 49er FX sailor Wilhelmina Offerman from the Netherlands. And Eric, your company has a line of green soaps that save the environment. Can you tell us about your company and why we should be interested in your products?
Thank you for having me on. I'll gladly tell you something about our company, Marcel's Green Soap. 5 years ago, Marcel Belt, who's an actual person, came up with this brand of his own green soaps after working in Unilever and other multinationals for 25 years. And he wanted to do something to improve the world of soap, detergents, and personal care products, and make them more sustainable. But not only that, make them attractive to a much broader consumer base than just dark green consumers, as we always call them. So you have some people who are always putting sustainability first. That's great. We love those people. But there are a lot of people who like sustainability, but only if the product works really well or if it smells really great, in our case. So we believe in combining those factors and thus trying to make it a success and really have a huge impact, hopefully, on the world of soap.
Now, Wilhelmine, you made the introduction between us. What attracted you about partnering with a green soap company?
I am a fighter for sustainability, and as a sailor, I see a lot of plastics in the ocean or in the sea. And I did some research, and in a lot of products there are microplastics. And I was looking at some companies, and green soaps pops out. It smells good, and the products are nice, and they are also fighting for no more plastics. And yeah, that
Yeah,
makes
that's
a
right. I mean,
connection.
plastics in the ocean is such a huge thing now. Everywhere we go on Earth, the beaches and the seas are full of plastic. So, Eric, tell us a little bit more about maybe your top products and what their best features are.
Well, we have quite a broad range of products. So it's not only cleaning products, but also personal care products and hand soap, which is sort of in between. I think one of our more interesting products at the moment is our washing liquid detergent. We managed to be the first company in our region, at least, I don't know how it is worldwide, to make this product without using palm oil. So probably, as you know, there is a lot of palm oil farming being done in mainly the region surrounding Indonesia. And we found that there should be an alternative to ingredients like palm oil because it works perfectly, palm oil. But as a whole, the world needs to use more alternatives to keep it more sustainable. So we worked for a long time on making a product that has the same qualities as palm oil, but is actually a lot more sustainable in that sense. And we finally succeeded in doing so a month ago. So we're really happy about that. So hopefully a lot of people will know about this topic, and it will raise awareness, and hopefully some people will use our product as well as a result.
Yeah, I know at home we've been switching to some green cleaning products. It's a simple switch because the products that are made are so good now that we don't need to rely on the old chemicals and the old recipes that we know we can do better than. I'm very supportive of trying to the approach you're taking of making it consumer friendly, so it's an easier switch for people, and that's actually the purpose for us introducing green soap here to the world through our broadcast. Willimin, we've started doing beach cleanups to reduce plastic in the ocean in general, to raise awareness about plastics in the ocean. And Eric, you're obviously aware that reducing plastics is important for the world. What about your products has a reduction in plastics?
Well, we try to go about that in two ways. One of them is making products that are not packaged in plastic anymore, because that's very possible, as you probably know, but for some reason the world is addicted to plastic. So we keep using it for every little bit of products. And the other thing we do is every bit of plastic that we do use is 100% recycled. So in that way, there is still a lot of plastic in the world, as you know, but we managed to take some of that plastic and make it into our bottles, which saves millions of bottles of plastic in the Netherlands alone. So hopefully, if the world keeps on doing this using 100% recycled plastic, that will solve a lot of the problems as well. So that's what our aim is at the moment.
Creating a demand for plastic's a big issue. We all recycle our plastic bottles and hope they get used, but if no one takes them, the circle breaks. So choosing to use recycled plastic is a good choice. Thank you. Any other methods for helping with plastic?
Well, as you say, I think really having consumer awareness that you need to recycle your plastic, I think is very important, because at least what I hear a lot is that people say, well, I don't know what purpose it has. People tell me to recycle plastic or to put it in a different bin, but I never see anything coming out of it. So why am I doing this? So I think it's important to have examples like Marcel's Green Soap, but also other products that show this is what you can do with recycled plastic. And it's not only some products that it basically gets downcycled instead of upcycled. So I think we need more like prime examples of that, and then people will probably start recycling a bit more.
Willimin, do you have any other things that you noticed about Marcel Green Soaps you want to ask Eric about?
Not especially. I think it was quite straight. Yeah, and I think it's like the awareness from people that it's not only the packing material that's plastic, but also they put it in a lot of products. And I think that awareness needs to be there, and just not buy the stuff that has plastics in it, because it won't be filtered out in the water system, so it just end up in sea or on land or in the water.
Yeah, one of your competitors has got a commercial where I live in Canada right now, where they actually like are bragging or advertising about the junk they throw in there to make, I don't know, it feels softer or something, and it just drives me nuts. Like, that's exactly what we shouldn't be doing. To get all the clothes and everything clean without any of these extra additives there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I think that's the main thing, right? I think there are great alternatives, either for packaging or using ingredients in the products themselves. People just have to be aware of it, and sometimes having to spend a little bit more. But we don't believe the product should be really high end, but just to spend a little bit more on those cleaning products will make them less aggressive, use less plastics, and be better for both humans, the planet, and animals. So I think that's a clear objective.
Okay, thanks very much, Eric. Thanks very much, Wilhelmine. I'm sure we'll talk to you again soon. What's the best way to get Marcel Green soaps for those people? What markets are you in, and what's the best way to buy it?
I think the best way to buy it internationally for now is www.marcelsgreensoap.com. That's our web shop.
Just spell that for us.
Marcel's Green Soap, GREENSOAP.com. This is a spelling contest, great.
No, you did well there, but we need to make sure we get our S's and C's and all the rest of them right. Thanks very much.
Yeah,
we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely awesome that Wilhelmine introduced the Marcel's Green Soap and Eric and his crew to our whole setup here with the Nacras and the 49ers and the 49er FXs. So well done, Wilhelmine, making that connection. And Noura, it's something that sailors are becoming increasingly passionate about in many different ways. We briefly mentioned the beach clean this morning, but there are other initiatives going on in the sailing world initiated by athletes, aren't there?
Yeah, there are. For example, Hannah Mill's Big Plastic Pledge, which started, I believe, 2 years ago. The point is to eradicate single-use plastic in sports, and it's big. Oh my God, a huge movement, and it's getting bigger and bigger and growing. So I'm really interested to see how it will evolve. She's getting a lot of. It started from sailing, and now she's getting a lot of athletes all around the world, Olympic athletes, to help out. So it's
fantastic. Cool. We've got some sailors that we'd like to interview right now. We weren't expecting this, but this is an unexpected treat. So. Okay. Well. Just wait a moment. We'll bring in Maëlle, and we haven't met before.
Yes.
We did. Oh, excuse me. So we got. Yes. So introduce yourself to the audience.
Ciao, I'm Maria Giubilei from Italy, and I'm a Nacra sailor.
And you are?
Mal Frascari from Italy, and also a Nacra sailor and ping pong player.
And a ping pong player.
Yes.
So, Maëlle, are you winning at the ping pong?
Actually, yes, against Maria, and not against Gigi. So.
Medium.
So what's more important this week for you, Maria? Is it the table tennis, or is it the sailing?
For sure, table tennis. I'm not that good now, so I have to improve myself.
But how is the sailing going for you this week?
Good. It's very funny out there. because we had really strange condition, not easy to sail. But like the important thing is just to go there and make your best and always have fun. So that's what we do always. We try to do always.
It seems to be working for you. You are maybe not surprised to see yourself in top spot in the Nacra 17 Worlds right now, but I must admit some of us were. But you've really made a leap. I mean,
yes, maybe we were not surprised, but I don't know. We were not expecting this, but we worked a lot for this, so we are happy for what we're doing. But we will see. We are missing 4 races, so everything can happen.
There is a long way to go, and that's good news for you, Maëlle, because you're in 6th place at the moment. I know you want better than 6th. What needs to change for you in Vittorio?
We have some issues with speed, I think. So we are trying to be more consistent on this. We really had just this last month of training continues. So that was a really nice, we really didn't expect some brilliant days or brilliant races. But still, we have to be honest with ourselves and what we did until today, coming year. And I think there's a lot of improvement, but still we have to focus on what we need to remember well and also improve. And I think, yes, we should be always focused on enjoying ourselves and the team, and then the rest will come. So
what's going on with the Italian Nacra squad is quite amazing. You've got so many world-class teams, and yet only one of you will get to go to Paris 2024. That's one of the tough elements. Maëlle, you've already been on the difficult end of that. You won the 2019 Worlds with Vittorio. You narrowly missed out on selection. And then your teammates did go on to win the Olympic gold medal. That must be a bittersweet moment, is it?
Yeah, that's how you say. I'm really happy for Italy, for the country. There was a lot of years that we didn't manage to win a medal and also a gold medal in sailing. So I think that's a really nice thing for all the sailing in Italy, for the young sailors to keep on watching and going and try the high-speed classes. I'm proud of being Italian in this moment, I think, for the sailing, really. And I'm also proud that the most the glorious class now is the mixed team. That's also another stuff that I'm proud about, and that's why I'm here with Maria, and we're mixed sailing.
Your
so yeah, exactly. So I'm really proud of being Italian, but that was a tough moment also, not being at the games, thinking that we really could have been really nice also. So
well, we will see how it goes for the Italian selections for next time round. And Maria, you're making it even more complicated for the selectors right now. What were you watching the Olympic Games?
Yes, for sure.
From back in Italy?
Yes, I was training in Garda, and like we were waking up early to watch them. I was waking up, Gigi, they're fast. So it was wonderful.
It's been an incredible year for Italian sailing. I mean, Italian sailing's been flying high on foils, both in the America's Cup, Luna Rossa, and flying high on foils in the Nacra 17. And there's also a brother connection there. We've got Francesco Bruni competing in the International Moth and on the America's Cup, and his brother
GP also,
and Sail GP as well, of course. Thanks for reminding me. And then I'm thinking there's many people behind the success of the Italian Nacra squad, and I don't know all of them, but I do know that Gabriele Bruni is one of them. So just tell us about Gabriele, the brother of Francesco, and what he brings to the program.
I think he's a super coach, and he has been able to like really do a teamwork. So we have trained all together, and we did a fantastic work. I think we saw it at the Olympics, and also now we are like battling each other. So it's nice to have him as a coach because it's super.
And having you working together as teammates and also as competitors for that one Olympic spot, that's a difficult job, I would think, to get you sharing information but also fighting with each other. How does a coach manage to do that, Maëlle?
Yeah, I think he has to be a coach and a team manager. So sometimes maybe you have to decide to be more team manager than a coach, and sometimes maybe more coach than a team manager. It depends on the moment. Maybe in the first part of the Olympics you can be more a coach for everyone, so about information and all this kind of stuff. But then at the end I think that it's way more easy to manage the things between the teams, being a good team manager.
Another strange thing for people that don't sail the Nacra 17 and don't understand, but why is it that the women tend to do the hardest work on the boat? So you're both crewing, and to me, that from the outside, that looks like a much more physical job, a lot more cardiovascular and probably a lot more strength as well. And certainly in the Italian teams, you two are at the front of the boat, and Caterina is at the front of the boat, and the Tita Banti crew as well. So, Maria, how come the women are doing the toughest job on the boat?
I don't know, for us it was like this, so Gigi helming and me as a crew for a long time, so it came like easy. I am the crew and you're the helm, but in our class there are much more man helms than women, maybe because it is not an easy boat to helm, so
it's technically difficult. Technically difficult,
yes,
is it?
Yes, but we can do the work as a man can, so
you're proving it.
Strong enough.
You're proving it, absolutely. And I'm sure that's good Italian nutrition as well.
For sure. Pasta, pizza.
The calorie burn per day as a Nacra crew must be enormous, I would think. I mean, do you actually count your calories, and if so, if it's not a rude question to ask, how many calories do you burn?
Like 2,000 for 4 hours.
You burn 2,000 in 4 hours of sailing.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's pretty hard work. The other thing, Maëlle, I think you've been in the class for a while. It seemed pretty dangerous at times, the Nacra 17, especially when people were learning the boat, and there's been quite a lot of injuries. How much has that reduced over the years? Does it feel like a safer boat now because you understand the boat better?
I think that if you have really in the mind that you have to keep on the boat, that's what sometimes I'm not doing. But if you keep in mind that you have to be attached to the boat, like in every way you can. Actually, you can with your hands, staying on the sheets, staying on the Cunningham, staying on whatever. It's more than, I think, 4 millimeters rope, diameter rope. You can hold on the boat also if you fall on the water, and that's a really good trick to think about. And also if you think about the centrifugal force and thinking about you move yourself or you put yourself on the trapeze, sometimes it's really important because the forces on this boat that push you out sometimes in the rotations are really, really high. So that's another stuff that I feel to say for who's new here. And sometimes it's not exactly, the really beautiful 49er sailor position where you're of course, pushing a lot down and doing a lot of riding moments, but maybe you're more suffering about these forces that push you out of the boat. So sometimes you have to keep an eye where your body is, where your ass is, and think about it. Like high speed, it's really important. And then check your stuff, check your trapeze handles, check if you have some body protections, maybe like stuff, because I really hate, I'm one of the girls that really hate to be over covered. So I really hate this, but I think if you can afford a Nacra 17 campaign, you can afford also some light stuff has body protection. So,
but you prefer to be more lightly armored, do you, for movement? You want
I suffer a lot of warm weather. I really love to be like fresh when I do sport. Yeah, I'm always the under covered.
And Maria, a lot of us don't get into sailing thinking that there's gonna be a danger element to it. When we sail optimists and sail lasers and things like that, there's no real threat of injury in the way that there is on a Nacra 17. How much did you have to change things in your mind when you started Nacra 17 sailing?
At the beginning, we didn't had this problem. Personally, I didn't had this problem. Then we had the first injuries. But as you said, as you're going on sailing and improving, you learn how to don't do something that can be dangerous for you. For sure it can happen that something goes wrong, but I have a lot of protections because I don't care about worm, and I'm scared to feel pain and something like that. So
I'm more with you than Maëlle. I think I'd be wearing the body armor.
It's a choice, but I don't know. It's so funny and exciting when you go that fast that it's okay. I can fall twice and not go on laser because it goes so slow.
I'm guessing you both being Italian, you both ski as well, do you?
Sorry?
Do you ski?
Yeah.
Not much.
Not that much now.
Not much.
Because I don't have that much time, so.
No, fair enough, and you might injure yourself. But my reason for asking is when you get on a pair of skis, the instinct is to tend to want to lean away from the mountain, and then you get more out of control. On a 49er FX or a laser, the faster the boat goes, the more you lean back and the more you sit back. On the Nacra, it's different, right? The faster it goes and the more out of control you get, the more you need to step forward towards the danger. That must be quite difficult to change that instinct to step back as the boat goes faster, isn't it, Maëlle?
Yeah, sometimes at the beginning maybe it's not the exact thing that you think. If you see the deepest part of a wave, going into it, okay, I'm dying with the boats, that's it. And then no, actually, you have, I think, always to think about, I have to try the extreme thing of this move, this way, this mode, and so I can see what's the max. And then once I'm arrived to the max, or if I go too much forward, sometimes I just sink the bow. So I found the max, and then I step forward and I step backwards and back until she's flying perfectly, and that's what you have to try to do. Try your max and then come back.
It's not an easy job.
It doesn't look it, and the grip that the boat comes with, the foot grip on the side of the boat goes up to about the shroud, and then I see that people add their own grip all the way to the bow, pretty much. How far forward does your grip go along the boat?
I don't know. Maybe to
the bridle. To the bridle.
To the bridle. Yes.
Okay. But for both of you?
No. Depends on the place.
Okay.
If I expect flatter water, I maybe have less.
Right. Okay. Oh, so you vary the what you put on the boat according to the.
I don't like to take off and on the stickers actually, so no. But it I don't know. For example, if there is a boat that's on Lake Garda, could be that you don't need all this grip until the bridle.
Right. Right. But the bigger the waves, the scarier it gets, I'm guessing.
A bit, but it's I think the funnest condition. So.
Oh, you love that stuff.
Yes.
You love that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. And well, tell me if you got to go, because I know you've got some racing to do at some point.
Maybe some 2-3 minutes and we go.
Okay. Yes.
To see.
Quick question, because we're just going to run a video on the upgrade to the rudder and some of the technical changes coming into the boat. Maëlle, what do you hope about what those technical changes will bring?
I hope that we actually can fly more during the upwind, because at the end, if we look back at this campaign, we can see a normal upwind sailing most of the time, and so 2 or 3 boats sometimes flying a bit more in the upwind. But then, yeah, I see like normal sailing so that's one. And I think there will be a lot to think about on these new rudders, because really you have a lot of options. You can put like different rudder rakes on windward and leeward, or you can take it like both together. So you can still also in the downwind think about this and maybe change between upwind and downwind, and maybe improve or facilitate your performance in the downwind. And you don't have to, think about an all-round rudder, but maybe you can think about a rudder for the upwind and a rudder for the downwind without compromising so much any of these elements in racing. So
also,
that's
if you have a change of condition during a race, you can change your rudder.
Yeah.
Don't die.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how that goes. I mean, it's been a period of constant development in the Nacra. It seems quite exhausting keeping up with some of the changes. Sometimes the boats develop so much. Just another question. We're running a poll on the website on 49er.org, and if you're watching and you want to answer that poll, then please go ahead. But maybe you want to listen to what these girls say first. The question is: should there be gender equality? Should gender equality be compulsory, be obligatory in professional sailing? So in other words, should there be equal numbers of men and women competing in races like Sail GP, like the Ocean Race, like the America's Cup? Because we have gender equality now in Olympic sailing. So do you have any views on that, Maria, in terms of...
I don't know. I think that gender equality is really important, but I hadn't think about it really much. But I also think that sometimes there are really things that men can do and women can't. But I don't know if sailing is one of these things. So we can try and we will see.
Well, things are certainly moving in a particular direction in terms of Olympic sailing has moved a long way, hasn't it? I mean, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, there were almost no women competing at Olympic level, and now, Maëlle, it's pretty much at 50-50, which is great progress. Are you pleased to see those changes coming through in Sail GP and some of the other sports as well?
I think that maybe the word and how some kind of boats are built or require actually. So the field is not ready for 50-50 men and women, because if maybe on an America's Cup boat I need for example 4 grinders, and you tell me that should be an 8 people boat and 50-50 men and women, I would say maybe no, that's not the correct thing that I would like for this kind of boat. But I think that the affordable places for these boats are one of the most important looking from outside places, like maybe tactician or helm, and that's where I say I can see also for the curriculum or skills or really experience, I can see some women today like helming or doing the tactician or going on these cups, like these America's Cups actually. But yeah, I think that that's a big moment for female athletes, both in sailing and in other sports. So I think that we're growing a lot. We need much more experience, because sometimes we have less possibility of doing experience, so hours. But that's the right way. I just think that we really need the men, we really need their experience, we really need to work together, because actually if we don't work together, we will improve slowly. And so it will be always like a big run to to get in touch with them. Yeah.
So yes, maybe a little bit like the way the Volvo Ocean Race brought in some women for 2018.
And when they saw that.
Yeah. Sorry.
So I think we should go.
Oh, that's we heard in our ears that the orange flag is up, but I'm thinking that's not for you.
That's for the 49ers.
Yeah. So I've got you a little bit longer, hopefully, but really well thought out answers to a question that I just threw you. But it's exciting times, isn't it? That the more opportunities are coming in for female sailors.
Yes, for sure. And our class, I think it's a nice example of this kind of mentality, because as you said before, like in Nacra, seeing it, you would like to see a girl helming and the man doing the hardest part, but it's not like that. So also women can do the strongest part. So
I think you're proving it. You're absolutely proving it, and I think
all of us.
Yeah. So what you're achieving within the Italian squad is absolutely incredible, and we wish you the best for the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
You want to stay where you are. I think you want to move up a little bit from where you are, but I know you both have the capabilities, and there's a lot to be done in the next 2 days. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Andy.
We're going to throw to a video now of the technical updates. I don't suppose you've got time to stick around for that, but we'll go over to a video now just to look in a little bit more detail at what we were just talking about with the upgrades to the Nacra 17 rudder, because it could be quite a game changer.
Welcome back to the 2021 Worlds, and I'm here with Ravi Parent from the US Nacra 17 team.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here. It's been a really fun event and excited for some more racing today.
This is going to be one of our only technical talks today, but we'll try to make it as fun as possible. One of the challenges that the Nacra 17 class has had since it was introduced in Rio for the Rio Olympics 2016. And in that event, they had just regular straight rudders, no other appendages on them, and then C-shaped dagger boards that had a lot of lift, but the boats really never sailed fully clear of the water, I guess. Then between 2016 and Tokyo 2020, lifting dagger boards were added, and T-foil rudders were added to help control the balance of the boat fore and aft so they can fly flat and fully out of the water, foiling. And so what has happened since then in the development of the class, this class can change its appendages just as long as it votes on it, just like it did between the Olympics. It went from a non-foiling class to a foiling class and didn't have to get world sailing approval to do that, which is really cool. Now they're just trying to control the boat just a little bit more because they were a little wild. So Ravi, tell me what these boats are like to sail right now, and then what the class is just working on right now to make them more controllable.
So overall, I think the boats are quite fun to sail. They're very challenging in several different conditions, but also quite rewarding. So right now we have sort of an active daggerboard control, active meaning that we have to physically adjust it. It's not sort of an auto-regulating system. And like Chris, you said, we have the T rudders, but those are sort of set before the race. 4 bolts hold it in place, and we have to pick our setting, kind of like your out haul or some major setting like that. And that kind of has strengths in simplicity and allowing us to generally foil around the race course, but it's also a bit limiting in that you really kind of have to pick where you're optimizing the boat, whether it's for upwind or downwind.
It is a good one. We will come back to that another time and bring you the full interview. But we want to get straight into racing here because I think we're less than 2 minutes to go. We're about 1 minute 30 away from the first start for the 49er FXs. So let's go out to the water as soon as we can and get into some racing action, which of course is what you've been waiting for all morning, evening or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Thanks for staying with us because the action is about to get going. And Chris, who do we see right of screen?
Well, we have the Canadian team, which we've been talking about a lot. The sisters that were just awarded the Women's Sailors of the Year in Sports Nova Scotia, their hometown, and the host of the 2022 Worlds next year. And as we see, it's still really light. So, Nora, this is obviously the boat end is kind of stacked a little bit. In this kind of breeze, they can hold their position pretty well, can't they?
They can hold a position really well, and that makes it tricky because once you have, you get a hot dog in between two boats, you don't have much of a choice. You're just trying to be not touching any of them. It's tricky, especially if there's current, but at the moment, I haven't heard that there would be much current in here, in this venue, so that's a bit easier. But as in light winds, you preferably want to be on the leeward side boat, but of course, it's tricky. It looks like the fleet wants to start as close to the committee end as possible. So,
and a bit of a late start for the Canadians, unless it was a very early start for that Italian boat up on the far side. I wonder if that is going to get away cleanly, that start, because either somebody was very late or somebody was very early. But the Canadians are the most lured boat, and they weren't fighting. No one was really fighting that hard for the pin end. Seems like most of the fleet really wanted the committee boat end of the line, and I'm quite surprised how many boats have jammed their way into the right hand end of the line, Nora, because clear air, especially in light winds, is super important, isn't it?
it is, but if it's a good gust or something on the right side, you really want to be the first one to have it. As we can see, the Canadians down in the picture and the ones further up, which is actually going a bit slow now, there's still quite some distance. So let's say if you're the Canadian team down here, you don't necessarily, you're not able to tack away unless you duck boats, but you don't want to duck boats in these light winds.
Coming out of the start, we see that there was in that pack on the right, there were a bunch of boats that literally, whether they wanted to or not, they were flushed to go to the right because they were squeezed out of that big group there. And one of them leading out to the right are Brazilians, the nominees for Yachts Women of the Year for World Sailing. And let's see, they're leading out with Italy 46. I'm trying to see who that is.
So there are, you can see Brazil. I'm guessing that Brazil wanted the right-hand side, and if they did, they've certainly got what they wanted. So I'm thinking that they wanted a committee boat start to be able to give themselves that early break to the right.
And there's got to be some trust here that Nora talked about yesterday when Brazil ran away with the race, heading to the left, looking like they weren't very far up the track. They took a lot of penalties to get all the way over to the left yesterday and wound up running away with a wire-to-wire victory. We gotta maybe Martina and her crew see something over there. They're definitely not as far up the track as those boats on the left that are going really fast. And but hey, let's keep a look at this. She probably sees something that the other people don't quite see yet. And the other side of this too is when it's really light, it actually there's a big speed differential, isn't there, Nora, when any puff comes through?
There is. You really want to get those puffs. It just makes a huge difference. So talking earlier, you just want to start where you can get the puff first. I talked with the sailors and I heard that it was quite puffy yesterday. It not necessarily super shifty, that was also, but puffy mostly. So that's something in these light winds you want to focus on.
The water's really flat right now. There's been very little breeze this morning, so it's actually there's probably not much of a penalty in tacking as much because there's no chop right now. And like you were saying, just starting and going for the breeze, maybe Martina didn't care if she got flushed out. She just wanted to be the first one to get going in that direction.
Yeah, exactly. Like in the end, like the start maybe doesn't, if you're not in a good place, you just rather want to get away and get to the clean air, because it will make a difference in the end when you get clean air and you're quicker than the others. As we talked the previous days, the wind tends to go around the pack of boats, so the more you stay on the outer side of the pack or of the fleets or in the corners, you get more wind. That's how it should work, like textbook style.
Well, right now, looking at the footage that we see here, it's definitely obvious that the left side is moving up the track. pretty far, but it looks like their angles are starting to even out. So when we talk about flat, we mean, either boats on starboard, like the ones we see here with Canada, are heading a little further away from the mark, and it's this kind of the same really wide angles on the boats on port that are on the other side. But now we have some boats from the left tacking back, and this is where we see where they really capitalize on a shift, if it is a shift. And now we're going to start to see the difference. It doesn't look like they're dominating coming out of the left right now, does it, Andy?
Well, not for all of them. I wouldn't mind being where Croatia are on the left of screen. I wouldn't want to be so much where Canada are right in front of picture, considering they had a good start off the pin end. But they just got left behind with a good puff of breeze that hit the middle of the course, and maybe that's the reason why the starboard end of the line was as busy as it was, because they could just see that there was better breeze up on that side of the course, because it really hasn't worked out at all well for Canada. But looking at Ninčević and Demicheli Vituri from Croatia, that doesn't look like a bad spot to be in right now, as they're coming towards the extremes of the left-hand side of the course. They are probably looking for a decent shift to tack on right now, I would have thought.
Yeah, they're, as we talked earlier, like winning your side. That's what they're doing at the moment, but it's just a bit tricky because by looking at the tracker, you see there's only 3 boats going to the left side when everyone else is pretty much going more right towards the right, going towards more the right side of the course. Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble being alone on the left side.
As the boats come together, now we're seeing Brazil come back in. They were the furthest right boat who committed there, and it really doesn't look like it paid out for them this time. The boats coming back in from the middle of the course. The Great British team, a young team, they're coming in. They're going to be crossing here. We're on board with Brazil. Our camera angle is a little bit tough, but the same thing like we saw yesterday with the Dutch. The skipper pretty high on their harness and on the trapeze, and a lot of in and out movement. But right now they're definitely being crossed by about 2/3 of the fleet, so it definitely didn't work out to be on the right side early.
And that bunch of 3 on the left-hand side, they have tacked on to port. There isn't a lot of ley line left for them, and now it's the moment of truth. Can they get back across the bulk of the fleet on the right-hand side? And of that bunch, it looks like France, 1, 2, 3, winners of the race yesterday are coming out the best of that bunch of 3. Lovedina and Riou from France in with a shout, but also the Belgians doing very well on the left-hand side. Nora, looking at that, who would you want to be right now?
That is interesting. I kind of want to be the French, but then again, they have a lot of boats on the starboard they need to pass. So I believe more in the Brazilian strategy of going right at the moment. We can see the Italian team there, Italian 247. They're ranked as 6th boat, but I'm looking at the tracker. I would still go there.
Well, looking at these strategies, I'm glad you picked up on Brazil again, because they did get crossed by most of the fleet. They let them go to the right. They're continuing on, and they're moving up through the ranks again. So this is really interesting how this is happening. The Brazilians have gone against the grain on the first half of the fleet. They let a bunch of boats cross them, and then now they've already passed the boats that crossed in front of them, and now let's see how they come back. Maybe they're timing, they're in a phase that everyone else is out of.
Yeah, we can see in the middle of the fleet, there's the Finnish, for example, who's 4th overall. They are in a tricky position. That's like the worst place. I would not go there. It's unfortunate, like that happens, and being on the water, sometimes as the sailor, you're looking at like, oh, like now we're in a tricky place. Like, why are we here? There's just not much wind there and opportunities. So the Croatians here on the left and French, it looks much better for them.
Yeah, and Andy, you really like that Croatian position, and we just got to see, everyone kind of invested in their one corner. The leaders are the people who invested the most in each corner, so whoever won the side. So what do you see happening here? Who's going to win out?
I see some squeaky boats coming in. The French don't look like they're quite going to get there in time. The Croatians I was talking about earlier certainly aren't going to. It looks like could it be Brazil? Surely is it Brazil? So how have they managed that?
We watched it. We watched it happen.
Well, you called it, Chris.
Yeah.
I mean, you called it, but I am gobsmacked that they've managed to get round
That
in
was
first place.
Very ninja-esque how they sailed that beat, but we saw it happen. They were against the grain the whole beat, and they were right, but they were in the right spot the whole time. That was beautiful. Hong Kong in second, and the France 1, 2, 3, Lovadina and Ryu. Showing really strong. Croatia now, Andy's pick, who kind of won the left really in all practical purposes, only ended up in 6th or 7th, but that's good. And it's nice to see Norway back in the mix, and then Belgium and the young British team.
Oh, that's a good effort for the British team. Kia's only just out of the 29er, not been sailing the 49er very long at all. Teamed up with Sophie Ainsworth, very experienced sailor who's come out of her day job. She's actually working in the corporate world now, but just come out here for a bit of a working holiday. Being coached by Pippa Wilson, great 29er sailor in her day and winner of an Olympic gold medal in the Yngling back in 2008. A lot of jibe sets going on here now.
But also missing the mark too. What was that? I think that was unfortunately a U.S. team, or unfortunately for any team.
It is super light, and in light conditions you just want to stay, like, as I said, in free winds. Jibe set is quite normal, I would say, in light winds. Also because, if you make a good jibe set, you don't lose that much. The boats are going quite slow. It's kind of like the slower the boats go, the less you lose in maneuvers. Normally the jibe set is Wait. What was the finish we're doing at 360? A penalty. I think they touched the mark.
Yeah, it was really...
Looked pretty tough.
You predicted it was going to get bad for the finish, didn't you, Nora?
I know. You can see, like, if you position there, you just don't have a chance. Here we see the Brazilians. I'm surprised they found an amazing lane for them. Like, they were still pretty crowded going to the top mark, but this is where you see the, good sailors. They just find their lane.
I think that is probably the most difficult skill that most sailors struggle to work with. I'm just blown away that they managed to find their way through to first place by the top of that windward mark, because I didn't see a way through the traffic. You did, Chris. You had faith in them. I think to be able to hold your lane and maintain your speed through all that traffic and come through in first place is phenomenal.
Well, I think they were just against the grain the whole time, and maybe they weren't in a pack. They were always lifted. For most of the time, the very beginning, it was a little tough, but their decision to come back on starboard, everyone else was on port, and they even let half the fleet cross them, and the moment that fleet crossed them, they were ahead of them. So they're obviously doing the right thing.
But now we see that the jibe set is paying off. Netherlands coming in strong.
Amazing.
Oh my, where did they come from? God, but the jibe set. That's the jibe set move.
The Dutch were back in about 12th place at the windward mark. So
incredible.
They saw something that made the jibe set worthwhile. And so did a number of other boats as well. So that wasn't a desperation jibe. That was a planned jibe set. They saw something that the rest of the fleet missed. And Brazil now back in 4th place. And that must have been a change around of maybe 200 meters advantage or more. I mean, that changed.
And so quickly, like, I think the Brazilians did not see this coming. And when this happens, you're like, wait, what are we missing? Like, what just happened?
And they didn't have much of an opportunity either when you have a whole pack right behind you. But what's interesting here is that the pathway through on starboard that Brazil took against the grain on the top of the beat to take them into the lead is the same reverse line that this group is following. So there might be something in that little breeze line there, a little right angle, little shaft of wind right through there. It's the same exact track, just upwind and down.
It could be. I mean, it could be that this is a go right kind of day, or stay on the right hand side of the course kind of day. Somehow I don't think it's going to be as simple as that. It never is here in Oman.
Well, we can try to simplify it. That's the best part. Like, that's the only way how you make sense of stuff. Just trying to simplify it, because it's not simple. We all know it.
What are you going to do up the next beat now, Nora?
Well, obviously, go to the right. But I'm looking. If there's a shift to the left, then I would take the left mark. But then again, when you choose the gate, which gate to round, it's always tricky, because you don't want to round, let's say here you don't want to round the left gate because there's so many spinnakers coming in. You will just be in their wind shadow. So you'd rather just come out as quickly as possible to the new air.
Awesome. So now that group, that jibe set, they jibed, they're coming back in, and they're definitely ahead right now. It's super light. But we have Netherlands, Spain, Austria, even Italy coming in. And I think, like we saw before, when these big groups come in light air, they come in together and they really get squeezed between this gate. They're forced together, and that's when you see, even if you come in second, third as you're coming into these marks, you can end up in 10th because you're not inside anyone. You're on the outside. So what we just found out is Italy 72 coming in here in this batch, who made such a huge gain. We found out that they are OCS, so we can't consider them in the rankings right now. But here's the Netherlands. They did the jibe set. They're coming in early, and here we see a beautiful view of them, that red, white, and blue kite coming down, jibing around. Luckily, Brazil got through that group and is in second. I think they're lucky to come out in second.
They're super lucky.
It
didn't look too good, but it was something they couldn't control. As we talked, you have to just control whatever you can, so your own side, you just couldn't do anything about it. So they did the best out of the situations. Then we have the Spanish were also in top 3. Doing really well with the Brazilians. Here we have the Austrians coming in on the right side of the gate, and 2 Italian teams and the French.
Yeah, it's getting really mixed up here. Hong Kong fell back a little bit. That British team fell back a little bit. It's when you just follow the pack and you don't take your own route. I mean, there's very few passing lanes in this, but that group that separated early got off to the right side of the course. Spain, even though unfortunately Italy was over early, which was a shame, but the Netherlands are the big winners in this one, and Brazil, Brazil is still locked in and strong, so I think we're going to see them do their best to stay there. But Croatia was the big loser in this one. I think they rounded 5th.
They rounded really well in the top mark, and now they're one of the last ones rounding this lower gate, so they lost a lot in this downwind.
But now we're seeing Spain, who made that gain on the right side of Brazil. They didn't go too far on Portac, and Netherlands too. I think what we're seeing here is maybe just the angle of the wind, or maybe there's more pressure on the left, but now they're heading back left. So let's wait to see if a long starboard to the left side is going to be the move, or if they decide to tack back, and maybe Brazil tack to the left just to clear their air. But that's always such a tricky thing. That clearing tack turns into a long run to the left side.
Yeah, exactly. And I was looking at the Croatians, for example. They dropped a whole fleet basically on that downwind. They didn't do anything wrong in its way, but they were just not the first ones to go where the pressure was. They were stuck on the left side. They tried to go the other side of the left down to the gates, but they were just a bit behind. They were not the first ones there. So the same is going to be in this upwind. You want to really be the first boat to be at the next pressure. Like whatever happens on the race course, you want to be there.
And when we talk about patterns, this is starting to look a little bit like the first beat, where the boats out on starboard are kind of getting up the course pretty quick. Spain and Brazil and Netherlands, the people who led around that mark, are kind of playing the right side of the course. And so now we have Italy 247 tacking and coming back, and now we're going to find out if Brazil, with that little move, staying off to the right, is going to work, or the boats that split and took that left-hand mark facing upwind made gains. At the moment, it looks like they made really good gains on the left, but let's see how it works out.
Nora, it was a pretty horrible tack by the Italians.
Yeah,
then.
I wanted to say the same. What happened there? It was quite tricky.
I wonder if it was a bit of nerves up the front of the fleet. We're just briefly on board with Martine Grail going through her tack. But it didn't hurt too much, that tack, did it?
No, lucky it didn't. But it's always like if you want to tack in front of another boat and want to pass them, you want to make a good tack. Or it doesn't have to be perfect. You just want a tack that goes over the tack. Like you have speed. You want to continue. Like you want to maintain the speed throughout the tack and also after the tack. In the light winds, the worst you could do basically is you're too eager to go on the other side of the boat, like get the tack ready and continue. But if the boat is just not at the proper angle yet, you will just lose everything and it will fall windward.
Who's got the main sheet through the tacks in these conditions?
The crew has the main sheet all the time. Basically, the skipper only touches the main sheet when going downwind.
So there's a real tight battle going on between Brazil and Austria right now. So that's Austria's bow that we can just see there to windward. And how long will they be able to live there against the Olympic champions? So dynamic, the movement on board with Martine Grail constantly moving around. The conditions look fairly steady, but for her there is always some extra movement to be made, and you can see she's only just living in outside of the bad air of Netherlands 65. So Netherlands 65 got a loose cover on the Brazilians as well. So we see Martine Grail and Kayena Kunz living in a thin lane again. The skill that they showed so well on the first beat, that's a great champion's ability, isn't it, Nora, to live in these difficult spots?
It is, and it also a lot about the Dutch here. They could basically, as we call it, kill them quite quickly. Of course, in the light winds, if you put your bow down and try to speed up the boat, it doesn't speed up as much as in windier stuff, but they could quite quickly kill them. That would mean that the Brazilians would need to do attack and go more towards the right. It's kind of like a tactical option. Like, does the Dutch, do they want to have the Brazilians down there under control? Because if they kill them, the Brazilians will attack, and then they're not controlling the Brazilians anymore. I think they're kind of like racing against them, as well as the whole fleet.
Well, there also seems to be a separation of direction as well. If you look to the right of picture, just coming in and out of screen, it's Italy 72. Now, they're black flagged. They don't know that they've been disqualified. Oh, sorry, that's the Austrians. Is that the...
It's so the Austrians 24, yeah.
So the Brazilians have really fallen away from the Austrians. They had the Austrian bow pretty much a boat length away from them.
I think they had to, because... it looks like the Austrians managed to stay above the Netherlands' bad air, and the Brazilians had to go below it. So that's kind of like the bad air is now going in between the Austrians and the Brazilians. So it's like a no-go zone.
Well, so that's been quite expensive, hasn't it, for the Brazilians? As we see Netherlands 65 go round the windward mark. So that's the difference. The Netherlands are going to go round the windward mark. Brazil are going to have to do 2 more tacks. Austria also going round the windward mark without having to do an extra tack.
So there was that track that the Netherlands and Austria and Brazil took was the same track that Brazil took to lead the race in the last beat. The same exact track that they used to pick up the boats when the Spain and Netherlands used to pick up boats on the downwind leg. So here we go. Austria solidifying their second place, and Brazil solidifying third place.
Not too bad for Brazil after all, even though there was quite a lot of separation. Italy 72 going around, but they are black flagged, so that jibe set means nothing for the Italians, unfortunately. They've yet to find that out.
They're 16th overall now, and I was looking at the crew was too eager to get into the boat before the skipper even started to do the turn around the Barrowway. Quite early there, would have lost some speed for them, but they were alone, so all good.
And around go the Spanish, Suarez, Cantero.
Also doing a jibe set.
Everyone's doing a jibe set, aren't they? Is any? Oh, Brazil actually, they've done
Brazil's
a straight
the
set.
only one, yeah.
So Brazil breaking away with from the rest of the pack, who are choosing to do the jibe set, and after all, Netherlands 65 who are leading this race. That's what gave them the opportunity to launch into the lead.
And can we talk about Finland? They just went around the top mark, and they were pretty poorly, like plus I don't know, 15th or something at the gate down just earlier. They did a huge gain in this upwind.
Well, let's look back at that a little bit later on in the race and try and work out what happened. But now it's a matter of the big split developing between Brazil on our side of the course. We look at them on starboard jibe, and just back in the distance we saw the boats going down the far side. That was the Netherlands on the right of picture at the bottom right, and almost identical Jenica for the Austrians in second place, and then the dark blue Jenica of the Italians, who have been disqualified for starting too early. So now the question is, who is going to come out ahead of the Brazilians on one side and Netherlands and Austria on the other? It does look pretty good for the light winds that we have. That looks pretty reasonable breeze that they've just borne away in there, Chris, as well. Things seem to be going the way of the Netherlands right now.
Absolutely. And like I said, now there's something to this, because this same track is the track that Brazil was up on the first beat. It was the same track that Spain and Austria got back up into the top 3 on the downwind leg, the same exact line.
And the Netherlands, they chose to do the same line, and it seems to be working.
The same again. So there must be just the wind angle must be a little bit right, and there must be a nice little shaft of breeze just touching down there.
Yeah, also looking at quickly analyzing why the Finnish did a huge gain, they went to the right side. They did the same track as lane as now the Dutch are doing.
And it wasn't easy. And you both were commenting on Brazil losing a little bit to Austria on that beat. Brazil did 3 or 4 tacks just to elbow its way into that lane. It's apparently a very narrow lane. Now, that doesn't explain why Brazil isn't over there. Brazil, again, just like the first downwind leg, probably got caught with too many boats behind it, one boat a little bit too lured that it couldn't jibe and cross. But now they're off and running, and we'll see how that works for them. But right now it looks like they've been pushed back a little bit, and they have to duke it back out with Spain, who was in the same exact position on the last downwind leg with them.
Yeah, sometimes rounding the top mark, like even though they want to go do a jibe set, if it's like 100% you have to do a jibe set, then you will do anything to make it happen. But sometimes in this tricky area, it's just better to kind of get away from the fleets, get your own air, sacrifice the fact that you're not the first ones like the Netherlands going to the right. So Brazilians are taking a risk, but it looks like they're able to come pretty well out of that. We'll see them and closer to the great gates down there.
In position terms, I think you're right, Nora, but in distance terms, they've given away quite a lot to Austria. When you think that they went, the Brazilians went around the mark, the windward mark, pretty much behind the Austrians. They've lost at least 100 meters. And they're fortunate that more of the boats on the right-hand side haven't gone past them. The Brazilians are probably thinking they've lost that Italian boat, and the Italians have got up into 3rd place on the right-hand side of our screen with the blue Jenica. But as we know, because we know from the outside, they've been black flagged.
Yeah, that's something that's quite funny in a way, that they've been black flagged, but they're still racing and kind of giving those disturbed airs. But it's just like a fair racing, and in the end we'll see who's black flag and who's not, basically.
As we get near the end of this race with the Netherlands, again, super strong. You notice that they adjust these race courses for 30-minute races. This is even less than a 30-minute race, or just about a 30-minute race. But congratulations to the Netherlands. So strong in this championship. We said, who's going to take a march today? And, chalk it up to the Netherlands. And Brazil, just staying very, very consistent. But maybe it's Austria moving through the ranks too.
Well, we'll check in on the overall scores in a moment, but for the leaders of the regatta to have just won that race is not good news for the rest of the fleet. Adil van Aanholt and Elise de Ruyter extending their lead, and it's not going to be a bad finish for the Brazilians. But Chris, you talk about this being moving day, the last day where you can really make some big gains into the fleet. This is a perfectly respectable finish for the Brazilians, coming in 3rd place behind the Austrians, but they will be getting a little bit concerned that the Dutch continue to finish races ahead of them.
Yeah. Well, it's one thing. They are total professionals, and it's whenever I see a team like Brazil start off the regatta in 10th or 8th overall, I have to just think that they're just going to chip away, but they just came slowly moving up. They never go back. So
that's right.
That's and yes, the Dutch are finishing ahead of them every time, but there are a couple more races left. So let's see. It's the pressure is going to be on if the Dutch keep winning races.
Lovedina and Rio coming across in 4th place, followed by the Spanish Suarez Cantero, and then the Finnish team. We'll talk about them in a moment. Nora Gronblom and Hoka in 6th place, and then it's going to be coming across the line. In 7th, it will be the young Helm Keers, crewed by the experienced Ainsworth, coming across in 7th. And then a few more gaps before the next come down.
Finnish team still holding its position, Nora.
It's still they're still holding it, and they're sailing great. Like, they're keeping the level really high and quite consistent racing. I think, yeah, pretty much they have one 15th position, which is not so good, but only one bad one. Oh, actually 2. I'm sorry, I missed it. 119.
Very busy coming across the finish line now. Keers and Ainsworth hold on for 7th. Then it's going to be 2 Italian teams, Germania and Bertuzzi, followed by Passamonti and Fava, Ninčević and De Michele Vitturi, the Croatians in 10th. Robel and Shea, Jenica, the Stars and Stripes, just collapsing as they try and cross past the committee boat. They're going to finish in 11th, just ahead of Highfield and Choi from Hong Kong. That's been a bit of a drop for them, the Hong Kong team being up in the top 3 or 4 earlier on in the race, but now finishing in 12th. Amari and Carraro, another Italian team, in 13th, followed by Ness and Ronigan from Norway. Disappointing finish for the Norwegians. And then Wilmot and Reinecke from the USA. Belgians, Meinhout and Gertz, they were up there. They were lying in first at one point in that race. They finish in 16th, followed by 17th place, the Swedish Vesta and Tengstrom. In 18th, it's Toma and Shavega from India. And still to come across the line, the last couple of boats, we see France's Grenier and Riou, and the Czech sisters Zivna and Zivna, and somewhere back there as well is the Canadian team, Lewin La France, the sisters.
Happened?
So they've had a bit of a shocker there, Chris.
Yeah, we looked, on that first, even on the start, we really looked for a lot from them. I can't even.
They started closest to the pin, and the start looked good, but as we saw the fleet wanted to be more on the right side, and they were doing lonely on the left and not really winning the left either. So it was just like, yeah. I mean, it looked good for them maybe, and they had free air, but in the end they didn't manage. They didn't really stay in the puffs that actually mattered in this race.
Yeah. The 2 big changes in this race were the first beat with the Brazilians, picking a path that no one else saw, going against the grain, and the moment that we switched on to that is when they were on starboard. A third of the fleet crosses their bow, and the moment they cross their transoms, Brazil does, they're already ahead of them. And that knew that they were on just the #1 right place to be on the course at the right time. And then the next big move was by Austria and Spain on the downwind leg, taking the same exact track down the wind, the middle right side of the course on that jibe set. And then those teams did the same thing on the way back up and the way back down. And it worked out really well for them. But the one thing I want to point out, that our winner and our fleet leader right now, the Dutch, going from strength to strength, the Brazilians took a page out of their book. Yesterday, Odile and her crew, I talked to Nora about this. If you scrolled through their track and if you squinted while you watched it, you saw a path that was always lifted, always in pressure, always going fast, even if they were in the back of the pack. So there were these packs of boats sailing around, and you would have this one little boat always pointing close to the mark, always going a half a knot faster, always often going against the grain. And that was the Dutch yesterday, and that was the Brazilians today. So when we see that the Brazilians are slowly climbing up, sometimes they're doing it in very dramatic ways by just like, I call it ninja moves. I mean, to sail the course that way is just some sixth sense.
Yeah.
But it was real. It wasn't just magic.
Takes another level of skill. We're going to go to a quick ad break. We're going to find out a little bit more about the wonderful country of Oman, where this World Championship is taking place, and then we'll do a little bit more analysis before we get into race 14 of the 49er FX World Championships. Back to you soon.
بتراثنا الحضاري تفردنا، وبتاريخنا العريق ازدهرنا. ثقافتنا المتأصلة وموروثاتنا الأصيلة عكسنا ارتباطنا بالبيئة والمجتمع اللي تجسد من خلالها تفاصيل عاداتنا وتقاليدنا، من لبسنا وفنوننا الشعبية، احتفالاتنا، عاداتنا وتقاليدنا. تعاهدنا نستمر في تجديد ولائنا كل عام، سلامنا وازدهارنا وحبنا وتسامحنا يزيد، وتبقى أنت وطننا اللي ما مثلك وطن. أنا عماني وفخري بلادي.
طاقة جعلت منا كيانا واحد
وحافزا
واسما
إلى مزيد من الرقي والتطوير،
جمع قرونا من التاريخ التليد وشاهدا على أعوام من التلاحم والتكاتف انحنت له كل الصعاب، وسطرنا بعده أجمل إنجازاتنا، وهنا خطونا خطواتنا الأكبر. ومثل أي شيء إذا اتحد يكون أقوى بعطائنا، بقيمنا الماجدة الراسخة. كلما دعينا للبذل في ساحة الميدان نكون أولا، نحيط الجميع بعناية، نصنع حلولا تفيد المجتمع. تفاصيل هي أولى اهتماماتنا، بكل ما أوتينا من شغف وطموح واتحاد وقوة. اليوم هو انعكاسات الغد المشرق.
إن شراكة المواطنين في صناعة حاضر البلاد ومستقبلها
ذلك المستقبل الذي لطالما عملنا لأجله.
نتفاعل معه ونؤثر فيه ونتأثر به.
نراه في منتجاتنا بكل فخر، في مواردنا البشرية الكفء، في مشاريعنا التي ننافس نغير بها المعالم. هي طاقة لعماننا بلا حدود.
Right, we're going to be coming into the next 49er FX race very soon. Chris and Nora, I know that you're very sort of fascinated, and you've got slightly different opinions about what happened with Martine Grell and Kayena Kunz, how they managed to get their way through to first place at the Windward Mark. Just pick that up for me, because I want to understand a little bit more about what they managed to do there, Nora.
Okay, in my opinion, I seen them sailing quite much, and I'm inspired, and I'm amazed how well they sail the boat. It's like they have a sixth sense of how to sail the boat, just so accurate and perfect when it's a tricky place. I think the biggest gain they made is close to the first upwind mark, when the whole fleet was crowded just before the mark, and it just looked like they were in the middle of the crowd. Horrible air for everyone, just really tricky place, and they were not making the ley line, but in the end they just managed to sail like really well in those horrible tricky positions and to get around the upwind mark and just make the ley line. Like, I think they have the ability to drive like high, really like pinching mode.
And Chris, what did you see with their performance?
I agree with Nora, and then Ben poked his head in.
That's Ben Ramucker.
Ben Ramucker, yeah. And, I think what you guys pointed out, or guy and girl, what you both pointed out was that the very special nature of that pair is they are able to go in and out of modes when they need them. And what we saw going up that beat was that they kind of went against the grain twice. They went off to the right when no one else was going to the right. And then when they came back heading left on starboard tack, they were going against the grain for a while. Once everyone went with them, that's where the magic started to happen. Their abilities started to click in, and they went into that high mode that no one else had. So everyone else around them got stuck with each other, stuck adding tacks. And because they avoided that, because they have that mode, they were able to avoid that and just round the weather mark in first. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think we agree. Like, to sail in tricky places, they're able to sail the boat really well.
Yeah.
With day 5 of the World Championships, we are coming into race 14 of the 49er FX World Championships. Nora, we give full credit to Martine Grell and Kayena Kunz for living in difficult spaces, that ability of a champion to live in impossible spots. But there's something else that a champion needs to do, and that's spot a change in conditions. And who do you think did better than anybody else for that in that last race?
I would say the Dutch did a really good job in that. Odile was probably looking around, or her crew, whoever. They were the first ones there. When they saw a new breeze coming, they were there. And I think that's the most valuable thing they could do this race, and it's probably going to be their theme throughout the whole day, I could imagine. It looks like there's pretty big gusts coming in and wind changes. You want to be first at those to gain the most out of it.
Now, I tend to favour the left-hand end of the line in these lighter winds, because you have the ability to put your bow down, but that's not how the last race was won by any means. Starting at this end of the line, as we're looking at it, near the orange flag, was not a great place to be for the Canadians, even though they won at their end of the line. It looks like actually they're lining up for that again, seeing them on the right of screen, but the Brazilians really wanted to go right early, and it didn't look great for them halfway up the beat, but Chris, it came good for them further up the course.
Oh, absolutely. And there's probably this, like Nora has been talking about, there's this looking up the course, seeing where you want to start based on what you see on the water. And everyone has different opinions, and I bet you Brazil looked upwind and said, that's the direction I want to go. They were flushed out at the boat end. There were people in front of them, but they were able to tack out, maybe that was by design, and head and find that lane and then execute it with probably a skill only they have.
But interesting to see who is down this pin end with the Canadians this time round, and it is none other than the Brazilians, the reigning Olympic champions. Nora, does that make you think, as the Canadians, that maybe you're at the correct end of the line after all?
Well, yeah, this race, every race is new, a new start, a new race. The winds are really tricky here. You can't just think about what happened the previous race. You have to be looking forward and thinking forward. What's going to happen next? It seems like the Brazilians, they're doing a drastic move and change in the strategy of going all the way to the left now, this time when they preferred the right side in the previous start. So I believe they see something big coming on the left side, despite most of the fleet being in the right. So it will be really interesting to see how it goes here.
35 seconds to go, and we've got Brazil and Canada fighting for the pin end of the line. And this is a skill that they have an incredible ability to do, but we see Brazil bailing out. I wonder if they're going for a port tack start underneath the fleet, or maybe repositioning. They're repositioning. So Canada has won that battle for the pin against the Olympic champions, and with less than 10 seconds to go, Canada is where it wants to be, but Brazil is on the attack. Canada's going to have to sheet on and go. Has Brazil got their timing right, or are they too close to the line?
They're really close.
Very, very close. So we will have to see if Brazil got away with that, and if there are any U-flag disqualifications. In the end, Canada go round again. What happened there for them, Nora?
Well, they just managed to totally kill and kick the Canadians off the line. They just took their wind, basically. The Canadians weren't looking around. That's really like a rookie mistake, I would say, and it happens for everyone. But not looking around and seeing that the Brazilians just started accelerating earlier and just totally just took their wind. And the Canadians didn't have any speed in the boat. In these light winds, you want to have some speed, some grip in the rudder tiller to be able to get the boat going whenever you want it to go. You can't just be standing there and be like, ooh, okay, 10 seconds left, because it takes a while for the boat to accelerate.
Yeah, and what happened there with Canada is they didn't have space to reset. They were defending that spot, and Brazil to weather was able to tack off and come right back at them. And Canada just didn't either have the time or space to do that, and they just slid down a little bit too much. They looked really good, but like Nora said, they were stopped. They didn't have any feel. So as we look up this race course, this is an awesome view. Right now, Brazil probably can't tack and cross the boats on their hip. There's one boat punched. France, 1, 2, 3. Again, that pair always starting so well, starting near the middle of the course, and usually getting all the way up to the left side of the course. But let's see what happens here, opposite.
Just to reassure anyone that was in doubt, that was a clear start. So the Brazilians absolutely got that start on the B of bang. They weren't over the line, as I feared they might be. So everyone on this race course has a right to be there.
So looking how the race is now evolving, it looked better for the Brazilians just after the start. But now, as we can see, this happened the same in the previous race, that the Brazilians are kind of like the Canadians in the previous race. They kind of just fall off the fleet. Like, it looks like they have a totally different wind. You see that their angle where they're driving is just much lower than the Austrians, or is it the Austrians?
That is the Austrians, and beyond them it's the French.
Yeah.
And it's the exact same thing as we saw happen to the Canadians the previous time. How can it be that you start a boat length to leeward of a boat, and then 100 boat lengths later you're 10 boat lengths off the pace? It's so strange.
And this is a skill, like you have to be looking around and constantly looking like, okay, am I losing or am I winning? I saw the Brazilians, the Mussanah, she was looking around all the time, but I am surprised they're still choosing to stick there and not, I thought they would tack. Like, it looked like she was looking for a place to tack. Maybe she realized she couldn't tack, she didn't want to tack, and now they're committed left.
But it reminds me a little bit of a race where they were committed left yesterday or the day before, and they looked a little bit lost, and then the breeze kicked in and they came in the top three. Maybe they're just being patient.
Yeah, but I would say it's different, because now looking where they are placed, the Austrians, they have a good place. They have a good position. They're kind of like, I was talking about winning your side. Austrians have a position where on the French above them, where they can like win their side, when the Brazil has basically lost the left side. They lost their own side, and they can't control the right side, which is looking on a tracker doing really well. So I'm sorry. They're doomed for this upwind.
Doomed?
Yeah.
What about those Canadians that were doomed at the start, Chris? How did they get on?
Well, Nora has a point, and the people that are really the sailors that are going to really come out of their position are the ones that are in control or leading to the right direction. And the Canadians are with this middle pack that started in the middle of the line with France 1, 2, 3 just above them, tacked off, and that's the group that's leading that very strongly. And Canada is just to lured in ahead, or just hanging on, where Italy 797 is Passamo and Fava that are just leading this pack, going off to the right side. Canada's just in touch with them. There's a nice pack there. I don't see any pathway for India or the Netherlands that are to lure to the right to get through like Brazil did from the right on that first speed in the last race. The only thing I can see here is that we do know that there's two defined packs that are strong. Leading pack is the middle right, and then the pack that Brazil and France 1, 2, 3 are in. We know that even if a third of the race course is left, there's a lot of race course left in here, but you have to win your side to come out of this.
But Nora, I mean, did Canada win their side? They were looking to get the pin end start. They wanted to go left. The Brazilians pounced on them. They ambushed them. The Brazilians won the pin end of the line. They won the left-hand race. The Canadians were bounced out to have to sail behind the whole of the fleet, and now they find themselves up in the top 3.
Yeah, you know, this is the best part of sailing. This is why I love sailing. You struggle. You get to like compete with the boats throughout the race many times, and you get like new starts. So here, even though they had a horrible start and had to go away, now it ended up going really well for them. They like accidentally ended up in the right side of the race course, and then and then they do the best out of that situation. So, karma, maybe.
Maybe Canada said, thank you, Brazil. But I have a prediction here. The way the top of these beats have worked is it's the last shift that usually does well, or at least brings a side up in touch with the other side. And I think that might happen here. France and Sweden, and particularly even Italy, way off to the left. I think that, let's see, where are they? Amara and Carraro. I think it looks like that pack that came out of the middle and is coming back left right now is dominant, but I have a feeling that this racetrack still isn't over yet. That last shift really comes through. So the group that's leading right now is on the second to last shift.
Well, the two teams that we've talked a lot about today, Brazil and the overall series leaders, Netherlands 65, are out on the right-hand side. Someone is going to have to produce some kind of traffic magic here, aren't they? Because we got Brazil deep on the left-hand side, we got the Netherlands deep on the right-hand side.
Really deep. Both of them,
neither of those teams are going to make it into the top 10 by the windward mark, are they, Nora?
No, but as Chris said, there's a lot happening in this race course. This is just the first beat of the second race today. I believe we will have at least 2 or 3 more big things happening throughout this race that will totally change the fleet.
And what are they doing here? They're already over ley line, and they're sailing even further out to one side of the race course. This is desperation tactics.
Yeah.
So desperation tactics can even hit the Brazilians, even the Olympic champions.
Well, now it's being solidified that right group is coming across strong. They're definitely not challenged by most of the boats on the left. The leaders out of the left were France, but USA, Wilmot and Reinecke, they performed a little bit of ninja magic coming through that group on the left. They were kind of in like the 3rd or 4th boat in that group on the left, and now they're going to come out in the top 5, it looks like. And I think that's where, holding your nerve, getting in a certain high mode like the Brazilians had in that last race, I think that saved them and got the Americans at least into the top 10, hopefully, for them.
So it looks like at the moment it's going to be Passamonte and Fava from Italy that are going to be going around in first place. We haven't had much to say about this team so far, but look who's coming around behind the Italians. It's none other than the Canadians, bounced out at the start, bounced to the correct side, the right side of the course, going round in second place, with Belgium and Finland going round neck and neck. Norway tacking in, Norway 26 up there in contention for the world title, fighting with Croatia as they go round the windward mark. Ness and Ronigan former European champions in the fleet, ahead of Ninčević and Michele Vittori, who are the second boat to go into a jibe set at the Windward Mark, followed round by it's not who was that there? It was Wilmot and Reinecke, wasn't it? Western Tengstrom from Sweden straight into a jibe. The Italians 72, Stalder and Sperry going around in 9th place, followed by France 1, 2, 3, Lovedina and Rio looking so good earlier on in the race, but not even in the top 10 despite that amazing start that they made. Italy's 46, Amari and Carraro, one of the first boats from the left-hand side to get round the Windward Mark, so not a disaster for them. Austria, Schofeger and Farthofer attacking round in 12th place, just ahead of the other American team, that's Robel and Shea, having a difficult few races of it recently. The Netherlands 65, Van Aanholt and De Ruyter currently leading overall in the championship. Hong Kong in danger of getting stuck on the mark as Italy 247 sails round the outside of them. Hong Kong in irons, in danger of having to take a penalty as the Indians sail past them, and it looks like Hong Kong have hit the mark. They're probably going to have to do a penalty as Brazil, number 12, at last gets round the top of them. So that's Brazil going round in 18th place. Grail and Kunze, the Olympic champions, followed by Grenier and Riou from France and the Zivna sisters from the Czech Republic. Great Britain going round, and that's Great Britain bringing up the rear. So that's everyone gone round, and well, there's a lot of work here to do for Brazil. And the Dutch, the leaders in this championship, that think they're having a bad race, but they look back at that Brazilian spinnaker and thank the Lord that at least the Brazilians are having a worse one than them.
Yeah, now we're seeing the black spinnaker here, the Italian team 707, Passamonti and Fava. They were winning at the top mark, but they're actually now challenged by the Canadians coming in from the right side of the race course. Canadians did a jibe set and the Italians a straight set. We will soon see them coming closer to each other from just the opposite sides of the race course. So I'm really surprised to see how will they do. At least now it looks like they're still holding their lane. And this is what we liked in the previous race. We saw that the two boats from each side of the race course, but just the first one is like winning their side also on downwind, did work out. Like they managed to find clear air and did like first and second.
And what we're seeing right now is I think the angles are a lot more even downwind. You know, like these 90-degree angles for both teams. Really, you know, what we say when we're going upwind, tacks are even, meaning the angle to the weather mark is about the same, and the same thing downwind right now. So I don't think we're going to see any of the big changes right now unless it's a boat speed difference.
No.
As far as these, you know, one side winning out over the other.
Not like yesterday. Yesterday was just, it was nothing like 90-degree angles. Yesterday was super tricky, but this looks more like the textbook, sailing.
So there's a cross going on between Italy and Canada in the middle of the course as they come down towards the leeward gate. Passamonti and Fava holding their nerve, doing about 10 knots of boat speed, and Lewin LaFrance sisters from Canada just sometimes wondering what it is that you need to do to come out ahead. Maybe sometimes a bad start puts you in a great position further up the race course. And meanwhile, Brazil, who got such a great start off the pin end of the line, are fighting for some kind of consolation prize out of this race. They're lying in 19th place, just three places ahead of last in this race. So a lot for the reigning Olympic champions to do right now.
Well, if there was ever a race for a special team to you know, work their way through the fleet, let's keep an eye on that one. But you know who I'm really happy for right here is Norway. They've had a really up and down last couple races, and it's really nice to see them probably getting their groove back on here. I think they're very happy to be in a fourth, and now here we go. The Italians, we haven't seen too much of this pair. Let's check out their boat handling as they round the right-hand gate, and they're going to be a real telltale sign for us. Let's look at their angles as they as they come upwind here. That looks like a pretty high angle for Port Tac.
It looks great, doesn't it? It looks like the Italians have made the correct choice going round the right-hand mark. And now what will Canada decide to do? Will they follow or they jibe? They've decided to jibe, and it looks like they have to sail slightly longer distance to get to that side of the pin. But more importantly, is it taking him towards the best breeze going up the course the next time? Nora, who would you rather be? Let's assume they're going round together. Italy going round to the right or Canada to the left?
If they would be rounding the same time, I would have chosen the left because there was just too many kites on the right side disturbing the air. Sometimes you kind of, even though the right side would be the better side, the kites, they just disturb the air so much. It makes a difference.
Very good point. It's Belgium going round in third place, followed by Ness and Ronigan, and with the other two teams that are ahead of them in the overall standings in the World Championship, this is a good opportunity for Norway to attack, and I wonder if we could see them move into second place ahead of the Brazilians if the positions were to stay this way. We've got Croatia going around, Ninčević and De Michele Vitturi, followed by the Italians Stalder and Sperry, and I'm looking to see where Van Aanholt, I think Van Aanholt and De Ruyter are somewhere close, going round in 10th. That's them going round the right-hand mark now, Ned 65, and you can see the Brazilian Janica. That's who we're on board with now, with Martin Grell and Cayena Kunze. They have got themselves into, let's have a look. They're still with a lot of work to do. Still in 19th
there
place.
You can see Martina screaming, probably soon going around the mark, and she's screaming, "No space, no space." I could imagine the crew just taking Kahena taking the spinnaker down. You have to tell your team, the other competitors on the race course, that there's no room to the mark. Everyone tries to, sail as close as possible and trying to get all the small gains they can. So you really have to be heard.
How much communication do you in this fleet? Is it a pretty vocal fleet, or is it just from sailor to sailor?
I think it's funny, depending on who you ask. I guess the guys they always laugh that the girls are really vocal. Maybe we have more of a high-pitched voice and we scream a lot, when the guys, they think we scream when they just kind of say, or something. That's what I understood. Or move. They say everything. They express themselves in one word, and that's enough. When the girls constantly scream for 10 seconds.
And explain what
they want. But that's just how the fleet works,
Boys not having much to say, girls having quite a lot to say. I can't think where I've heard that before.
Well, let's look at this race course right now. Italy is really strong. I think Canada, now here's a maturity, and this is a kind of a sailing 101. Canada did a perfect job. It sailed up, got in touch with the group to the left of it, and then, when people started to go past their transom, and tack back and consolidated. They're right in the middle of the course. They have both sides basically covered, and hopefully they're in a little bit more breeze or a better shift to catch up, but at least they know they're not going to lose either side of the race course right now. Beautifully done by the Canadian team, very conservative.
Good, solid sailing.
I also want to highlight the Norwegians. I think I saw them already on the top mark. I was looking at their race or the first upwind, and it looked tricky, but they just managed to get through and get those small gains. And now look where they are. Mm-hmm. They kept their heads cool, and
yeah, that's a maturity, and I'd love to talk to some of those teams that we've analyzed at the pointy end of those beats. What philosophy they have in fleet management. Is it more about pinning and leverage versus shifts at that point?
Yeah, well, things we can follow up with on them to find out why they do what they do. Why is France 1-2-3 going out to the left? It didn't serve them particularly well on the previous beat, but we've seen great things from France 1-2-3 before. So what will Lovedina and Ryu be able to pull out of the left-hand side? My concern for them is that their boat speed seems to sit at about 6 knots. I've seen occasionally the Belgians on the far side touch over 7 knots. I just wonder if there's a little bit more breeze on the right-hand side of the course. Nora, what reasons would you have for going out to that left-hand side the way the French are?
Not many at the moment. I guess they're they're tacking.
Oh,
now.
they listen to you when you talk. They tack.
No, but like they could have tacked earlier to still stay with the fleet. So I guess they wanted to take even more risk, and they were not happy with their position. That's the only reason why you would go that far away, especially when everyone is on port tack.
But maybe there's a hole in the breeze in the middle.
Oh, there's something we can't see.
Yeah. So there we are. We're looking at the leaders, Passamonte and Fava, Italy 797, bottom right of picture, just crossing the Canadians. But it looks like Canada has closed the gap a little bit on the leaders. So there's a bit more of a battle for the Italians to defend, and they put a hard cover on the Canadians there.
Now we're getting some good racing here. No, but they did this previously as well. You could see the Italians coming back and defending the position, and this was a perfect textbook move again from them. The Canadians don't have much of a choice than either staying there if they can have some breeze. It looks like they maybe might have some poor air. They're quite close.
But if they're not careful, I mean, that's a move, particularly with the Belgian and Norwegians on their hip, that if Italy was in a battle for first or a place with Canada, if they wanted to put two places between them, that's exactly the way to do it right now. Now, they're probably just defending their lead, but it could have a doubling effect on Canada right now, because it's just bad timing for Canada to have two boats on their hip, have someone tack right on top of them.
I agree.
And they have a long way to go to the mark. So if I were Canada, I mean, if they knew they can cross that pair right when they got tacked on, it might have been worth it to do two tacks just to make sure they were ahead of them. Now they're not certain that they'll have those two boats on their
It is a difficult thing for them. It reminds me a little bit of what Brazil had to deal with in the previous race, and they had to sail free to keep their air clear as well, and then they did that tack up at the end, and it didn't go too badly for them. And at least Canada are pretty well stretched. They've got two people nicely out on the trapeze there, so the conditions are a little bit better. And saying what we were talking about earlier with France 1, 2, 3, it just seems to be caving for them on the far side of the course. It really does seem like the right hand side is the more reliable side of the course to be on at the moment.
And the one thing that I'm noticing here is the speeds are up, the breeze is gradually picking up. This is the clear skies. Everything this morning is shaping up the more it was like 2 or 3 days ago. So as the breeze comes in, it's definitely gradually picking up, unlike it did yesterday. It's clearer, and the breeze. This is different than any of our other beats earlier. This is a right side course. This is Long Beach, Los Angeles. The sea breeze is coming in, and right's getting more and more. And we knew that. Everyone tried to go left, and the Dutch and the Brazilians showed us that right was working earlier, and now there's no other place to go.
Now it's really interesting to see this lane. The Canadians, they lost a bit, and they ended up kind of like further back from the Italians, but above them. And the same happened to the Norwegians. They just got a bit in the bad air of Belgium, and they ended up behind them, but in the same lane. So this is funny to see how the positions change.
Yeah, and I think that shift is still going. So the Italian team rounding in first right now, Passamonte and Fava. I think
surely a jibe set. I'm amazed they didn't jibe set there.
Exactly, just like what we're talking about right now. I think we're identifying something here, and
we think we are.
Yeah, but that's the tough part.
I'm saying jibe set. What are you saying, Chris?
No, I'm agreeing with you.
I totally agree.
The breeze is right, and I think that's the tough part about not being out on the water. But I think it's pretty defined right now for us.
Well, let's see. The Belgians are the first to go into the jibe set.
Yeah, the Canadians did too.
Sorry, they did. Did they? Yeah. So what will Norway do? What are they going to choose?
Probably jibe. Yeah, jibe set. Looking at the tracker, Italian 707, the ones winning at the moment, they decided to jibe as well.
Eventually jibe, yeah.
I think they're maybe not just mature enough or wasn't really looking around. I was too excited to winning the race. No, but that's just a fact. Like that happens.
But Nora, look at that. Also, what the Italians are doing is missing a lot of that bad air coming upwind. Is that a factor that maybe paid into them jibing a little bit later?
I don't think so, because the wind was better. Like they made the gain on being on the right side, coming upwind. So you want to have all that fresh air. I think it's going to be, so who's that with the purple spinnaker? Is it the Canadians?
That's the Canadians.
Yeah, the Canadians. They will just end up like killing the Italians' air. The Italians don't have much to do. Oh well. Let's see. We're just trying to. The fact is, like, we can't see much. We can't see how it looks underwater, even though we have this amazing footage. It's just really difficult to see the gusts here.
Just want to say that we're looking at 4 boats here. The 5th boat has only just gone round the mark. So this is a breakaway. These 4 boats should be able to hold the top 4 spots in this race. So even if it goes bad for the Italians, it's only going to drop them from 1st to 4th at worst. I'm trying to put the commentator's curse on this and trying to mix it up a little bit. Yeah. But I mean, honestly, these 4 are so far ahead of the rest of the pack. They've got more than it's about 250 meters between 4th place, the Norwegians, and 5th place, the Finnish team.
So now I would like to come to that, what I was trying to say. I just couldn't find the words because it looks like it's going my way. The Canadians, it's just that the Italians move, they just gave it all away by not jibe setting, because you need to jibe set if there's something new or new breeze on the right side. And it could have looked like they did it smart, but they just gave it away. Like, the Canadians have an opportunity to pass them. If they would have jibe set, they would have not had the opportunity. They would be the ones kind of like leading the pack. But one thing I would like to talk about the Canadian team. They're a relatively new team, and when I knew these girls, I heard that they're quite quick. They have a good boat speed, but I'm really surprised how well they sail the game. They have really good tactical eye, and we've seen that these races has been tricky, and you really have to have a good tactical eye for this. And they're sailing the boat beautiful.
Well, let's see if they can sail it beautifully enough to be able to overtake the Italians. The Italians have managed to hang on. They've done a simultaneous jibe with the Canadians. So it seems like the Italians are back in control of their own destiny again. And now it looks to me, with not much of this run left towards the finish, that it's only the Canadians that can threaten Italy for the overall win in this race.
Well, as we look in the pack behind that huge gap that they have, we have Netherlands is the team that I have my eye on right now in their pack with the 2 American teams. I just wanting to see if they're heading left, if the breeze keeps going right and they'll come in on a hotter angle and lay the leeward mark sooner. Let's see. I think that's the only thing you could hope for when you're going on the left right now.
Yeah, it looks a bit dangerous out on the left for the Americans, USA 3 and Ned 65. In fact, 2 American teams there with Netherlands 65. Based on what we've seen, I think they're rather exposed top left of our screen. Let's come back towards the... Oh, well, there we are. We're looking at Netherlands 65 on starboard jibe. And a position they're not used to seeing boats in the far distance, but in front of them, not behind them.
Right. But as we know, with apparent wind sailing and these boats with Jennekers and high speed, that they're sailing their runs just like they're sailing beats. They're looking for shafts of wind and shifts get multiplied when you get into them in high speed boats, especially downwind. You can head down 20 degrees with a 1 degree shift, but a 2 knot increase. And so I think no one's out of it yet. It doesn't look good for the Netherlands right now, and the reason why I'm pointing them out is because they are our series leaders. I don't know what their throwout is right now, but
let's come back to the finish, because it's the moment for Passamonti and Fava to cross the finish line and win this race for Italy. Such a strong squad here, and a great moment for these two to be able to move up the order. Arianna Passamonti and Giulia Fava currently in 16th place, and the best finish so far actually was in race 1 in right at the beginning of this championship, was the 2nd place, but they are about to cross the line in 1st place, winning race 14 for Italy, and with Canada close behind, Georgia and Antonia Lewin-LaFrance, winners of Canadian Female Sailors of the Year at an award ceremony just last night. and coming across the line in second place. And we remember, Nora, just what a disastrous start they had. They looked like they had the pin end locked up, but then it all went wrong for them. Just remind us of what happened.
Yeah, they didn't manage to keep their spots at the pin end. The Brazilians just overruled, took all their wind. They should have done double tack for sure in the final 20 seconds to maintain that spot. So they needed to do tack and or duck the whole fleet in light winds, sail behind everyone from the pin end and going all the way to the right side of the race course. It's a huge move, but I think, as I was saying, it was maybe karma. The Brazilians took their wind, and then they managed to go to the right side of the race course, and that's why they got a good race from that. They sailed well. Brazilians are struggling in the back.
And here we have Norway works their way up to third, so just slowly working through the fleet. Really excellent composure by them, and then followed by Belgium. Belgium actually throwing together a nice string of races, consistently over the last couple of races. We didn't see them as much earlier in the regatta. What I want to look at here right now is the angles coming back from the right side of the course aren't looking that great. And the Netherlands is actually coming back into this. They were deep. They were looking like they were in 15th, 16th place. Now the tracker's showing them in 10th place. And things are the angles are getting worse and worse for the boats coming in from the right. You know what this looks like, don't you, Nora, when you're feeling good and the boats are coming back at you?
Yeah, I like the move that the Netherlands did. It's something I use myself as well. When you're desperate and you don't have, you just have to make the best out of the situation. Just going a bit further out on the ley line, they were lonely going to the left, or they just went a bit further than the others. They didn't have much of a choice, but they got free wins, and see where it gets them. Like, it's trusting, believing in your decision of going a bit further away to come in with fresh breeze, and they're coming in really strong.
Climbing. And that's what happens when you separate from a big pack and their angle gets worse and your angle gets better. And that's what we were talking about. This breeze is going right, and that angle coming back, just if it's not a lift for you, and the other one's on a lift. It just made up 8-10 places by the Netherlands. Yeah,
and you can see the Brazilians, they're pretty much in the pack with a lot of other boats. It's really tricky. You can't sail your own lane. As you see, the Martinez going back and forth in and out the boats to maintain the speed, but the Blue Spinnaker is coming closer and closer to them.
So the Netherlands finish in 6th place. Can you believe they pull up so many places in that race? And if we can come back to the finish line and see them crossing, Netherlands have just finished. The two American teams that they were with, they managed to get past both of them, but it turns out that going down the left-hand side of the racetrack wasn't so bad after all. I certainly thought that was looking very risky where they were. But yes, the positions after the top four: 5th place, Wester Tengström from Sweden; 6th, Netherlands, 65. In 7th, Italy 247, Germani Bertuzzi. In 8th, the Finnish Grönblom and Hocker. In 9th, Robel and Shea, just ahead of their fellow Americans, Wilmer and Reinecke. They're 9th and 10th overall, with Great Britain's Kears and Ainsworth. And we've still got Brazil to cross the finish line. They are back in 18th place, just about across the finish line, behind the Hong Kong team, and France 1-2-3, Lovadina Ryu, who at moments of that race were also looking like they could have had a good result. But that is a disaster for the reigning Olympic champions. They weren't able to find their way through the pack, not in the way that the Dutch were able to do, who managed to come back from a very poor position and pulled up an awful lot on that final run to the finish, Chris.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think the one thing that we're noticing here is shifts, or even persistent shifts, downwind are so much different than upwind. The angle differences are great. And, I had that feeling when I saw all those boats coming down on port with the jibe set, that if the breeze was still the right angle and went just a little bit more, like it did on the top of that beat, that was that it was a winner for that top group. If it's a sea breeze like we were talking, it's not done going right, then if everyone does that, when you come back on starboard, it's a really horrible angle, because the shift is still happening. And the Netherlands just decided to go a little bit longer and come back in on that shift that just kept going. Actually, there was a right shift at the bottom of that run because the angle coming back on starboard got worse and worse and worse.
Exactly, and their speed, you could see they were just like flying.
No problem.
Flying to the finish. They maintained it really well. And overall, like this race, the pattern was definitely to go to the right side of the race course, if we can simplify it.
Yes.
It wasn't as chaotic as yesterday when there was so much happening, and today it's been more like calm. The wind has been like simple, not like huge shifts.
And it's been mostly a right-hand track today, hasn't it? It's that seems to have been the best place to be most of the time, as the Canadians found out. So anyway, that is going to be the end of 49er FX racing for the day. So they are being sent ashore. We're going to get into some Nacra sailing fairly soon. But we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We've got a commercial with Forward Whip, and we're going to try and pick up on that video about the upgrades to the Nacra 17 rudder package. So stay with us. We're coming back to live racing with the Nacra 17 in a few minutes' time. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to the 2021 Worlds, and I'm here with Ravi Parent from the US Nacra 17 team.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here. It's been a really fun event and excited for some more racing today.
This is going to be one of our only technical talks today, but we'll try to make it as fun as possible. One of the challenges that the Nacra 17 class has had since it was introduced in Rio for the Rio Olympics 2016. And in that event, they had just regular straight rudders, no other appendages on them, and then C-shaped dagger boards that had a lot of lift, but the boats really never sailed fully clear of the water, I guess. Then between 2016 and Tokyo 2020, lifting dagger boards were added, and T-foil rudders were added to help control the balance of the boat fore and aft, so they can fly flat and fully out of the water, foiling. And so what has happened since then in the development of the class, this class can change its appendages just as long as it votes on it, just like it did between the Olympics. It went from a non-foiling class to a foiling class and didn't have to get world sailing approval to do that, which is really cool. Now they're just trying to control the boat just a little bit more because they were a little wild. So Ravi, tell me what these boats are like to sail right now, and then what the class is just working on right now to make them more controllable.
So overall, I think the boats are quite fun to sail. They're very challenging in several different conditions, but also quite rewarding. So right now we have sort of an active daggerboard control, active meaning that we have to physically adjust it. It's not sort of an auto-regulating system. And like Chris, you said, we have the T rudders, but those are sort of set before the race. 4 bolts hold it in place, and we have to pick our setting, kind of like your out haul or some major setting like that. And that kind of has strengths in simplicity and allowing us to generally foil around the race course, but it's also a bit limiting in that you really kind of have to pick where you're optimizing the boat, whether it's for upwind or downwind or for a certain breeze strength or sea state, and it sort of limits the full potential of the boat there.
Right. So, and if I'm not mistaken, when I watch you guys, when you go in full foiling mode, the crew does a tremendous amount of forward and aft
movement. Is that kind of the major lift and dive control?
Yeah, that's what you could more realistically call the active control. The crew is basically, the common term now is flight controller, so the crew is basically running a lot of those pitch, and obviously the driver's helping a bit as well. But generally, you don't have time to make these really small adjustments with both foils or the rudders or anything like that. So the strongest thing you can do is just move your body and trim the sails.
Great. So fast forward to September of this year, and I was told that the class has been moving towards a more active control system, not for the dagger boards, those are the same, but like in the Moth class, you can control your rudder angle with a T-foil, so you can control the pitch of the boat more regularly or with more stability. And as opposed to a crew running all the way back and forth, you can't do that on a Moth or other kinds of foiling boats. So what does the class develop, and tell me what you had tested over the course of the summer and the pandemic?
Yeah, so we've we've developed an adjustable rudder system. It's basically a system that allows us to change the angle of attack of the rudder about 4.5 degrees.
Meaning like 4.5?
Yep,
because
exactly.
It has a foil on the bottom of it, and that changes it going, then decreasing lift or adding lift to the transom.
Yeah, exactly. And that's changing the angle of attack there, and it's really controlling the pitch of the boat. It's really changing how the boat, its attitude is in the water. And that's really relevant for different sea states or different boat speeds and breeze conditions. And it really opens up the opportunity for us to be more optimized around the race course, whether you're going upwind and you need a little bit of rudder lift to kind of help the boat stay in control going up and over waves, or downwind you don't want to sail around with too much rudder lift. You want to actually be able to keep the bow out of the water. You can really make a difference between upwind and downwind.
Right, and that's just like what we see in moth sailing. You go around the weather mark and you're decreasing lift in the rudder to lift the bow up, to keep the bow up, and so you're not crashing down in the waves.
Yeah.
So you have been sailing the A-class catamaran, the International A-class catamaran, which in their rules have a lot more flexibility in terms of your control systems. So this rudder control system has been developed, and you tested it in A-cats, and what did you discover in terms of the controllability of the boat using this system?
It's actually been really, really helpful for the A-class. The A-class, it's a much lighter boat. It's a single-handed boat, so the driver is also the crew and is doing basically everything on the boat because it's one person. And having this adjustable rudder system and also the ability to add differential really makes a huge difference.
Now explain differential. That's a little bit complex for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Differential, in simplest terms, is the ability to adjust each rudder independently. So for our purposes, it's to be able to put the windward rudder to a negative lift, so it's adding riding moment, making you feel
so
heavier.
Holding the weather down,
yep.
The weather hull down, and then?
Boat goes faster, and it really helps really convert that power into speed.
Right, but the differential is weather rudder pulling down?
Yes, pulling down.
And then the leeward rudder?
Is adding lift.
Adding lift,
yeah.
Like the America's Cup boats do.
Exactly like that,
So,
yeah.
Very cool. That sends it into a whole new level.
Yeah, it's really going to help us now that we've really started to develop the system in the Nacra 17. I see that we're going to see a bit more upwind foiling in the class, especially in these flatter conditions whenever we get them, and it's really going to be a bit more exciting.
Awesome. Now, you developed this system. It's an adjustable system. The dagger board is using a spool with line, and we're going to try to pop a picture into this interview, but just tell me as briefly as you can, how actively can you control this rudder angle system?
About as actively as you can control any other control line. So for anyone who's familiar with catamarans, we have a mast rotation, for example. The rudder system is right next to it on the deck. Perhaps we could show a picture of that too, where it's something that you're not going to have it in your hand all the time, but it's something that, puff, lull, maybe bigger transition or tack jibe, you can make some adjustments. So it's not quite the full auto-regulating system, but it's definitely something that you're going to adjust frequently.
Awesome. And I did hear that at the meeting, so you had been the test guinea pig, but that at the meeting in September, this had to be approved. And it's pretty hard to get things changed in any class association because there's a bunch of people with a bunch of different ideas. But you tested it, you came back with your opinion, and Ben Remerker from the class association said this whole thing rested on you. So I guess the whole class has some thanks to you for an easier to sail boat, maybe. How did that meeting go?
Hope so. Yeah, some of the big selling points for the system were it's easy adoption. So all we're changing really is the upper gudgeon. So we're just mounting a new upper gudgeon at a slightly different location.
So there are 2 points that hold the rudder to the boat.
Yep.
And those are the gudgeon.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So a lot of the hardware really stays the same. We're just adding one piece of hardware there. It's all external. So the ACATs nowadays have actually, a lot of them gone through transom systems, which cut out holes and all these complicated things. But this is really basic system.
We're lining up for the race 13 of the Nacra 17s. It's day 5 of the World Championship for the 49er, 49er FX and Nacra 17 fleets here in Oman. We've just seen the end of 49er FX racing for the day, and Adil van Aanholt and Elise de Ruyter extending their overall lead and in danger of becoming unassailable after a fairly poor start by their rivals, or fairly poor race by their rivals. But let's get into the competition and for the Nacra 17 for the foiling multi-hull. We're just a few moments away from the start. France deciding to start on port tack, and then coming towards us is the bulk of the fleet on starboard, and it's Australia,
the Booth family,
closest to us. They get a good start. The Booth siblings, from the famous Mitch Booth, who won Olympic silver and bronze back in the day in the Tornado. Good start by them.
They have a nice start in the clear air, but when you look, you see the Swedish in the middle of the line, and it looks like they're just peeking out from the fleet, and their angle is quite a bit better than the Australians, so it looks a bit better for them at the moment.
Yeah, Emil, Jared, and his crew they're fortunate enough to start just the lower end of the line, but they had their bow free, which is really rare unless you're at the pin. They're up high on Argentina and the USA boat, but they really have their boat in a really good mode. The Australians are going kind of faster but lower and netting about the same, which is interesting in these boats. They're a lot faster than the 49er in a lot of ways, and so sometimes a couple degrees lower nets out an awful lot better.
But we've seen this fanning out effect where the boat that starts close to the pin, it looks good off the start, but it just tends to get left behind by the rest of the fleet starting out the middle of the line, who seem to find a better angle. We don't see that every time, but that's my concern, having seen the FXs.
Yeah, but like looking at the tracking at the moment, it seems like the Australians are a bit further up the race course. Here you can see the tracking. The Australians on the left side, they're just a bit closer to the next mark.
Yeah,
so
and
even though
I'm sorry, they are doing 10.5 knots versus everyone's in the 7s, 6s, and that group that's going off to the left is going, a knot or more faster than the rest. So you're exactly right, your analysis that they're getting up the track quicker. They're going faster.
It was a clear start, by the way, so no one was over the line. Everyone has a right to be on the race course. Back in 10th, however, is Ugolini and Jubilee, the young Italian team leading this World Championship overall, but struggling in the middle of the course. That light blue boat with number 10 attached to it, sailing on starboard behind the rest of the fleet, so they've got some catching up to do here. Going out to the right hand side, along with France 51 is GBR, that's the silver medalist from the Olympic Games. Gibson and Burnett lying in second place in this championship at the moment. So Gibson Burnett started on port tack, wanted to go to the right hand side, and that's where they're choosing to spend their money on the first beat. Meanwhile, looking very good for Australia on the left hand side, just going into attack.
Yeah, and with Australia attacking, we're going to see if that is really going to solidify that gain. The one thing to our viewers is that we are working with completely different animals here than the 49er FX. You're not going to see as many of those multiple tacks in the middle of the course. You're going to see the fleet spreading out just a little bit more, but here they are. Australia is coming back. They had to duck Sweden. They're going to have to duck, who is that?
USA, I think it is.
Finland, USA. There we go. And here we go.
And also, just looking at the fleet, there's just less boats in this fleet as well. There are all in all 15 boats, even though they're a bit bigger than the FX. So it will be definitely, they will have more wind on the race course, let's say. So more free lanes, and it's more about boat speed in that case compared to the 49er.
Absolutely. I mean, there's still an awful lot of tactics here. The boats like this just have to plan a little further ahead. So when they look upwind, they may go through 2 patches to get to what they think is the ultimately stronger piece of breeze, because they can't. It's not worth it to link up a couple puffs. And so there's a lot of planning ahead in these classes.
Yeah, and it's kind of like if you would put a lazy sailor to sail the Nacra, he would definitely have to kind of reset the way of thinking, because as you said, you have to look at the puffs differently. They just go so much quicker. Nacra is almost the quickest Olympic class at the moment, but it will change now until Paris with all the IQ foils and the kiting coming in.
So let's see where Australia ended up after crossing.
Not great, to be honest.
Yeah.
They tack back onto starboard, onto the hip of the boats that they just ducked. So I don't really understand what they were trying to gain by doing that tack. I wonder if they did that first tack, whether they thought they were going to cross all the boats on their hip, because it would have made a huge difference if they had.
Yeah, and timing is everything in this game for any sailing, but it's really amplified in really fast boats because you're not tacking as much. Sweden just went across, and now it looks like they picked a really great time to go across.
And every time you tack, and let's say the US here in the picture, they obviously wanna now have a whole longer lane and go towards the right. Whenever there's a boat approaching and they have to choose, are they gonna duck or tack with the boat? Like the boat in front, we see the Australians coming, towards them on the starboard side here. In the middle of the screen. That's when they have to choose and communicate in between the skipper and the crew. What do they want to do? Do they actually want to continue, or do they want to go with this boat? So it's something they have to have clear in mind. I think that's why Australians, when we talked about, we didn't know why they tacked towards the right from the left and tacked back to the left. It seemed like they were not clear about what they wanted. What's their strategy? Is it really to go left or go right?
Yeah. It looked like there was an element of uncertainty there, but they are now the most left-hand boat again, and the Australians just tacking out of picture just on the hip of USA 34 on the right of our screen, and we can see Sweden 439 and further behind them Finland 27 sailing towards the middle. And then there's going to be a point of convergence at the moment as those port tackers we were just looking at are looking to get across the pack that are coming up on starboard tack with the right of way. And it looks like the left at the moment has a marginal advantage, but is it going to be able to stay that way? That's the big question for them as the other boats come across from the right hand side.
Yeah, should we do our vote again? Well, which boat do you think, which boat would you prefer to be at the moment? It's tricky to say.
I think based on their position, I probably want to be Sweden 439 at the moment. That's who I choose to be. On the left side, going port with the port tack. Yeah.
How about Chris?
I'm choosing Germany leading the right pack. I think that there's this cadence, and you don't want to tack a lot. I don't want to hammer that too much, but I think Germany's set up for their next 2 tacks to cross this group, or get across to the left side, get on top on port, and probably lead the rest of the group back on starboard. I'm planning that many steps ahead if I'm Germany.
Yeah, you're thinking much further ahead than I am, Chris.
Although they're just tacked right now.
Well, I agree with Chris, staying more on the right side. I would choose the same as you for some reason. I believe in the right more. Maybe it's a tendency because it's been mostly favoured on the right side.
I believe in the right more, and I thought Sweden was believing in the right as well, but the boat that I backed has just tacked back onto starboard and is heading back out towards the left hand side, and I'm sorry, I'm losing faith in Sweden's decision making there. I do favour the right hand side more, and it's Austria and Germany that are more on that side. So I think the boats we're looking at now in picture are going to struggle to be in the front pack. They are still a little bit further up the ladder rung though, so it's still finely balanced between left and right hand side at the moment. And Australia, who started so well and are front of picture, Australia 440, they're still in the running despite those extra tacks that we felt they shouldn't have made earlier on in the beat.
Yeah, I think Sweden felt like what we call ping-ponging. I think they felt like they wanted to get going right. They weren't enough of a shift to get over in touch with that fleet, but it was probably just too much traffic, too many reasons not to keep going that way because they were going to be forced back left anyway. So they laid up and started heading, looked for a nice piece of breeze to start heading left in.
Meanwhile, right at the back of the fleet, that's Gianluigi and Ugolini and Maria Jubilee. We had Maria in the studio earlier. I was talking to her, and they are right at the back of this race. The number one jersey wearers have got a lot of catching up to do in this race right now. So the more the pack can slow each other up, the more it will help them get back into the race.
It's fun to look at the Nacras for a change. The close-up camera in the boat. I was looking at the skipper touching the crew like in the back, almost like, I don't know, holding on or like getting some balance, stability. I don't really know what happened there. Have to ask and see why would you do that?
So Sweden left out all by themselves on the left side. Australia decided to get back in touch with the fleet. Remember where we said that, I used that term ping pong. Sweden got bounced back out. They decided to stay out, go even farther than Australia. And right now they're coming with an awful lot of pace, but looking at this group, angle's going to start to really matter coming into this last little bit. Who's going to get that last shift? Who's going to have the best angle coming into the weather mark? This is, all these crossing situations, you can't go any further left if you're Sweden, so you don't have many choices but to keep going right.
So trying to work out who we're looking at here. Is it Argentina that is right on the nose?
This should be Germany right here.
Okay.
Yep, with Austria on their hip.
Okay,
so
got
this
it.
is Germany, short, well down from the starboard tack land. This is what I was talking about. A couple positions behind, setting themselves up for just going just underneath the port tack ley line and just enough room to stay away from the pack that has that's jumbled up, and have enough room to tack and have at least 2 boat lengths on starboard and then round the mark.
They don't have rights on the British boat coming in on starboard though. Will Germany be able to? No, they won't be able to. They're going to have to tack behind Great Britain. So it's Gimpson and Burnett, the silver medalists from the Olympic Games, followed round the mark by the bronze medalists from Germany, Paul Koloff and Alissa Stulema.
And you note from the FX racing we just saw, the Nacras, they have this spreader mark, or how do you call it, offset mark. They have to go around. It would just be too dangerous with these foiling boats to everyone to round the one mark without the offset mark.
And here they are getting up on their foils on that beam reach. We may not see that again, but once they put their spinnakers up, it may be enough wind. It's flat water, so there's no issues with waves affecting stability. But they definitely, that's the easiest way to get up on a foil is on a beam reach with the boats.
Yeah, we will be seeing some really cool downwind, I think. Beautiful foiling, I could imagine. So looking forward to it.
Here we go.
Here we have the British, really nice gain. They're going further down. It's like they hoisted their kite earlier and got like a nice lower angle to ride on. The Germans trying to challenge them by... Oh, okay, they're jibing. I was thinking I would challenge them by trying to get their winds, but they decided to jibe.
That's a healthy lead for Great Britain right now, and we've got the whole fleet in shot, and there's a boat still to go round the windward mark, and that boat is our overall series leaders. That is Italy's Ugolini and Jubilee, and they are more than 100 metres behind any other boat in the fleet, and they're hundreds of metres behind Gimpson and Burnett. So this is Gimpson and Burnett's opportunity to eat into the lead and maybe take the overall lead of the championship the way they're sailing at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised to see them staying there since still, silver medalists.
Cool, and you see Sweden decided to take that early, what we call a jibe set, both Swedish teams, and we'll see. I think just being up on the foils right now is really important, so they can get down really low. The breeze goes way forward when you get up. You jump. They're doing 16, 17 knots. They were doing 9 or 10 knots upwind before, and getting up near 20 knots. Some of the boats right now. The faster you go, the lower you can go.
That's exactly right. That's the joy of asymmetric sailing. But as Germany found more apparent wind and found more breeze to be able to attack Great Britain. Maybe Great Britain has jibed too late. What do you think?
I think so, yeah. When I was saying previously talking, the Germans, they did a jibe, and you could almost see on the screen that there was some puffs, new puff coming in from the right side. So they were looking at that, and they took the opportunity. Just shows how quickly you have to react when you see it and you see someone in the back. I think they saw someone in the back doing a jibe set, basically jibing to it early, and they saw, okay, there's gust coming, we need to get there, it will come down to us soon. This is what they did. The GBR, they continued, they didn't look at it, they continued with the fleets, still leading the fleet to the left, but now they're a bit behind. Germany gained some distance, I would say, but looks like GBR still winning.
Now with everybody on port just ripping downwind right now, Andy, you know the Germans pretty well. You've covered them.
Yes, I do. I mean, Paul Koloff is very recognizable in the fleet. He's by far the tallest sailor in the fleet, and so he has quite a short but very, very strong crew. Alissa Stuhlehmer. Paul Koloff, he had a brain hemorrhage a few years ago, which put him in mortal danger. His life was under threat for a few months, but he came through that, and he came through as a slightly different person as well. It says it made him more serious. It made him take life more seriously, and to speak to him now, he is a more serious individual. But it's made him more focused, and it gave him the focus for them to go ahead and win that bronze medal at the Olympic Games.
All these sailors have just amazing stories, every single one of them. Anyone who dedicates so much time to a sport like this is, at the Olympic levels, is an impressive human being.
Plenty of stories to tell about Gimpson and Burnett as well. That's been a long, long road for John Gimpson, but he's sailing the fastest road in this race right now as the British come down towards the leeward gate and have extended away from the Germans again. So the Union Jack Jenica gets sucked away into the spinnaker chute by Anna Burnett, doing the hard work at the front of the boat. She's still in the middle, just jumping out onto the trapeze to join John Gimpson as they go up the second beat to the right-hand side. And we're still to see the Germans come in to the bottom mark. So they've really managed to extend on the Germans on the second half of this downwind leg.
The wind is up and it looks like the sailing, it just looks great. See that speed?
Yeah, and I think this is the perfect foiling weather, flat water, so no waves to mess you up. And actually, another 2 knots and they'll start cracking off a little bit and foiling upwind as well. So let's look at coming down to this weather, to this leeward mark. It really, actually, the left side of the course started to really pick up. Denmark has really kind of made inroads into this big pack, but they're all going to come in at once. And again, this is like what we talk about at any time there's congestion. Denmark slipping right in there, and a bunch of boats are probably it's make it or break it here. You can pass 5 or 6 boats in this little scrum right here.
But really good rounding by Italy there. Bissero and Frascari showing the Danes how to get round that mark as they sail round the outside of the Danish team, with USA's Parent and Stone going up the right-hand side and France's Moniac and Bertomieu exiting out the left, followed by the Dutch team, Vandermeer and Bauer. And then the Finns, Kurt Bay and Keskinen also going round to the left, whilst on the far side Argentina and Sweden going up to the right, and Italy's Ugolini and Jubilee back up to 10th. So they were way back in 15th, and they've managed to haul their way back up into actually 9th place. So that is a great recovery by the young Italians who are leading this championship and know that their arch rivals in the overall standings, John Gimpson and Anna Burnett, are leading this race. So Italy 98, Ugolini and Jubilee need to get their skates on, and that's what they're doing. We're looking at Italy 5, the 2019 world champions Bissero and Frascari, who managed to outmaneuver the Danes around the leeward mark and sailed around the outside of them. And look at the difference that has made. Just that small gain at the leeward mark means that they have the advantage on the Danes going up this next beat. So it's Bissero and Frascari nominally in the lead. I don't know if that is really the case, but it looks like the left-hand side seems to be coming into play here, Nora.
Yeah, for these boats, I was just about to say the boat handling really matters, like how you sail the boat. To get them on the, to get it foiling, we can see the boats are like, when you look at the tracker, the speeds they go, like they vary a lot, especially downwind. You can see a huge speed difference. Someone's going 17 knots and the other 10 knots. It's just a huge difference to how you get the boat foiling and going, and just how you ride it throughout the shifts and gusts.
Now is the moment of truth as the Italians tack on to port. Will it be sufficient to cross Palkolov and Alistair Stulema, the Germans? It looks like it might be. That would move them up into second. Have they done enough to actually move ahead of John Gibson and Anna Burnett? And remember the lead that the British had on the Germans. And remember the lead the Germans had on the Danes and the Italians. I mean, this race has gone topsy-turvy in just 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, I think we see at the beginning of the last beat, the left side got up the track a lot quicker. And Gibson and Burnett came out of this race in the lead by winning that right pack, and there's no one that's that far over there yet, just the way this beat is shaping up. So we don't know yet how this is going to play out. We don't know yet if for some reason the Italians are going to come back, get bounced back left, and then GBR is going to have their opportunity to make some gains if the middle and upper right is like it was on the last beat.
So it looks like left is the place to be at the moment. Normally we have Sayuma Pedersen and Boriskov from Denmark 31 doing well on the left-hand side, and maybe Moniac and Bertomeu from France also moving in to contention for the overall lead. But is that really the picture? We'll have to find out in a moment. John Gibson and Anna Burnett look like this lead has slipped away from them, and it was such a big lead. The Uni and Jack team must be wondering what they did wrong.
Right. Well, definitely. I really do see this like the first part of the first beat. It just happens to be that the British team rounded that right mark, looking upwind, went to the right side just long enough, and to give up too much to that group on the left. Now, if things play out like it did the last race, that group on the left takes that advantage, takes it across to the right, and goes from strength to strength.
It looks like, we see France here in front of picture. They're very much up in contention, but on the far side is where there's a very interesting battle going on between Great Britain and Italy. They are in a drag race side by side, so that tells us at least that Italy has closed the gap on Great Britain. It may not have overtaken the British, but the British, from having a clear lead of 100 or 200 meters, now find themselves in a battle to stay in the top three. And this boat that we're looking at, France 51, is certainly profiting from being on the left-hand side of the course right now. We're on board with Ugolini and Jubilee. They were dead last by a long, long way earlier in the race. They've made some inroads. They got back up to 9th or 10th. They are slipping back a little bit at the moment, so they're on the right hand side of the race course. It depends how things play out. The important thing for them is they've really closed the gap. I mean, in metered terms, they're not that far away from the original leaders of this race, the British.
You can really see from the picture here how the crew is like sheeting the main, really like huge. You see huge like pulls, really roughly. The Nacra, the crew has huge loads in the Nacra. It's really different than the cruise and the skiff. It's just bigger loads, and you can't sheet it as accurate because the loads are just so big.
But it's a very common look. What's the name of Santiago Lange's crew?
Cecilia Carranza.
Cecilia Carranza. I have these views of her when they won the gold medal in Rio, and that yank that they do, and they use their legs and their arms at the same time. Even in the tornadoes, back in the tornado days, the crews were always trimming like that. It's this press, it's this hard pump on the sails, and you see the crews over the years in catamarans. That's a move, and that's where speed comes through. They must be rolling right now.
That's the Germans just going back of picture. That's how much Ugolini and Jubilee have closed the gap. They were so far last, and now we have them in picture with the Danes and the Germans. So the Italians, these young sailors with the number 1 on their chests, they are back in contention. They're back in the fight in this race.
right? And I see right now it's not as strong as it was on the top of the other beat, but the right side is starting to just kind of even out and maybe come in a little bit more. So right now the boats that have played that card really well, I mean, look at Italy with GBR. They're back in the front of this, and they are basically getting that same kind of middle upper right pressure that really paid for Gimson and Burnett. But remember, the last beat, they were even further out there.
It's really interesting to see these, how they sail the boat and what they do in the boat, especially in the light winds, how the skipper had to go all the way in on the pontoon to like avoid the flow, to stop.
Now we're looking either at the Swedish or the Americans here. I can't quite work out who that is at the moment. We're back on the left-hand side. Actually, it looks like French.
It looks like or Italians.
So yeah,
I'm voting on the Italians.
It's not the French, it's the Italians.
It's the Italians.
Yep,
They're
it's the
leading boats.
leaders right now.
Right. So it is Bissera and Frascari.
Yes, and I wanted to see how we lost GBR in this whole exchange. Do you see?
GBR is going right, just ducking some boats.
So GBR
you can see.
Got bounced a little bit. They were right next to Bissara and Frascari, and now they kind of just got probably slow. A bunch of boats got to the right of them, and then now crossed them. So
it's crazy how badly wrong it went for the British, because the Italians were some way back. They were probably more than 200 meters behind the British at the leeward gate. The Italians went round in third or fourth, depending on how you see it with the Danes, and they have sailed an absolute blinder of a beat. The British have really struggled here. You can see them in the back of picture. The Italians sailing across the top of the French, and the French look like they're on ley lines. So we're going to see the Italians tack fairly soon.
And we followed that Italian beat. They did that. They went strength to strength. They were able to get to the left early, get up the track quicker, use that to get back in touch and even across the boats on the right and get to that right pressure that's on the middle and top right. And they now it's just semantics at the top with those two tacks.
So Italy leading with Germany close behind them, and the Danes and the French also in the mix. The British now back in 8th. That's Germany just trying to get some space in on the French, but it's going to be the French who go round in 2nd place. Already Mael Frascari has that Jenica up and pulling on the Italian boat, going into an early jibe, sailing some aggressive tactics, deciding that they want to go back down that side of the course, the right-hand side of the course.
Some strong sailing from the Italian teams. It looks like they might have maybe. Do you think they would have changed the mark, because they're missing? They only have one top mark at the moment.
Yeah, it could be.
At the second beat, they get rid of the offset.
Oh well, everyone, the listeners want to hear.
Yeah.
Going round is Finland, followed by USA, and then Italy. That is, I think that was Jubilee, just going round there. So
GBR did come back a couple places. They could have been easily 10th or 11th. Coming up to that weather mark, and they did some little Ginsu moves at the top of that beat, pinning a couple people and picked off a couple places just to salvage that loss that they had.
We're on board with Moniak and Bartomeu. That's who we're looking at as they're charging downwind. You can see Bartomeu charging forwards, running forwards quite aggressively to keep the boat level pegging. These boats can take off out of the water and land back very ungraciously, and they can end up, sailors can injure themselves if they don't get those body movements right.
So there's a new name for the crews, a new role for the crews, and they're called the flight controller now. They are the fore and aft pitch control on the boats at the moment, and actually you'll see people are personalizing their boats because they're putting kind of a neoprene pad up on the top of the forward hull, because they go that far in light air going upwind, and in downwind sometimes they need to go that far to just trim the boat out. You lean back and it lifts up, then they have to control it by moving forward and trimming it out and getting that right. Sometimes you have to go really far forward, but those neoprene pads, I've seen camouflage ones, I've seen multicolor rainbow ones, I've seen hot pink ones, so it's like a little signature of the flight controller crew.
Yeah, with the foil, you want to flight control. You want to actually have it in a specific height, the boat. You don't want it to go too far up. So the crew has to go forward to level it. Otherwise, you'll just take off and do a huge crash. So that's what they're trying to, let's level the boat.
And that's what Ravi was talking about is, you know, this class was not foiling when it started in Rio. A class rule change allowed it to not have to change the class. They just added lifting dagger boards. And then for Rio, it was a foiling boat. And then they added T-rudders to stabilize the boat even more. And then now what Ravi was talking about, Ravi Parent from the US team, previously to this, the video that we had, is talking about you can control the angle of your dagger boards, but just like every once in a while. Now they're working on a mechanism that was approved by the class to change the angle of your rudders and make the boats even more stable. So the other day when it was really wavy and the boats weren't foiling downwind because it was too unstable, now when you can control your rudders and differently control your rudders, now you can actually start to foil that more controllably in more conditions. And that's going to change the game in 2022 and on to 2024.
Meanwhile, Italy has stretched out to an enormous lead. Bissero and Frascari jibing onto starboard, their final approach towards the finish, and barely another boat in view. And how this race has turned inside out, particularly for Gimpson and Burnett, that seemed to be holding the reins of this race, but the British were overtaken. The Italians were side by side with them just a little more than 5 minutes ago, and now they're in completely different stretches of water. And it's more than 200 metres back to the French, who are in second place. And it's going to be an easy win for the 2019 world champions, Bissero and Frascari. They had a tough time of it yesterday. This is exactly the response they need to put down. They are still to be considered a world-class force. It's not all about the other Italians who have been leading this regatta so spectacularly. Gianluigi Ugolini and Maria Giubilei, who have been dead last in this race. We'll see where they finish, but congratulations to Vittorio Bissaro and Maël Frascari as we see the French come across the line in second place. That's Tim Morniac and Lou Bertomieu coming in for second. And now let's see who can get across in third. It's Germany 3. It's Paul Koloff and Alisa Strulema, closely followed by Sayumu Pedersen and Brun Boriskov from Denmark in fourth place. And Great Britain holding on for fifth place. John Gimpson and Anna Burnett managing to still salvage some kind of decent result, which might be actually enough to get them into the overall lead, depending on where we see the other Italians finish. We've got Finland's Kurtberg and Keskinen along in sixth, and that is the other Italians. Ugolini and Giubilei, what an amazing comeback to seventh place for them. From dead last, from 15th place, to come through this small fleet into 7th is an amazing sail by them. Possibly the best sail of anyone in this fleet just then, considering where they came back from. Parent and Stone from the USA cross in 8th, Vandermeer and Bauer in 9th. Charging across the line at full speed, Argentina's Magdalani and Bosco, followed by Austria's Faresi and Zockling, and then Sweden's Svensson and Dackhammer in 12th. A bit of a gap back to the next Swedes, Jarud and Jonsson, charging across the line, and some way back, the final two is Australia's Booth and Booth and USA's Crane and Atwood. A bit of a race going on there between who is going to be last and who's going to be second last between Australia and the USA. Who is that, by the way? I'm trying. It's the USA. Look like they've just done enough to get across the line, but that was super close. But we are talking about last and second last across the line there. For me, Chris, what Ugolini and Giubilei, that is the mark of a future world champion right there, isn't it?
Well, that's the story, and that's the story of this race. They're a young team, and like we said, it shouldn't surprise us that a boat like that can sail through the fleet. They didn't win the race, but man, did they set themselves up just fine, you know, in their overall standings by salvaging that. And that's a maturity, you know. When I talked to their coach today, and they said not only were they the tuning partner for the gold medalists, and then they kept their sailing going on, so that puts them actually in an excellent position. But he goes, you know what? They're young. They're not worried about anything. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, they don't feel any pressure right now. So you saw them, they looked very calm. They were breathing calmly, and you saw there was a rhythm the way he was trimming. She would pump the main, he'd do something else with like the downhaul or the jib or something like that. And then she would ease it, he would do that. And there was this back and forth and a nice steady rhythm between them when they were out there. And, you know, I just felt like they were motoring through the fleet. and that's what it looked like from the boat.
What I've noticed, I really saw this with the Italian team Luna Rossa in the America's Cup at the beginning of the year, and I see it with the composure of these Italian sailors. The cliche of the Italians is that they're really emotional. They're so passionate that when things get serious, they sometimes throw their toys out the pram. What I see now...
Is that like a baby throwing their right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to translate for everyone.
Yeah. So there you have the American translation.
Yeah.
But what I see now is the same passion used to drive them in the right direction, but they hold on to that emotion and passion, and they celebrate on the podium. But what we see is a really a great sense of composure, both with Luna Rossa and the Italian team in Auckland earlier this year, and I see it amongst these Nacra sailors representing Italy as well. They are really cool and calm when they're racing, and then they're going to celebrate like crazy if they do actually manage to get onto the podium.
I feel like some Italians sometimes, if it doesn't go their way, the racing, they just get too mad and But
I think when you look at this, it's a really special group. This group of Italians. you know.
And these are not the similar ones. The ones I was thinking, like really temperamentic and
Right.
Yeah.
But everyone's learning.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think that's the great part about I talked to Vittorio this morning, and he goes, I know what we have to do. He's getting settled down. There's a lot of self-analysis. It was very lonely to be an Italian Nacra sailor right before the Tokyo Olympics, because the way their selection committee works is that you go keep racing and we'll tell you when we select. And that's really tough on the sailors. It's not quite like that now. I think I don't know if they're going to continue to do it this way, but there's a lot more communications. But it's really great to be talking about this Italian team. I mean, even Gibson and Burnett, not flashy, just like the last Worlds. No one considered them the winner contender. Other people were on the radar screen, and still right now they were up there, but they're just sneaking around, staying right in there. But even them, they said, we're looking at the Italian model. We want to, the Ruggi and his crew beat us out for a gold medal. They started earlier than us last time. I'm not going to let that happen to me again.
And that's why they're straight back on the campaign trail,
Correct.
winning the European Championships just a few weeks after that huge emotional high of Tokyo 2020 and winning the silver medal there. And I said to them when I saw them yesterday or the day before, it's like, guys, when are you going to take a break? I mean, and they said, well, we took a break, but we're going to take another one around Christmas time. But surely, Nora, you know about this. You've been to the Olympics. It's a bit like sleep, isn't it? When you work out in the gym, you're stressing the muscles, but it's the sleep where the repair and the regeneration comes. Surely it's the same with the ebb and flow of an Olympic campaign. You need the rest.
Yes, indeed. Like everyone needs the rest. Just how much is it depends on the person, of course. But it's sometimes like doing all this Olympic campaigning and everything, and you train really hard. You don't even realize how much you do and how much you train and like how much you're into it, that you need the rest to kind of like get distance and understand what's actually happening. And that's, when you make the most, I think, the learnings, when you get some rest and like understand what's actually happening.
It does seem that when sailors have had a bit of a break and they come back to competition, they often come back really, really strong straight away.
Yeah.
That's what Vittorio Bissaro and Mael Frascari will be hoping, and they've just proven that with a race win just then, because they got a 9:11:11 yesterday. I mean, that's way below their standards. So they had a poor day. I don't think they would mind me saying that yesterday. And they've answered that perfectly with that incredible race win, that wasn't just gifted to them. They really had to fight for it in that race, Chris.
Yeah, and they couldn't be a nicer pair. I mean, just like really genuinely nice people. I mean, most of these sailors are. And Mael, isn't she's involved in the, I think she's involved in the class association. And so she's giving back already earlier in her career. And, as we know, they're the 2019 world champions. They're nothing to sneeze at. And, they just missed out on Olympic selection. And I know they're really hungry. But it's a long road when you think you almost made it.
Yeah, and so it takes great courage to pick yourself up again and put yourself into that contest all over again. And interviewing the two Italian crews earlier, Mael Frescari and Maria Jubilee, I did say to Mael, like, you were in a 2-horse race last time. It looks like you're in a 3-horse race for just that one spot to represent Italy, and it's a tough gig, isn't it?
It is, and like the upcoming Olympics will be really interesting to follow these teams, and especially when, assuming then the third team will be back in the game, hopefully. It will be really tough for these guys to just race together against such a good sailors. So I think it's just sad that just one of them can be chosen to.
It is. It's really hard on them.
The big picture I see here with the only other real legacy team in Nacra is France. So Italy and France are really the two teams that have made the biggest impact on this class. I think if you add up the World Championships between the Italians, Billy Basson and Marie Rio, Billy Basson and Marie Rio won the first 3 World Championships.
They won all 4 in that lead up to Rio 2016. It is incredible, but since the change to foiling, the French have been sort of the also-rans. They've been one of a number of moderately competitive teams, but as soon as the boat popped up onto hydrofoils, the French were left behind, and it was the Italians that have led the charge ever since the boat has been on foils. And now we've got this other step change with this additional rudder control. Yes. The boat's going to be potentially foiling upwind a lot more consistently. Who's going to get on top of this new development first? Yeah. I think the Italians will still be right there. I think they've got such a strong understanding of foiling, partly through the whole Luna Rossa AC75 America's Cup program. I think that all helps. But it is another opportunity for the other teams to feel like, wow, this could be a reset. Maybe this is our chance to attack the likes of Italy and Great Britain and Germany. Maybe we can get onto level terms again. Interesting to see.
Yeah, I think the rudder control, here we are back on the course. The start's kind of probably be in just under 4 minutes. And but I think, talking about that rudder control, I talked to Vittorio about it, and he talked about how their minds are getting around how to use that in the different modes. I really think that could really shuffle things up, because it's very creative thinking how we can use a control like that.
Okay, I hope so. I'm a little bit skeptical of foiling all the way around the course. I see some of that in other racing like Sail GP, and I find it's not as interesting as this battle to get on the foils that we have with the current Nacra. So I wait to see how it's going to go.
And it also shows how development in the class, things like these really matter. Like, it changes the racing totally. It's just such a huge thing to be able to foil when the others aren't foiling. It's like 5 knots of a difference, probably more. And that's why I think it will, we'll hopefully see Italy in the front, but it can also give opportunity to the other countries to step up their game.
Right. And just to geek out on it just for a second, to have rudder controls, and they call it differential, so you have a different angle of attack for your windward rudder versus your leeward rudder, and they discovered this in the America's Cup. That foil is further out than your dagger boards. Your dagger boards are angled in, so the center of lift on the dagger boards is actually well inside the boat. The rudders, since they're a T-foil, the center of lift is further out, so there's a lot of leverage there. So once everyone's foiling, everyone can foil. What you can start to do with the weather one is go negative lift and pull down. So you're fighting it, you're increasing your riding moment by pulling down on the weather hull.
So is that going to be possible with these boats?
Absolutely.
But what loads is that going to put through the boat? I mean, remembering that a Nacra 17 was never designed for foiling.
No, it's incredible how we could, how they can change a boat that wasn't meant to be foiling, and now it's foiling, and now we're just going further into that.
Pete Melvin and Morelli Melvin and the group that's worked on these designs, and the other people that have, I think they were secretly wanted to make it foiling. So there's probably some secret sauce in all of this program. But the mechanism that Ravi was working on, go ahead.
No, you just finished that thought, but these guys are not thinking about full foiling. They're thinking about the start of this race, and the Germans are wondering what they're going to do with their port tack approach. Will they be able to duck behind the rest of the fleet, because they are holding back quite a lot? No, so the Germans are going to tack round and go for a pin end start on starboard. There's maybe just one or two boats thinking about the unconventional.
Yeah, it looks like Argentina is planning on doing port start. Nope, still changing. Maybe.
I think you're right. I think Argentina is one of those boats that's going for it. We've got about 5 seconds to the start. Italy 98, the overall leaders of this World Championship, they are starting on port. Ugolini and Jubilee clearly want the right-hand side of this race course. Will they be able to make a clean start underneath the fleet? Whilst Germany's Paul Koloff and Alissa Stulema, they are the winners of the pin end and already have Australia struggling in their wake on this side of the race course.
And the Germans have a nice lead here. They can choose whatever angle they want to sail, and I think that's why they can kind of pinch up the Australians behind them. It looks really strong, a strong start from them.
Not such a strong start for Great Britain, 21 on the far side. There were second row starters off the committee boat. That was surely not in the game plan. So a poor start for John Gibson and Anna Burnett with a lot of catching up to do. But we saw what Ugolini and Jubilee were able to salvage from their terrible start to the previous race. While meanwhile, Germany is coming up to the line of Bissero and Frascari, the next boat on starboard. And Germany, it really in very good controlling position on the left-hand side of the race course right now, sailing higher and faster than anybody else. They're the only boat doing over 10 knots of boat speed, doing close to 11 knots of boat speed, and the rest of the boats struggling to get up to 10 knots. So really fast, impressive start for Koloff and Stulema.
This course does not look like it did previously on both windward legs the last time. It looks like a lot more even across the course, and I think even though Germany's definitely further up the course, and actually as I look at this, it is starting to look like those first two beats with the lower left side moving up the course quicker. I had to update my tracker, but yeah, it's definitely, this looks not carbon copy, but pretty close to both beats in the last race where initially the left gets up the course. Now, if that's the case, then people can learn from that, take that advantage, get over the top of the boats to the right until they can set themselves up for the top right-hand corner.
Are you telling the Germans that if they can tack, they should tack?
I would tack as soon as possible. If I were the Germans, if everything plays out the way it did in the last two beats.
Well, they're not going to be the first to do that, because Bissero and Frascari have already taken the initiative, and the Italians have tacked out towards the right-hand side, which leaves the Germans even more exposed on the left. So surely it can't be too long before they listen to Chris and decide to tack, and there we have it.
We have it.
In a moment, they flip onto attack, and if only Chris had spoken up earlier.
Koloff and Strudel. How do you say their names again?
It's sort of like apple strudel, isn't it? Koloff and Stulema.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. I'll leave that to you.
So this is the fifth day, just one more day left after this, and the second race of today of the Nacra fleet. Will we see a third race after this, or?
It's possible. I mean, we've got a whole hour and 20 minutes of daylight left.
So probably not. So this race really matters then, like big time for tomorrow.
Well, how strongly do we know that there isn't going to be a next race?
We don't know. Yeah. We'll see.
But meanwhile, look how great it looks for Germany, just leaving.
I think it looks great. Like why? Yeah, I think it was fine that they continued a bit to the left.
Well, you're absolutely correct, Nora. You're absolutely correct. I don't know what Chris was thinking.
It's easy to say afterward. It's also easy to be really smart here in the commentary.
Yes, it is.
Studio.
Especially with the benefit of this drone footage that we're looking at now.
Well, I just want to take this moment. I was really enjoyed hearing that story, and that's why these stories of these athletes are so important. Of Paul Koloff. I mean, you hear these stories about people who've survived cancer or other types of traumatic things. They have a superpower, and right now, these two, even though he's not winning the race, it seems like he has a superpower.
He's also one of those sailors that I've seen manage to pop the Nacra 17 up onto the foils and get it really ripping upwind. That is a favourite mode of the Germans. We don't see it very often with this current configuration of the Nacra 17, but the Germans are particularly good at it. We are looking at, I think, who's this we see?
Austria.
The Austrians? Yeah.
Yes.
So they seem to be going along pretty nicely, and GBR 21 somehow has salvaged a good position out here on the left-hand side. So Great Britain could well be back into the race as we see Austria 97, Faresi and Zockling tacking onto Port Jibe, just about getting across the front of, I think, maybe the Germans. But we're now on board with Gianluigi Ugolini and Maria Jubilee. Maria working hard with her arms and her knees, like Chris was explaining earlier, really working that main sheet. Multiple purchase. I can't tell you offhand how many, but I'm guessing about an 8 or 9 to 1 purchase on the main sheet. Huge loads.
Yeah, and they've GBR. I just backed the track up. Yeah, can you hear me? I just backed the track up a little bit just to see where GBR came through. And yeah, they had to come out of the middle right side of the course, and then they just stayed on the same tack the whole way through. They did basically fewer tacks than everyone up that beat with actually with just them, and I think that's one of the reasons why they came through. But let's see where Germany comes out. Germany got bounced back to the left. So
well, I'm imagining GBR must have taken some bad air to do what they did, because they came off that line in the second row, and it must have been really hard to hang in there. We're looking at Austria 97, and just to the left of the drone is probably where you would see Great Britain 21. So Austria in the front runners, lying about 5th or 6th in this race at the moment. Sailing fast on port tack, doing about 9 or 10 knots of boat speed. Australia also doing well in this race.
Yeah, I noticed that GBR actually they were very lucky. They were one of the few boats to have just a lane all the way up on starboard tack. Somehow the boats that crossed them went a little further, and the boats that tacked underneath them just weren't close enough to them.
A lot of boats are tacked onto starboard here, so they did it almost at the same time. Why do you think that would be, Nora?
I would think it probably like a shift or a fleet control. This fleet is like doing a lot of fleet control and like really racing against each other, but also of course the shifts, but not sure how much is the shift and how much is actually the fleet control. Quite many tacks actually today.
Yeah,
I'm surprised. Like, it's not really gaining to do, full speed to one side, like the right side. We see a few boats doing that, but it just hasn't really paid off. Mostly, playing the game in the middle somehow. That's working the best.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that as well. And so I thought maybe they would carry it all the way out to the starboard ley line, but they seem to be playing a tighter game up the middle of the race course, which is much more interesting for us to watch.
But it doesn't seem like a clear shift, because it's mostly like half of the fleet is on the other tack than the other half. So you would normally see if it's a clear right shift or left shift. Here you can see the tracker. They're just like a bunch in the middle.
And it's amazing to me how GBR 21 has got itself into such a controlling position here from such an awful start. And we think the start is so important, and in some conditions it is, but it is the mark of a champion, such as these reigning world champions and Olympic silver medalists, that they can somehow extract a decent result after a really bad start.
Yeah, and like not getting stuck to it that you have a bad start. Of course, a good start is always, it makes the racing just so much easier. But it doesn't mean if there's a lot of shifts, a lot of happening, a lot of tacks during this upwind, for example, you will have a lot of options to do and to gain. So you just need to like forget about the bad race and just see possibilities.
Well, the possibilities now, Chris, are that GBR21, it looks almost impossible for anyone to take the lead from them as they go around the windward mark in a commanding lead. And what an amazing comeback they've enjoyed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they should be awfully happy right now. I watched their track again, and they were able to clear out from the start line, get on a starboard, and have actually a really clean run up the course. And one other great thing about not just finding opportunities, but doing something with the opportunity, knowing how to consolidate it. And what they did was they used that, they took that lead, and then they started doing, like Nora said, fleet management, getting right on top of the biggest group, and then taking that to whatever timing they had to control when they were able to turn.
So round in second was Denmark, and then Austria is right up there as well. The Netherlands, USA 32 Parent and Stone, French Morniac, and Kurt Bain Keskinen in around 7th. USA 34 Crane and Atwood around 8th place. The Australians, Ruben and Rita Booth, 9th place. Bisero and Frascari from Italy in 10th. So not such a good beat for them, and not such a good beat for Ugolini and Jubilee. And I'm wondering what has happened to Germany. How has Germany dropped back to 14th place? We're going to have to pick up on that. We're on board with Ugolini and Jubilee from Italy, our overall World Championship leaders at the moment, back in 11th place. We saw them able to make inroads, able to make a big comeback in the previous race. That's what they need to do. They're in the pack. They're in 11th or 10th place at the moment alongside Bisero and Frascari. But something really strange has happened to Germany 3, because they were up leading that race and now they find themselves back in 14th place, second last position. So that surely wasn't just the wind that did that to them. They must have had some kind of gear failure or some other error or issue that happened to them.
Well, you can really get stuck when the pack comes all in together at the same time. Everything gets really light there, and fast boats want to be freed up.
Yeah, I was thinking, could we look at we saw the footage here, how they moved downwind. It was really hectic.
Yeah, different than upwind, not as steady.
Indeed, yeah. And both of them moved quite much to get the boat foiling nicely.
So it's a 200-metre lead or 220-metre lead for Great Britain here, ahead of the Danes, who are in second place. You can see them just top left of picture. So that is the gap. 230 metres it's up to now, as John Gibson and Anna Burnett have boat speed up to about 18 knots. And they are the fastest boat on the racetrack. So that's either because they're sailing the boat better or because there's a little bit more wind where they are right now.
Now it seems like a trend that people have been jibing off from the lane. They continued after the mark. They did just a straight hoist and a set and continued there. But now we can see Denmark and Finland actually coming out from the pack there. Also Germany 3 doing a comeback. So soon we'll see more of them. I hope, because it looks like there's more wind coming from the right, and yeah, they're getting it.
We've talked about it a lot. It's not about winning races, but it's how to come back from a bad position. And we saw on the 49er and the FX people doing some comebacks, but this is a 20-second comeback from 14th or 13th place to on the tracker 6th place. Now
for who?
For I'm sorry. Good job. You know how to pronounce their names. But the German team coming down on port, they rounded in a big jumble. They were the last part of the beat. They were in a big group of boats and got bounced all the way back to 10th or 11th, even 12th or 13th. And here they are on the tracker on 5th on port. Everyone's on port jibe, and they're coming down the run. And who knows if that shift goes right any further, then it's going to be really hard for them to get back because they're not on ley line. But if things stay steady, then there's a really good chance that they've made a really, really big gain just by selecting the right way through.
May I say a trend I'm noticing here? Today, overall, also with FX and Nacra, seems like jibing early has been the saving moment. Do you either do a jibe set or just jibing earlier than the pack on the left side has normally gained? If you're the first boat to jibe, not the second or the third.
You're absolutely right about that. Meanwhile, Gibson and Burnett must be thinking, we were leading the previous race by a comfortable margin as we went round the leeward gate, and they must have been thinking nothing could go wrong. Then they got swallowed up. They were lucky that they managed to salvage a 5th place from the previous race. Surely from where they are now, they're going to win this race. They're going to sail away and win it. But they must, in the back of their mind, be thinking, we've been here before. So
Exactly.
nothing is safe, is it?
No, it's not. We're seeing the Danish team rounding the mark now. A second. I was looking at their upwind because I was wondering where they came from, because I didn't see them going upwind.
Exactly.
And the Danish here, and I'm surprised that they just managed to do a really good upwind, even though they were just in the middle of the pack the whole time. And that's why I'm like, wait, where did you come from?
And there's something about the Danish. You shouldn't be surprised with a Danish team as well, because they come from an awesome legacy with Lynn Senholt, the female skipper of the Danish team in the Olympics, and CP. I'm trying to remember CP's last name.
Meanwhile, the pack are rounding, and we see Austria going round just ahead of the leaders in this series at the moment, Italy 98. Followed by the young French team. This is where big gains can be made as you go around this part of the course. But there are two leading contenders chopping wood. Look at the boats just bouncing up and down, and
really
Germany
tight roundings,
sailing round the outside of Italy 5, and Bissero and Frascari, they just couldn't get the boat moving, and they got the Americans sailing up the inside of them.
No, that's the worst. Like, just not being able to get the boat going. Hopefully they can pass the Australians, can they?
They managed to cross the Australians,
yeah.
but that was a disastrous moment for Italy 5 going round that leeward gate. And now we have Ugolini and Jubilee with the Austrians to windward of them, trying to make life hard. It looks like the Austrians are trying to sail over the top of the Italians and give them bad air. And there's a lot of urgency around the way that Ugolini is dropping himself down on the trapeze wire and looking around at his options. He knows that he might have to tack fairly soon.
And since we've been watching here, they've moved forward probably a good 10 feet on them, and now it's coming back because they're going into attack. But they were making gains to leeward. So
they were, but it was obviously too uncomfortable for them to stay there, or else a decision was made a little bit earlier for them than they otherwise wanted to make. Out in front, still 180 meters ahead of the Danes, is Gibson and Burnett, GBR 21, looking quite comfortable, or as comfortable as anyone can do on these tricky waters off the coast of Oman.
I think we should keep an eye on the Finnish team right now, heading off to the right side of the course. I don't know if this course is kind of balancing out right now. Actually, they just tacked, but that's fine. They're the furthest right boat right now, and then heading back to the left-hand side of the course. I think we should keep an eye on them, because as we go up this race course, we've seen the right not be dominant, but still be pretty strong.
Maybe that's what the British have thought. They've been listening to you, Chris, because they've just tacked on to port tack to put a bit more protection on the right-hand side of the racecourse. But there's no one really far enough right, I don't think, to threaten them. This race seems to be going a lot more comfortably for Great Britain than the previous one did. Nora, what opportunities for attacking do you see against the British?
For attack them. I think the Danish, they have an opportunity. I was hoping for the Finnish if they would have gone further to the right, but as we can't see from here, but they can see underwater, maybe there just wasn't opportunity on the right side. Here we see the Danish, they're still continuing more to the left when you see the British on the left side. Actually, the Danish tack, it must have been a shift or something. They're just basically behind the GBR, so I don't think there's much opportunity how it looks like at the moment. So GBR will have a pretty comfortable lead, still continuing with that.
That's a nice feeling when you look over your shoulder and you see your rival tack pretty much on the same line as you.
Yeah, that's perfect. It's like, thanks for making my job easier. I just love it.
But as you say, there must be a good reason why Sayama Pedersen and Brun Boriskov decided to tack so close to the line of the British. Maybe it was a shift or something, but it looks like they're having to duck the Americans there, so that's an important giveaway of distance there, and the Americans putting themselves into contention, Parent and Stone. Chris, what do you know about the Parent and Stone combination?
Well, I know Ravi Parent, who we saw in the video just before, and Sarah Stone are a new pair, a very new pair. And I talked to them about their training recently, and it's it's Sarah kind of explained to it. She didn't say this, but it was like baby steps. You know, it's like they have to put these building block pieces in place before they go to the next level of each gear that they're going through, and it's just time in the boat. But they're getting along really well. You know, you can tell about a chemistry of a team, especially a new one, that they're calm. You can tell that there are no airs about them, and they're not trying to hide anything either. So, you know, Ravi is a pretty positive person, and let's see, Carson Crane sailing with Ravi's last crew, Caroline Atwood. That pair is going to be really strong. They're trying to figure it out right now too. But Ravi's been sailing a lot, trialing out that rudder system, and he said, you know, jumping back into the boats now without the rudder control, he's like, oh my gosh, the boats are so much harder to sail.
I wonder if that's going to level up the fleet once they bring that rudder control in, because it will make it easier to sail. But I'm still concerned about that negative lift or whatever it was that you described it.
Pulling down.
I mean, that's going to put huge forces through the boat.
I think about the rudder failing as well.
Yes.
Probably
heavy rudder as well, you think?
It's going to be, different.
Yeah.
Well,
he knows. We can ask him more about how it feels.
He obviously prefers it from what you said.
Yep, absolutely. He absolutely prefers it.
Meanwhile, they nominally have moved into first place, the Americans that we're talking about. Whether that's real or not.
According to the tracker,
yes,
at least.
According to the tracker.
But I see GBRs, they look like if they do one tack on a lifting tack, they will just, you know, be in the front again.
I think
super close.
Gibson and Burnett are probably...
No, the tack is coming. Let's see.
Yeah. I really think that this course is looking more evened out than it has been. You know, even all day. I think maybe that we're getting near, it's 4:15 in the afternoon, which is actually really late. We're getting late in the day. I think the breeze has gone as far right as we were going to see it. You know, we saw that in the FX, it going hard right. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying that they're now in the lead. You know, it feels good to be right.
You nailed it.
I just needed to say that.
Yep,
you can continue.
Okay, cool. Well, you crushed it, and they're crushing it right now too. And let's see. You know, I don't see this top three. The fleet is so balanced, and now this breeze is steady. You know, that was a little right shift that Nora called from way out. But we really see the fleet pretty level right now. Tacks are even, you know, so just about the same angle. Although Gibson and Burnett look like they're on a really nice lift coming up to the mark, but Denmark and USA aren't on bad angles either. But I don't see Austria or Ugolini and Jubilee getting into this second and third place boat unless things get a little bit dicey up near the top of the course.
Well, let's see if the British have judged this ley line correctly. If they have, then they're going to be very hard for anybody to catch, even the Danes or the Americans that we see in contention. Out of picture, but moving up nicely up the right-hand side of our screen or the left-hand side of the race course are the Italians, Ugolini and Jubilee. So they are sailing along really nicely, and they're staying in touch with Gibson and Burnett, who are having a great race and a great day and have closed the gap on the Italians. It's going to be very close on points between these two going into the final day of competition of the Nacra 17 World Championships. Meanwhile, Gibson and Burnett ploughing that blessedly lonely path. I'm sure they're quite happy to be out on their own with very little threat from any other boat right now. The boat behind them is Denmark, and behind them it's USA 32, Parent and Stone.
Denmark being close by, but haven't really had the opportunity to, or haven't placed themselves in an opportunity to go past GBR. Mostly just like staying close to GBR. Maybe they're happy. I mean, second place, it's already really good. Instead of taking bigger risk and then losing to the rest of the fleet. The rest of the fleet is really close by, so you don't want to take too big of a risk.
Well, a couple of extra tacks that the British would rather not have taken, and maybe the Danes won't have to. So maybe the Danes judged their final ley line a little bit better than the British, and that will close the gap. And will it open the door for the Danes to be able to attack Great Britain down the final run? What kind of decision will the Brits make on the final run as they hop up onto the foils and Anna Burnett runs in to get the Jenniker hoisted? Here comes Pedersen and Boriskov for Denmark, just beginning to get that red kite out as the boat crashes down off the foils. That's a little bit expensive. They're going to lose a bit of distance to the leaders doing that.
I think there's definitely been a closure of that lead. The second place boat is, 2/3 closer, or however you'd want to say that, to GBR. Their lead has been diminished by quite a bit. So I think, I'm excited to see the way this run progresses. Who's faster, who's picking that one shaft of breeze that's going to make it for the whole race.
But after the top three who have a good lead, it's very close between the next few. So it's Jerud and Johnson in 4th place for Sweden, followed by Moniac and Bertomeu from France, and then Ugolini and Jubilee from Italy in 6th, followed by Kurtbay Keskinen from Finland, and then Kolof Stulema, Germany. So they're hanging in there with a mid-fleet position. Were doing a lot better early on in the race. Magdalani Busco also in the mix for Argentina, and the Netherlands Van der Meer and Bauer, with Bissero and Frascari struggling back in around 9th or 10th place.
And I wanted to just share something with everyone. When we're looking at these boats sailing downwind, we know it's not even 12 knots. It's like probably wavering between 9 and 12 knots or something like that. And look at their speeds: 17 knots, 16.7, 16.5, sometimes 19 knots. The mind-blowing thing with these boats is that they chase down puffs. They look for puffs next to them or downwind of them, and they link into them and they ride them for a while until they outrun that puff, and then look for the next one. And it's like catching waves and skipping over the next waves, like Nora was talking about with the 49er. So it's a little bit different. It's almost like sometimes when you're going upwind, you pass a puff and you're like, I'm going to chase this one down, especially when you get near the top of the course.
Yeah, that is mad, isn't it? The same gust that does you a favor upwind, you can catch that same gust and go past it downwind.
Absolutely.
It's hard to get your head around.
100%.
Now you can see the Finnish are using my tactic of the early jibe.
Absolutely.
Interesting to see will they climb. They didn't the upwind. They struggled upwind, but actually they're quite quick downwind. That's like one of their benefits. They're quick downwind and they like it. So they were saying it's actually nicer to have a downwind finish, because they feel like they can climb a bit just before the finish.
Right. So that's their secret weapon. It seems like there's a lot more port jibe than starboard jibe to do on this run now, so it does seem sensible to get onto port early.
And Finland is almost heading right at the leeward mark right now, which shows me that it could, it's almost just a pressure thing, but that's probably shift and pressure that's doing that. Let's see how fast
probably
they're going.
Both,
Doing Finland's doing 19, 18 knots of the fastest boat on the court next to Bissaro and Frascari. Yeah, so that group of boats is going really fast. They're up on the foil. They're trying to be really steady. I've been noticing on the last 2 downwind legs, Gibson and Burnett weren't quite as steady on their flight control. Don't let Anna hear this. They just looked like they were a little bit more up and down than the German team when I was watching them, and then one of the Italian teams. And you see Denmark, you have to head up really, once you fall off the foil, your apparent wind goes really far back, so you have to head up really quick, get that speed back up, get on the foils, and then your apparent wind goes way forward and you head down again. You lose an awful lot of distance. You'll see a jog in the tracker when they do something like that.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. You can see that on the tracker with Denmark 31. So what you just said is beautifully illustrated on the track right there.
And as I was talking with the sailors and asking, I understood, indeed, that the Finnish and the Italian 5, Bissaro and Frascari, they're one of the best teams downwind, how I understood, and now they're competing against each other. They're battling who will take it, who will be the 5th or the 4th boat after the top GBR coming to the finish now, Denmark and USA.
And that's one thing I like to look at here is when you're next to one of the best boats in the world, if Finland's hanging with them, then there it is.
Gibson and Burnett cross the finish line and win that race. Pretty much they led, not quite from start to finish, but it was a very dominant win. And they could have so easily been 2 wins for the British if that earlier race had gone right. But they are the class act of the day so far. Sayema Pedersen and Brun Boriskov crossing in 2nd for Denmark. And then USA 32, Parent and Stone, 3rd place. They'll be super happy with that. And then as far as the championship is concerned, it's important to note that in 4th place, we've got Ugolini and Jubilee coming across the finish line. I don't think that's going to be good enough to hold on to the overall lead. I'm pretty sure that even with the last race, Gibson and Burnett might have just got ahead. But Gibson and Burnett, I'm pretty sure now, without having done the maths other than in my head, I think are our new leaders of the World Championship. Ugolini and Jubilee now push back in to second place. Moniak and Bertomeu coming across for France in 5th place. Soon to be followed by Kurtbay and Keskinen from Finland in 6th. But actually it was Jerud and Jonsson that get in ahead. They're on 6th, and then Kurtbay, Keskinen 7th. Magdalani Bosco from Argentina in 8th. And Koloff and Stulemer in 9th. They'll be super disappointed with that, having led off the start line and been so strong in the early stages of that race. Vandermeer, Bissera and Frascari, they are the white Jenica. They'll be disappointed too after winning the previous race and then finishing 10th here. 11th, Vandermeer and Bauer from the Netherlands. Austria's Ferrezi Zockling in 12th. Ruben and Rita Booth from Australia in 13th. Crane and Atwood from USA in 14th. And bringing up the rear is Sweden's Svensson and Dackhammer. So, not a great follow-up to their race win for Bissero, Frascari and Koloff and Stulemer. Whatever happened to them, Chris? Such a good start to that race. They, by the top mark, they were back in 13th or 14th place. Crazy.
Right. And then we had this moment of hope for them right on that downwind leg, jumping back up into 6th or 5th on the tracker. And just when you're in a jumble of boats, to be able to pop out the front side of a group. We know what that's like when you're trying to get an overlap, for example, and you know, if you're just behind their shrouds, you may not be able to stay in it, you know, those kind of things. They just weren't able to hang on, and they were spit out the back, and it happens to the best of them, that's for sure. It just did.
Yeah, I was looking at the tracker and they just couldn't find a good lane to sail on. They were struggling, so
it happens.
So I think with Koloff and Stulemer struggling in that race, Moniak and Bertomeu having a pretty good race there, I wonder if the French have moved up into 3rd place by now. But more significantly, I think the top two are breaking away. Increasingly, this looks like a battle between the Italians and Great Britain.
Absolutely, it's moving day with the Germans having those slips, you know, and after the Germans, you know, Bassari and Frascari, you know, we know on paper they're the ones that have those skills and you know, strength to move up through the fleet. And they're not quite doing it. So, I mean, it's moving day, and Gibson and Burnett and the Italians are moving, and the British are not making very many mistakes at all.
No, and I felt like they were hard done by in the race that they were leading, that they weren't really doing anything wrong, but suddenly things changed really dramatically, really quickly in the previous race, and suddenly they got dropped to nearly 10th place and were sort of, they had to sail their socks off just to get back to 5th place in that race.
Yeah, and it's not every time, it's not under your control, even though you think it is, but just like staying cool, trying to like, you know, just check, go with the shift and do have the fleet control when you're in the front. That's the only thing you can do. And if something goes wrong, you just have to like push back up to the top of the fleet. Yeah, and one thing actually, talking about mistakes and not making many, they did seem to make a mistake at the start. That was a 2nd row start, and we don't get to see that end of the line very clearly, so we're not sure why, but that seemed like a self-inflicted error there.
Yeah, but they came out of that one pretty quickly by just selecting a really beautiful lane and just going really fast for a long time on that race course. And Nora, what we noticed, there was a lot more tacking than we thought there was going to be. Yeah. And so that combined with them just staying steady on a lift, going fast while their boats were doing 1 or 2 more tacks, and then they went up, and then they had to do more tacks to manage the fleet. That was probably a pretty smart move on their part. It turned out to be. Well,
let's take a quick break before we get into the final race of the afternoon. We're just coming into the sequence for the final race, but we're going to have a short advertisement break, and then we will be back to you in a few minutes.
بتراثنا الحضاري تفردنا، وبتاريخنا العريق ازدهرنا. ثقافتنا المتأصلة وموروثاتنا الأصيلة عكسنا ارتباطنا بالبيئة والمجتمع اللي تجسد من خلالها تفاصيل عاداتنا وتقاليدنا، من لبسنا وفنوننا الشعبية، احتفالاتنا، عاداتنا وتقاليدنا. تعاهدنا نستمر في تجديد ولائنا كل عام، سلامنا وازدهارنا وحبنا وتسامحنا يزيد، وتبقى أنت وطننا اللي ما مثلك وطن. أنا عماني وفخري بلادي.
طاقة جعلت منا كيانا واحد
وحافزا
واسما
إلى مزيد من الرقي والتطوير،
جمع قرونا من التاريخ التليد وشاهدا على أعوام من التلاحم والتكاتف انحنت له كل الصعاب، وسطرنا بعده أجمل إنجازاتنا، وهنا خطونا خطواتنا الأكبر. ومثل أي شيء إذا اتحد يكون أقوى، بعطائنا، بقيمنا الماجدة الراسخة. كلما دعينا للبذل في ساحة الميدان نكون أولا، نحيط الجميع بعناية، نصنع حلولا تفيد المجتمع. تفاصيل هي أولى اهتماماتنا، بكل ما أوتينا من شغف وطموح واتحاد وقوة. اليوم هو انعكاسات الغد المشرق.
إن شراكة المواطنين في صناعة حاضر البلاد ومستقبلها
ذلك المستقبل الذي لطالما عملنا لأجله.
نتفاعل معه ونؤثر فيه ونتأثر به.
نراه في منتجاتنا بكل فخر، في مواردنا البشرية الكفء، في مشاريعنا التي ننافس نغير بها المعالم. هي طاقة لعماننا بلا حدود.
So this is the final race of the penultimate day of the Nacra 17 World Championships, along with the 49er and the 49er FX World Championships here in Oman. My name's Andy Rice, and along with Chris Musler and Nora Ruskula, we are going to be commentating on these 15 boats about to decide the final race of the afternoon. And we've got about 1 hour of daylight left. Should be enough to get the racing in. We've got just over 30 seconds to the start, and I'm wondering what the Italian boat, if that's what it was thinking. It looks like it's lining up for a port tack start. That's a pretty common tactic in this kind of racing. Chris, we've got the Italians Ugolini and Jubilee lining up on port. Looks like they're favouring the right-hand side as we go into the final 10 seconds of the start.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about the port tack start. That means you want to get to the right with the fewest number of tacks. And you know you're very rarely going to win the pin. We're off, and they're just looking for their hole to get through and get going right. You save yourself a tack. But they definitely know that's where they want to be.
They're already giving away a lot of distance to the Argentinians, for example. That's about a 3 or 4 boat length pass behind the Argentinians. It looks like the Italians, Ugolini and Jubilee, were a little bit late getting their skates on to go outright. So it's a bit of a giveaway early on. But we also know that the right-hand side can be stronger later on. The question is, Nora, is that too much too soon? Because the left can be strong early on these beats.
It can, but just seeing the Australians, it seems like they're just going really low, like speed mode, fully, quite far away from the fleets. So it is a risk for them. I remember seeing them down here at the pin end previously. Wasn't that so that they took it the previous race?
That's
as well?
correct. And then the Australians, I think it was 2 races ago that they looked like they were getting left behind by the fleet as they were lifting off them, and then it came good for the Australians later on. But at the moment I have the same concerns, Chris, that the Australians are in different breeze and that there is superior higher lifting breeze for the boats that came off the middle of the line.
We've seen that across the classes, and again, we're seeing the boats on the left, besides that one, that most lured most boat just falling off the face of the earth a little bit. But the other thing we see here too is some of the fleet is split a little bit earlier, and that was telegraphed by the Italian team, starting on port, wanting to go to the right. So it doesn't surprise me that almost half the fleet is heading to the right now. But we're seeing the same trend of the first batch of boats that are able to stay on starboard tack off the line or moving up the track a little bit further. But the fleet is more split.
So the French are looking good, poked out on this side. Moniac and Bertomeu with a good position here. The Argentinians tacking behind them, and on their shoulder it looks like it's maybe the Americans, USA 32. To the left of these 2 boats coming towards us that are also looking quite well placed. That's Parent and Stone, just fresh off a 3rd place in the previous race. Chris, it seems like this young American team is making good strides in this fleet.
Right. Well, you know how it feels. It's even, you don't have to be an Olympian to get on a roll, or go to the Olympics to get on the roll, or to understand it. And they feel good right now. And what we know in really fast boats, you can figure out the conditions. The breeze hasn't changed very much since we started here, at least from what we can see. The speeds are around the same upwind and down. And they've found a really good mode. We know their boat handling's good, even though they're new. There's a couple things that they're trying to figure out as a new team. But the one thing Ravi knows, he sails A-class catamarans all the time in Southern California with some of the best sailors in the world. And he knows how to make a catamaran go fast. So right now, they've found their mode.
And it's interesting, at this event, they're coached by their training partner, Riley Gibbs. He's also here to, maybe see the other boats as well, like spy on the other. No, just kidding. But you see different things from the coach boat. I think it's a cool opportunity and interesting that training partners can coach each other, and I think they can learn a lot from that.
Yeah, and Riley Gibbs and Anna Weiss were at the Olympic Games. They were 10th, I believe, at the Games.
Ninth
place at the Games, and you know, they know exactly what they're doing, and he's a SailGP veteran, so
Yeah.
he knows how to run a really great campaign.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, we're on board with Ugolini and Jubilee from Italy. They've been leading for so much of this championships. That's why they're wearing the #1 vests. But at the moment, they've got some catching up to do on Gimpson and Burnett, who have overtaken them for the overall world title lead today. And there is a real battle building up between the Italians and the British. And it's left to the rest, including the French that we've been talking about a little bit earlier, and the Germans to see if they can close the gap on the leaders.
Actually, looking at the leaderboard, the French and the Germans are on the same points. They both have 61 points. The Germans are still on 3rd and French on 4th place.
So very, very close between Germany and France, but they will both be believing that they can make inroads towards the top 2 pairings as well. But look how focused Ugolini and Jubilee are as they just go into attack. And Chris, just update us on how things are going across the map.
Well, this is probably one of the first times that it's really defined. There's a backpack. And so there's a backpack of 3 boats, unfortunately Netherlands, Sweden, sorry Nora, Finland. And so, but there's a group of 4 or 5, 6 that are kind of level. And right now, the majority of the fleet is on the right side of the course. And now it's a roll the dice type thing. It is the end of the day. We have Team GB and France to the left, but it's not as clear cut as it was in the previous races with the boats coming out of the left.
Yeah, so at the moment, yeah, the left normally does look good, but if the pattern holds, then we know that you need to get over to the right-hand side towards the top of these beats. So whilst the left looks favoured at the moment, they've got some work to do to get back across the fleet on the right-hand side.
And that curse of that pin end start, like we saw in the FX and now with Australia again, I mean, hopefully there'll be enough left with that left-hand side. What'd you call that again, the name of the left-hand side?
Sinistra, when it's going wrong for you.
The sinister left side.
Yeah. The Italian name for left.
That's exactly right.
But hopefully that'll work out for them. But right now, the right is now. This is kind of where it's all comes, where the rubber meets the road. The right side's coming in, the left side's coming back in on port, and we're going to see which side really worked out. They usually just wind up pointing at each other when they come to each other. So we're going to see if France can hold that lead. Morniak making a charge late in the day and late in this regatta.
And sailing really well, vying with the Germans for 3rd position overall at the moment. And this is the last race of the day. They've got another race tomorrow morning or just after midday.
Before the medal race.
That's right.
Yeah. And that's why we want to be looking at, the top 4 boats, GBR, Italy, Germany, and France. They're the one really close, really tight in the points, like just 10 points in those 4 positions. So anything can happen, and this race really makes a difference before tomorrow. And so,
yes, it's a 11-point gap for the 5th place boat, Vittorio Bissaro and Mael Frascari, to be able to make inroads. They've got Italy 5 on their sail at the moment, which tells us they were 5th at the previous Worlds in Geelong early 2020. They'll be surely looking to improve on that 5th place here.
So Andy was right. As we see coming up to this weather mark, Bissaro and Frascari, they committed to the right halfway up that beat. And Andy was saying, you got to get moving over there if the form holds, and it just did. That's where our leader's coming from right now. And now there's not much room to poke into that lead, but the fleet is level right now, so 2nd, 3rd through 6th is totally up for grabs. It's how you manage the fleet on the rest of this beat. And
so the boat furthest left in our picture, they are the race leaders. That's Bissaro and Frascari, winners of the race 2 races ago. Then they slipped to 10th in the race that finished a few minutes earlier. So will they be able to win 2 of today's races and get themselves back into contention for the podium? Well, it's nice to see Germany in the mix again with that top group. I mean, geez, the way things look right now, they're 2nd through 7th, 8th.
Oh, that was tricky.
It's all close. Yeah, let's spend some time on the drone. So now this Portac group, anything can happen here to slip through to get into the top 5, and you're one step away. If the boat's coming in on port, the first boats that meet the port tackers, they may have to duck, and then those starboard tackers might be slowing down, and even if you're behind on port tack, you may find a hole that someone else doesn't have by the time you get there.
It's going to be tough for USA 32, Parent and Stone, to find their way through. They are the most right-hand boat in our picture. They're the most left-hand boat as far as the map of the racecourse is concerned, and they've got a lot of work to do to get cleanly around this windward mark in amongst all the starboard traffic.
And especially Austria coming just probably tacking in front of them. I think they'll take the lane of USA.
First round is Bicero and Frascari from Italy, the 2019 world champions, with a 50-meter lead ahead of Francis Moniac and Bertomeu, making a play for the podium. And at the moment, that would be enough to get them into the podium. Crane and Atwood from the USA, round in third. Ferrezi and Zockling from Austria, also Argentina, Magdalani and Bosco. There goes Germany 3, and then Gibson and Burnett, the series leaders at the moment, trying to go over the top of the bronze medalists. The silver and the bronze medalists neck and neck in this race. And around go Parent and Stone. They were the furthest left boat we were just talking about, just going ahead of the Austrians. And then Ugolini and Jubilee in 9th. And crucially, they're a few points behind Gibson and Burnett. So this is going to extend Gibson and Burnett's lead as things stand. There's been an early jibe out. Now, Noura, you are the poster girl for early jibe out. So tell us what's going.
You noticed the trend here.
What do you make of USA 34 jibing out early? Do you like that move?
Yeah, well, because it works. That's why. No, it doesn't work every time. No, just saying this venue today, it's been working. We've seen the trend the whole day with the FX's first 3 races for them, and now the 3rd race for the Nacras. It's been working pretty well. And
looking at it now, it looks very nice. I mean, that was a very poor jibe by the Italian boat here. I think that was Ugolini and Jubilee, but it was a shocking jibe there. It took them a while to get back up and running again.
I just want to give a shout out to Crane and Atwood from the USA. I went back on the tracker, and they committed early, like to the middle of the right side, and they were on starboard, ley line from way out. And now they do their jibe set, another really great move. So capitalizing on what they knew from the beat, and that team's been struggling. Like that, I think they'd be the first to tell you they've been struggling as a new pair to get their wheels and get their communications together. And it must be really rewarding for them, just like a lot of new teams in this regatta, to really see it all come together in one race.
Oh, well, good for Crane and Atwood. Sticking to their guns, really convinced by the right-hand side of the race course, both upwind and downwind, and it seems to be working for them at the moment. Italy 5 still with a reasonable lead ahead of the chasing pack, looking very busy in the traffic for pretty much everybody else other than Italy 5 and USA 34, and with a bit of work to do for Germany in 6th place, and a lot of boats on the inside of them having done an earlier jibe. So the Germans don't get high marks from you, do they, Nora?
Okay, let's not look so black and white at this thing. I'm just trying to analyze racing, okay?
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. And I think you are mostly right in what you say. There is money to be made out of an early jibe.
And looking on this downwind leg, the last downwind leg was like this to an awful lot of port in the downwind leg. Even though the beat, the top of the beat definitely showed, the right side starboard tack was a slightly favored tack, but it was working for everyone. The U.S. showed that, but let's look at how this stands as everyone's on port jibe for the overall. GBR again, nothing flashy out of GBR, just slow and steady. Not crushing race wins too often, and just right there in it all the time. Whereas Germany's just back from it each time today, and it looks like they're going to get passed by the young French pair.
I would think GBR just having like a really good speed. That's why they're able to keep the steady sailing going.
I just want to give credit to Italy 5. They came in hot on one jibe, they dropped the kite, jibed, and then sheeted in around that mark. Really hard maneuver that they executed really well. Followed through that mark by the French, and then going to the opposite mark, it's going to be Argentina.
That's an interesting move, sailing to the middle of both of the marks, and then like suddenly changing.
Yeah.
It seems like they were going towards the right mark from looking from here, but they realized they wanted to do left for some reason.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look great when you look where first and second are now. It looks like quite a distance giveaway by Argentina.
And I'm also surprised that GBR took the left mark. I think the right mark looks just like an angle when they tack to starboard from the ones that went the right mark. The French, they look better.
I agree with you, and I think the test will be to see how Germany and Great Britain come back together, because Germany went round the opposite mark just behind Great Britain. GBR is in the bad air of Argentina, which isn't helping either.
So when choosing the mark, you normally, you want to see which mark is closest to you. There's sometimes they're not always level. Some is closer and other ones further away. But the most important thing, I think, is what's the plan for the next upwind. Like, you just want to think ahead. And today it's been the trend just to think ahead, a few steps ahead. What do you want to do next? Where do you want to place yourself?
So do we think for second beats the same is true as of first beats? Is it early left and late right?
It looks like it right now. You look at the angle the boat's coming off of the rightmost mark looking upwind, and they are not getting up the track very quickly, whereas we know that France and Italy rounded that mark and then didn't take long before they stepped back up on the starboard, and they're getting up the race course quite quickly.
Yeah,
a bit of a sketchy rounding by Australia. Ruben and Rita Booth struggling to keep the boat on its feet, that they do manage to get it round, followed by the Swedes, with Netherlands going the far side. But there is a little reminder that these boats can really come back and bite you if you don't watch out for them.
Yeah, I was about to say that there is a right shift going on quite clearly. Everyone on starboard are having a pretty good angle towards the next mark, top wind mark. And the ones on port are going pretty low. That's why it benefited also to take the right-hand side gate and then do an early tack.
So they took the right-hand side gate, but Germany and Italy 98 have left it quite long before they choose to tack, and now we see the moment of truth between those two. But we're with Argentina and France going out to the left-hand side. France has actually moved ahead potentially of the Italians. It looks like Morniak and Bertomeu might have got the better of Bissaro and Frascari, which, if you remember, the Italians had a pretty good lead, and we've seen those leads lost quite quickly in previous races, like with Gibson and Burnett. It looks like the French have now overtaken Italy for the lead.
Yeah, and from the leeward side, they must have just gotten in a really sweet mode, and they're ripping.
Yeah, that's how it looks like.
The other thing that we're looking at here is the fleet is a little bit more spread out. That's a big jump for those top three boats right now compared to previous races. And GBR looks like they're trying to salvage something, maybe just giddy up over to the right side, so they at least get that out of the way before they start heading back up the course.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see. I'm excited to see what will be the next step. What happens next with the wind? We have three boats: France, Argentina, and Italy. Am I saying France or the three boats here?
They are the three.
Yeah, going to the left, pretty alone when the rest of the fleet is just they're having a okay lead here, and the rest of the fleet kind of like working their way towards the right side.
Yep, and Vittorio and Mael just tacked away now. And, not a great angle at all, but fortunately for them, that's right after the tack too, but fortunately for them, that starboard tack, getting on the starboard tack early, brought them well up the racetrack.
Oh, now we can see the angle of Italians.
Yeah.
It's pretty poor. It looks poor to go back on the port side, but they kind of just have to go there, because if there's now new thing coming in from the right side, they have to somehow defend the lead. as I was talking, something will probably happen soon from the right, and that's what's happening.
It doesn't look so bad for Italy now.
Yes.
Italy have climbed back onto a decent line. So Italy are doing enough to get across all the boats on the right-hand side. But it looks like France, who carried on a little bit longer over to the port-hand ley line, has a better lift on that side. So France could well be hanging on to the lead, because I think what we were seeing as the boats were side by side, although France have got ahead, I think Italy had a click more boat speed. I think the Italians are a bit faster through the water. So to stay ahead, the French are going to have to sail smarter than the Italians.
Yeah, we saw that the Americans had their boat in a really good mode earlier in the race, and then they're not quite in that mode anymore. But those young Italians, well, this is actually Bissaro and Frascari, they've just been very consistent, even though the French kind of blew their doors off to leeward of them for a little while. They're still really consistent right now.
But
just say. Sorry.
Well, it does look good for France up on the left, doesn't it? As long as they can get back across to that right-hand side, because we've seen the right so strong.
It looks really good for them. The right seemed stronger, coming in stronger, but they didn't. The French, at least, managed to find a really nice place. Maybe that's a good puff or something.
Well, what we see here is that group of three lost more than half their lead on the pack in this last 30 seconds to a minute. Argentina got Germany pulled. Watch Germany right now. Watch this next minute or 30 seconds and see what happens with Germany here.
Germany with the blue number one now at the moment, left side.
Yeah.
What are you, Chris, applying to? What are you?
That they just sailed from 5th to 1st on the tracker.
They did.
But let's see if they can get back. So we do know that the last shift gets you to the weather mark first, not the second to last shift. So this is like the second or third to last shift that Germany's on. But what we do know when this happens, just like GBR did the last race, or the race that they wound up winning, is they used the second or third to last shift to get in the lead. Then they did 2 or 3 tacks to consolidate, control the fleet, and round first.
No, it seems like the rest of the fleet has realized Germany doing this gain and be like, hey, we want to do the same.
Yeah, but when they do that, Germany's 1 step ahead of them. So
they are, and now
they're
look,
a little late to the game.
Oh, but they got a left shift.
If they can cross ahead of Great Britain and Italy, then this will be very nice for Germany. But is that the reality of it? Let's see. It's extremely close between these boats.
Excellent job, Icarus, for nailing exactly what we wanted to see right now, and they're crossing.
So,
yeah, really nice sailing.
Really important cross. Germany across the front of Great Britain. Those 2 boats that rounded pretty much neck and neck at the leeward gates, going to opposite sides of the race course. But at the moment, it's small advantage Germany.
So that was the second to last shift they just tacked on. The third to last shift is what got them into the lead. And let's see if they have enough mojo to get to the last shift, which is what Bissaro's probably lining up for.
So this is the question. That's the Italians, Bissaro and Frascari, in the middle of picture in the distance, just going into attack. That will be onto the ley line. But can Germany do attack ahead of the Italians? This is going to be extremely close at the moment.
And now we have at least 2 or 3 boats up on the upper port tack ley line.
And Italy, we see her coming on starboard. I think they have a good ley line to the mark. We'll see. Will Germany, they will tack just beneath them.
And if you were them, would you have been keeping your bow down, pointing below the mark as you were heading at them?
Yeah, you would do that. But it does depend. We can't really see the mark where they're going, so it really depends on where the mark is, how much room.
Where is Great Britain going to slot in as well? Looks like it's going to have to be behind Italy and Germany, but there is a close race going on here between Italy, Great Britain and Germany. Bissaro and Frascari, they are first round the mark. Their lead is massively diminished, though. It was a really healthy lead at the bottom gate, and now they've got a fight on their hands to keep Koloff and Stulehmer in second place behind them, and going round in third place behind them, I think, is actually the French. It might actually be Morniac and Bertomier going round in third. So straight set by the first 2 boats. Now the French come round.
Yeah, I give that beat to the Germans. I think that was a beautiful bit of sailing. We've seen that today, that confidence and that picking, going against the grain, like the Brazilians did in the FX, and like Odile did. I think this is it's really a beautiful bit of racing, like Nora, you were saying, watching this.
It looks like Gibson and Burnett are back in fourth and fighting to keep fifth at bay, which I think is the Argentinians Magellani and Bosco. So Gibson and Burnett slipped a little bit, and the French are ahead of them in third place going down this final run. But Ugolini and Jubilee, we haven't mentioned much about them. They're actually in sixth, so that's no disaster for them. But again, they're just leeching a couple of points each race to the British. So the British just gradually extending their overall lead in this championships.
I think these boats stayed a little bit too long on starboard. That starboard angle is really high, and now just right when we're saying that, the entire front group just jibed onto port. So I wonder what they were waiting for there, Nora. They've usually been jibing onto port pretty quickly, but now look at it. They're heading almost to leeward of the finish line right now.
It looks like darker water over there, doesn't it, Nora?
Yeah, it does looks like a good puff here for the four boats.
And if anyone had jibed just a little bit earlier, they'd probably be way over the top of this group already. But we're not on the water, so we can't quite tell. Oh, the Germans stuffing it. And
that will be a tricky one, because they will fall now probably behind the British. Let's see.
Yeah, check this
Or
out.
maybe they still have the wind quite from the apparent wind from the front, but
yeah, so see, there we are. GBR got a jump on them in Argentina, so they were back in fourth and fifth place. And here we are. Italy gets jumped by Germany. Germany looks like they're going to get jumped by GBR.
Can we just enjoy this amazing drone footage? Doesn't it look incredible?
Oh,
we're so lucky.
Now you want to be there.
Yeah.
But too
I
bad
kinda
we're
wanna
not good
be
enough to sail those.
I think all of us would rather be there sailing. Come on, look at that.
With a stunt driver. Yeah.
I bet you they're thinking about other things right now.
They are.
When things are that close, they are not thinking about how much they're enjoying the Nacra sailing. It's about beating the competition across the finish line. And the ones that will be really kicking themselves are actually out of shot. It's Italy's Bissaro and Frascari jibing latest of the front runners and paying a heavy price for it, because it looks like Italy has slipped off the lead of this race and will be struggling even to get into the top three.
Now, we've talked about this before. When someone steals a run, sneaks up through the fleet, like we've talked about in certain races, that little mojo that people find, and then they carry it through the rest of the race. We talked about the Americans like that in the FX in one race. Well, Germany's doing just that. Back from like 10th, 11th place, and then going against the grain, shooting up, taking advantage of that opportunity, controlling the fleet. Here they lost a boat on that beat, but now here they did. They jumped the fleet, and now they're just duking it out. And GBR, obviously, they get that run. But I think this race goes to Germany for being awesome.
Well, let's see who actually gets across the finish line.
Let's look at the Germany, because I think they have a good possibility of finishing first.
Well, it's extremely close between these two right now. There's very little to choose, and until we see the finish line, we see the leeward gate marks, it's going to be so close. So if anyone stuffs it at this moment, it's going to be advantage the other boat.
Oh my God, this is so close.
All the flight controller right now.
Oh, and the Brits can't quite make it through in one. It looks like, that is a photo finish. I can't honestly call that. I think possibly that was Germany by less than a metre to Great Britain.
That was the closest finish we have seen so far of the winner boat. Like, we haven't seen finishes like that.
I don't think you're going to see a closer finish than that.
Bissaro Frascari, they were leading. They have to settle for third across the line, with Magdalani and Bosco of Argentina in fourth. Moniac and Bertomeu coming off the worst out of that pack, but a fifth place still pretty handy for the young French team. And then Ugolini and Jubilee, they were leading this regatta going into the day. They've now given up the yellow jersey to Great Britain. But still sitting in second place overall. It's Ugolini and Jubilee coming across the line in sixth place ahead of Sweden's Jarud and Jonsson, and quite a big gap before we get back to the next boat. It's going to be Kurt Bay and Keskinen in eighth place, And then in 9th place, Sayuma Pedersen and Brun Boriskov. They were up in contention early on in this race, as were 10th place Parent and Stone from USA. But that was an incredibly tight finish, and one really to enjoy, and great drone coverage to be able to follow the Germans and the British all the way across the line. It's not official, but we think that Germany beat Great Britain by less than a second in that race. That was quite a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Do you really think they did? I really
don't
was so
know.
tight.
I'm guessing. But what I do know is that Gibson and Burnett have done enough to take the lead in the championship today.
Indeed.
They've sailed an incredible day. They should have maybe won race 1. They got a 5th. They did win race 2 quite significantly, and they held on for a 2nd place and maybe even won that last race, but I think they were 2nd in that one. Just coming across the line, huge gaps back to the leaders, but this is in 11th place Austria, followed by USA 34, Crane and Atwood, and then Vandermeer and Bauer from the Netherlands. And bringing up the rear, it's going to be Svensson and Dackhammer from Sweden, and Australia's Ruben and Rita Booth in 15th place.
Your hearts have to go out to those Americans who couldn't just hold on to that, onto those gains that they made, but they knew they can do it. And, you know, I look at these teams like the young Booth family and that American team and the other new young teams. It's hard. You know, they come out of these fleets when they're younger, and the reason why they're in these classes is because they're rising through the ranks. So they're used to having successes, and now you have to kind of start down at a lower level.
Yeah, and that's really tricky in the youth classes, especially if you're like winning the youth world championships, and then you come to the adults, big boys class. It's just rough. Like, the level is incredible in these classes, and you sail against like multiple Olympic medalists, America's Cup sailors. So, you know, the best of the best.
Look at that beautiful view. The sun isn't going to stay in the sky for very much longer, but yet again the race officers managed to get away a series of races after a bit of a delay earlier on in the day. So we've been treated to some fantastic racing again, both in the 49er FX and in the Nacra 17. Chris, just sum up your best observation from the Nacra 17. What did you see or enjoy the most from that?
Well, I really have to say that, you know, I don't want to take anything away from Gibson and Burnett, because the day is theirs. The event is theirs probably right now. So they've won the war today on the day of the march. But what I do see is
you're just in war all the time. March. Yes.
The Italian team, Bassaro and Frascari, I think today was their day to just get in touch. And I got to give them a lot of credit, and I got to give the Germans a lot of credit. That was just a beautiful race. They're a class act, and that just shows you, how strong a team that really is. And, the other, FX, a little bit of a jump, but here I think things are really tight. So, again, I don't want to take it away from Gibson and Burnett, but just a lot of really awesome performances today.
Great. We've got to wrap up. We've got to get out there and talk to the sailors, but do get back with us tomorrow. The competition kicks off again at noon local time. It's 10 a.m. local, 10 a.m. local time for the final race of the qualification series before we get into the medal races for all three fleets. So we've got a busy schedule tomorrow. We are going to find out who the new world champions are for 2021 in three classes: the 49er, the 49er FX, and the Nacra 17. From me, Andy, from Chris and Nora, that's it from us today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we're going to bring you lots of action, the decisive action of this World Championship tomorrow here in Oman. See you then.
بتراثنا الحضاري تفردنا، وبتاريخنا العريق ازدهرنا. ثقافتنا المتأصلة وموروثاتنا الأصيلة عكسنا ارتباطنا بالبيئة والمجتمع اللي تجسد من خلالها تفاصيل عاداتنا وتقاليدنا. من لبسنا وفنوننا الشعبية، احتفالاتنا، عاداتنا وتقاليدنا. تعاهدنا نستمر في تجديد ولائنا كل عام. سلامنا وازدهارنا وحبنا وتسامحنا يزيد، وتبقى أنت وطننا اللي ما مثلك وطن. أنا عماني وفخري بلادي.
طاقة جعلت منا كيانا واحد
وحافزا
واسما
إلى مزيد من الرقي والتطوير،
جمع قرونا من التاريخ التليد وشاهدا على أعوام من التلاحم والتكاتف انحنت له كل الصعاب وسطرنا بعده أجمل إنجازاتنا، وهنا خطونا خطواتنا الأكبر. ومثل أي شيء إذا اتحد يكون أقوى بعطائنا، بقيمنا الماجدة الراسخة. كلما دعينا للبذل في ساحة الميدان نكون أولا، نحيط الجميع بعناية، نصنع حلولا تفيد المجتمع. تفاصيل هي أولى اهتماماتنا، بكل ما أوتينا من شغف وطموح واتحاد وقوة. اليوم هو انعكاسات الغد المشرق.
إن شراكة المواطنين في صناعة حاضر البلاد ومستقبلها
ذلك المستقبل الذي لطالما عملنا لأجله.
نتفاعل معه ونؤثر فيه ونتأثر به.
نراه في منتجاتنا بكل فخر، في مواردنا البشرية الكفء، في مشاريعنا التي ننافس نغير بها المعالم. هي طاقة لعماننا بلا حدود.